everyone, you know what time it is. This is the Creator Series, and this is F2. We are here for round number 9 of the season at a track that we haven't seen in real life for a number of years, but as it was described by a number of drivers last week, it is a roller coaster. I think in F2 cars it could be quite the challenge. It is, of course, Portimao. I'm very, very excited for this one. In the virtual commentary box for this afternoon's F2 race, we have myself, Tom, and we have Adam, who is new in for the first time. So if you guys can welcome him in warmly. How are you doing, buddy? Are you looking forward to your debut race?
Hello, Tom. Thank you so much for having me on. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic race here at Portimao. The circuit is looking very much a beautiful flowing circuit, but do not be fooled. There are some very technical corners amongst this circuit, especially with these cars that just don't quite have that aero compared to Formula One cars. You may as well find some of the drivers will have to take a bit of time to get used to these cars. I'm sure that all these guys have been doing their practice runs, but it's now time to get it down to business.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some interesting title permutations to discuss in a few minutes' time, but I want to ask you about the track. You've spoken about the difference between F1 and F2 cars. If you remember when this track came into the game in F1 2021, there was one corner in particular that was a nightmare for everyone to try and negotiate. It was turn 8, which is called Samsung. I didn't actually know this until I did the research for this. They've got some very interesting corner names. Turn 8 is that right-hander that was absolutely diabolical. It was like trying to drive on an ice rink. It was quite the challenge. And in F2 cars, where the traction is even worse than in F1 cars, this could be quite exciting. I think we could see a few whoopsies on a track that, as we spoke about earlier, is described as a roller coaster.
Oh, absolutely. The track is very, very difficult to take. It's, of course, a lot of elevation, as you will see through that middle section. As you said, Samsung, you just go over the crest. You're trying to get the traction down, but especially when in the later stages, when the tires are a lot more worn out, you will find yourself really struggling for traction. And then, of course, you got Craig Jones, which is named after one of the old motorbike racers who unfortunately passed away, but his memory still lives on amongst the circuit. Then you head up to the corner of Portimao, which is basically a double right-hander, and then you head back down the hill. And this is why we call it a massive roller coaster. It's just something incredible. You know, I think a lot of us fans would love to see Portimao return to the Formula One calendar at some point.
Absolutely. Had two cracking races. 2020, that start was absolutely chaotic with everyone on different tyre compounds and Carlos Sainz going through from, I think it was 7th on the grid back in his McLaren days to lead the Grand Prix. How exciting was that? Saying hello to everybody in the chat. We've got people starting to come in before we get going for the first time this afternoon. I'm very much looking forward to this. We do have somebody joining us as well, which we won't reveal just yet, but you may have seen them before. Driving in F2 and maybe in F1 as well. We won't spoil that. We'll wait until we get onto the grid for the sprint race. But yes, championship standings. Do you want to go over how that's looking? Because the championship leader, as we've mentioned last week, is not here.
You're right. Rob is not will not be racing this time around. I'm not entirely sure. I believe I think it's going to be Daniel Gilligan taking his place, and of course we've got Matty D there just taking second place last time out at Austria with a double P2. He's taken some really good results, and then he got Hayden Gillis, who's really hoping for a win this time round. He'll be really pushing. He's a very quick driver in that Prema, so will be a big old fourth. Then you've got Punjuso, who maybe he can do something, getting a third place in the feature race at Austria, followed by F1 Alex, and then unfortunately Duncan and Badgerman, who are 6th and 7th in the championship. Unfortunately, they won't be here, both rounding off the top 10 with Hoodie Pete in the Prema, and then yours sincerely in the Virtuosi and Guat in the Trident. There's going to be a lot to talk about, I think, going into this race and just seeing what these drivers are made of.
Yeah, and there are really interesting battles that we need to look into for this championship because obviously missing Unstopped Rob, he is currently 46 points clear out in front. And Matty D13 is second. There are 35 points available if you win the sprint and the feature race and get fastest laps in both. That is going to be very unlikely, but could cut that gap down to just 11 points. And then we've got a nice little battle shaping up for those promotion spots. If we go from F1 Alex, who currently sits 5th in the standings, as you said, there is only a 13-point gap down to 9th place, yours sincerely. And at the moment, that's 5 drivers scrapping over 1 playoff position. So that could get a little bit spicy going into the final few races. We are missing Badgerman for the rest of the season, which is unfortunate. Had a pretty competitive campaign. Currently sat 7th, but won't pick up any more points as well. And we're also missing last week's feature race winner. Tiamat Marduk doesn't join us again this week. Ben will be focusing on the F1 action. So some interesting little subplots to the main championship battle that's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure it was having fun. Some of those F1 drivers like Tiamat Marduk and Meraki coming down, but I'm sure hopefully they may see a return. We'll see. We'll try and coax them in at some point. But very excited to see what this track is about. Of course, no practice. That's just a fill in, and then we'll head straight into the sprint race. But yeah, for sure, there's going to be a lot to talk about.
Yeah, reverse
couple of debutants as well. Yeah, as you said, reverse championship order. So reserves will also go to the back as well as debutants, and one of them is going to be Luke Howick. So I don't know if I've 100% said that right, but Luke Howick will be with us in the Roden Carlin for this event. So hopefully he'll be able to do some really good stuff. Hopefully he's been playing the F1 game just a little bit, and maybe throw up a surprise or something.
Absolutely, and we're just getting ready to get going for the formation lap, where we can reveal who will be joining us for this race. I want to see if anyone in the chat wants to have a little guess, see if they can pick out who they think might be jumping in, because it is quite a big name, and we'll give out a few clues. They have been in the Creator Series before. That might narrow it down for some of the more OG fans who are watching a few seasons ago. But yeah, very, very much looking forward to seeing what they can come up with in these few races.
Yeah, I think they're quite a special name, and it's going to be very incredible just to have them. It's going to really take them back to their days. But we're about to go to 5 red lights, or maybe not. We're going to get a formation lap.
Yes, and we will turn our attention to the bottom of the timing charts on the left-hand side. It is Shanghai Tiger. That is Mr. Zhou Guanyu joining us. Very privileged to see the former F2 driver, now obviously up in F1 this season and the previous few seasons. Starting from the back of the pack, it'll be interesting to see how well Joe can scythe his way through. That's going to be one of the main talking points. You can see the grid there. People we need to look out for: Hayden Gullis starting from 16th, Matty D13 17th. Matty came through to finish 2nd in the sprint race last week in Austria. We'll be looking to do something similar this time out in Portimao, where overtaking is relatively straightforward. You've got that massive main straight, which I think we'll be seeing most of our overtaking action. But yeah, these F2 cars can be quite chuckable, so we could see some audacious manoeuvres around this roller coaster of a circuit.
Absolutely. I think there are definitely some overtaking spots like Primera. If you manage to get your braking zone right, you can make a move down there, maybe into turn 3 of Lagos. Another one will be the end of the second DRS straight, which is Torvip, the hairpin that everyone's just gone round. And maybe you won't have another opportunity until maybe quite near the end of the lap, where you can maybe swing a surprise into Portimao or Sangres. So they'll be very much on the lookout. But of course, these F2 are kind of wide overtaking. These F2 cars have really defied. We've seen many a time where they've been able to overtake at Monaco, and in real life, and of course in Creator Series, where we had that incredible race. So I'm very sure that there will be some very interesting maneuvers, and really have to stamp on the brakes, get it slowed down, and really be able to get your elbows out. I think we're going to see some of those moves throughout this race.
Absolutely. Should be quite the spicy outing. And here is the man in question, Zhou Guanyu, starting from the back of the pack. How many places can he make up on lap number 1? His teammate is a little bit further forward, starting in 12th, yours sincerely, as we see everyone weaving around the straight. And our leaders have actually already got lined up on the grid, so we are getting very close to kicking off the first race of this afternoon's action. I, for one, am very excited. And Adam, as it is your debut race, would you do us the honours of leading us up to and after lights out?
Oh, thank you so much. So, of course, on the grid there. So, George Morgan on pole position, a fellow commentator. So, of course, I've done a couple of real-life events as well, but he's done a lot. His tyres might be a little bit cold compared to the rest at the back. So, we now wait, and the tension rises. The engine starts to fire up. Clutch it in. Build the revs. Watch for the lights. And we go racing here at Portimao. Decent start there from Morgan. And Alex Budd will have a look down the inside. We approach Primera. It's going to be the Dams in front, or is it going to be the Campbell there with the inside line? I think Morgan's going to get forced out wide. There's a lot of cars passing out the back, trying to scuttle for positions. One of the Invicta I think, no, sorry, that's the ART up the inside of Devil Noob. So he's managed to get past. A little bit of a dismal start there for Morgan, and they all found their way through. Hayden Gillis, I think, has dropped back a good couple of places. He needs to try and get within that top 8 to get a couple of points here. Oh, massive scramble. Debris on the loose there. So somebody has made contact right into Tour de Vip, but they'll continue their way down the hill, and then they'll head back up here in towards Samsung, who they're going to be any more lockups. A couple of wide members. I think that's one of the MP Motorsport cars. I believe that's going to be the number 2 there, but they ride over the crest, and you can see how many cars just in such close proximity.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, I think it was Zhou Guanyu picking up the damage on the opening lap. I think Jess Gamers had an issue. We were going 3 wide through the turn here as we come up towards the final sector, but yeah, damage for the Invictus car. Joe getting up into 14th, but losing a little bit of damage in the process. Further forward, we've got Adam Sanderson losing a couple of places. George Morgan has lost places from pole position down into 6th. And like you mentioned earlier on, Hayden Gullis not making the gains that he would like on the opening lap, still down in 17th. Matty 13, only 16th as well.
Yeah, it's going to be it's a bit of a rough start there for both Joe and Gillis, but I think Joe has made up some really good places despite that broken front wing. And I'm sure for someone who has raced him in the past, he will be able to make up those positions. There, it's Punju up the inside. Oh, he's making contact. Oh, dear. And I think that was, who was that? Was that B-Roy yeah. Making contact with? Oh, that's unfortunate there. I think he just went too far in. Maybe the brake bias was a little bit too far forward and just slid into the side of the Campos. So more carbon fiber strewn across the track. And we head on to lap 2 of this race. More carnage in towards Tour de Vip. I think that's the other virtuosi of Your Sincerely trying to make up the places. He's currently holding the last points position, but he's got one Alex in the VAR, and of course Mr. Zhou Guanyu up the inside. There goes the Chinese driver having a look on that. That was spinner behind in the background. That was Artemis. Oh, Artemis has lost her in. That's what I was talking about. You can't be losing the rear just there. Maybe in the later stages you have to control your differential up the inside. That was Hoodie P. So a lot of lunges being made in the early stages. They're not backing off whatsoever. They are going full pound. Already contact between the 2 Red Bull cars. Can they hold it? That was the Rodin Carlin going out wide of Matty, who's up in the top 5 of the championship.
Yeah, a little bit of carnage. Going back to the Punji one first, just clattered into the Campos of B-Roy into turn 1. Both losing out thanks to that. And yeah, some trips into Narnia for Matty D13 after a little bit of contact there with the distinct Artemis in that high-tech car. But yeah, we spoke about it earlier, struggling to make it through Samsung turn number 8, and we saw how difficult it was. Devil Noob won the sprint race last week, only 13th for the moment. The 2 commentators battling over 4th and 5th meanwhile, and I think Daniel Gilligan has come off significantly worse in that fight. Yes, he's facing the wrong way, the ART car, and that's another driver that's going to drop all the way down to the back of the pack.
That's unfortunate for Gilligan, but I think it's just a lot of these drivers just still not quite understanding the aerodynamics of these cars, and to be honest, they are very difficult to control. You've really got to credit the ones that have really performed in these cars in the virtual world, like Unstopped Rob and Gillis and of course Zhou Guan Yu, who's driven in real life. But as I was going to say, those real life drivers that have driven these cars and managed to succeed in them, we're keeping on tabs here with the Prema of Gillis. Is he going to go up the inside of a TK? You bet your bottom dollar he does. But the MP is holding his own. Brilliant stuff from TK. Up the inside he goes, and I think that's going to be the move done and ticked off. But can he hold it this time round? We're right on board now with the Prema. Trying to look around the outside, trying to find that grip on the outside line. Is it there for Gillis? Is it there? It's the main question. But no, TK is going to hold onto that position.
Brilliant defending, not giving either driver an inch, and the MP car stays ahead for the time being. But with a little helping hand of DRS, will Hayden manage to make this move down into turn one? Zach RC up into fourth place. Positions being lost for the Campos of Alex Budd. Focusing on this battle though, down the inside goes Hayden Gullis, and the Prema up into ninth place now, just out of the points paying positions. And he should be picking up a couple at least come the end of this 13 lap race. Zhou Guan Yu got front wing damage, really getting stuck in this battle for what is fourth place, I think, with F1 Alex just in front of them. Runs a little bit off the circuit, but up into fifth now with that front wing damage, doing really well, having a very enjoyable time, you would think. A little look up the inside for Zach RC, but thinks better of it than it's Alex Budd and yours sincerely completing the points paying positions with Hayden sat just behind them for the time being.
Yeah, maybe from both Alex and Alex Budd, but it's really undergoing. It really seems to stand and different. Of course, it's quite difficult to put a different Formula 1 driver amongst a list of creators, but they're both already holding their own. So you've really got to give credit to the creators up against someone who's succeeded massively in the real life world of Formula 1. Meanwhile, F1 Alex is having a look at that podium spot, and he's just smelling the gearbox here of George Morgan. So Morgan will have to go very defensive. Lovely cinematic camera, but I'm sure F1 Alex will be aware who is on his tail round the final corner here of Galp. That's a weird name, but here comes Zhou Guan Yu, and the DRS will be open for the Virtuosi for the Van Amersfoort driver. We're going to see three wide into Primera. Can Zhou get the inside, or will he be able to fight it around the outside? It's going to be the Virtuosi, but it gone too deep there. Will he hand back the place? He will to the Van Amersfoort.
Really good racing.
Stuff there.
Yeah, really good stuff. Zhou trying to get those two places, but fell off the racetrack through turn number one and will have to sit behind the Van Amersfoort car for a matter of corners, because I think coming into the start of sector number two, he's going to send it down the inside into this slow left-hand hairpin. Will he commit later on the brakes? Yes, he does. Will the Van Amersfoort car fight it around the outside? Yes, he does. Devil Noobs out of the Grand Prix. We have a yellow flag in sector number one. We're going to continue with this battle, though, up through the middle sector, fighting very hard, but Zhou can't quite get alongside. But he's going to try the switch back into Samsung. This could be textbook stuff. He's going to leave him enough space on the outside, but the Van Amersfoort car has been schooled by the Formula 1 driver. Through goes Zhou, and that is a podium position already for the Invicta car.
We're going to be talking about a back to school work for Zhou Guan Yu, but it seems like he's already feeling at home in that Virtuosi car, the team that he won 5 races with, 20 podiums with that team. So incredible stats there from the Chinese driver, and a lot of potential in him as well. So he's now going to try and shut in a 1.5 second lead to Adam Sanderson, and look how close he's gained. Look how much he's gained. That 2/10 of a second in only a matter of meters. My goodness, it is. So we're now focusing here on the battle for 8th place between Alex Budd, yours sincerely, and TK. So the last place here of the points. Are we going to be seeing another 3 wide in towards Primera? It might be here, with the MP just having to back off there, and Alex will stay there in that P8 spot, sincerely really wanting that inside line, battling out for the promotion spots here that are up and which get you that promotion to Formula 1.
TK having to go from attack to defence very quick, because Matty D13 and Hoodie Pete both trying to get involved in this 5-car scrap. You can see Alex Budd in the Campos, currently holding on to that 8th and final points paying position for the sprint race. Does have a little bit of damage. Yours sincerely is getting a little bit wobbly over these massive sausage curbs on the inside of corners, and that will allow the MP Motorsport car of TK sit right underneath the gearbox of the Invicta car. Behind them, Matty D13 and Hoodie Pete scrapping over 11th, and that was a move around the outside for the Roden Carlin car. Beautiful stuff, and up into 11th. Hasn't made the progress he would have liked so far in this sprint race, with Hayden up in 7th at the moment and right on that battle for 4th place behind F1 Alex and George Morgan. But it's been an okay start, and Matty D13 will be getting stuck in the second half of this race, trying to get past TK first of all.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting battle. We're seeing on our screen now, I believe that's a 5-car scrap there, led by Alex Budd. But you can hear those Mechachrome V6 F2 engines are popping away. Absolutely wonderful stuff here. And does sincerely have the grip around the outside. He'll get that DRS's wax gets a 3-second time penalty. So a lot of penalties now incoming here. Down towards Primera, 7th time this race. Once again, another deja vu moment, but it's going to be yours sincerely this time going up the inside. Gilligan with a 3-second time penalty, but look at this incredible scrap. It is really all out, all guns blazing here. And if you just look on the left-hand side there, Zhou Guanyu overtaking Adam Sanderson there, and now he's got a close 0.8 of a second to Patterson in the Van Amersfoort. I'm sure Patterson will be looking in his rear view mirror like, oh no, I'm in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and back in this battle, Alex Budd continues to get swallowed up by the pack, lost 3 paces in the space of 3 corners, and it could be 4 very shortly as the Prema of Hoodie Pete looking very racy behind that wounded Campos car. As you said though, Zhou Guanyu doing very, very well and looks favourite to take the victory in the sprint race. It will be quite the achievement. There goes Hoodie Pete diving to the inside. This should be 11th place for the Prema and is not really able to fight that, the Campos of Alex Budd, and up into 11th. Although he's going to try and use the switchback to send it around the outside, get very close. In fact, falls off the circuit over the curb on the outside, but can't do a lot about that and stays in 12th place. Yours sincerely and TK still battling. You see 3 cars squabbling over 8th, 9th and 10th still. We could have 4 laps in a row where we're 3 wide down into turn 1. What kind of carnage would this be as Matty D13 continues to try and soldier his way through? TK's managed to get past the Invicta car of Yours Sincerely, and now the Carlin of Matty D13 thinks, I'll have a bit of this, as he pulls alongside the Invicta on the run down to turn 1. But look at the straight line speed that Yours Sincerely's got, and he could go from nearly losing a place to gaining one back up into 8th place. Down the inside he goes. The MP Motorsport car hangs it around the outside, a little bit wobbly on the exit for Yours Sincerely, allows TK to hold on to 8th place for the time being. These guys scrapping incredibly hard over the final points paying position. I think it's going to continue for the remaining 5 laps or so. 0.3 of a second the gap out in front though. Zhou getting very close as F1 Alex makes it a Van Amersfoort 1-3, getting past Mr. Devon Butler, Adam Sanderson.
Yeah, and also that just battle right here we're seeing on our screen is just going to allow
Hoodie Pete's
Zach
round.
Garcia. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Hoodie Pete is round, but yeah, that's gonna drop him way out of the points, and he was hoping to get past Badgerman and Duncan, both absences in this weekend. But also that battle right there was allowing Zach RC to pull away, and especially with a 3-second time penalty, he will be hoping to try and edge ahead of his teammate. Now, this is the battle for the lead of the race. It is Patterson up against Zhou Guanyu, I believe the Yorkshire man, up against the Shanghai Tiger. I think the Tiger is really on the prowl here. He's made a couple of errors out of that penultimate corner around Yelp. He's now under pressure here from F1 Alex, and Alex will be very much gearing up to try and get a move on the Tiger. But they're just going to stay in single file, or is Zhou going to make a move down into towards turn number 1? It is absolutely textbook stuff. A late move there from Zhou Guanyu. But the Formula 1 driver takes the lead of the Portuguese Grand Prix. The sprint race is really coming alive.
Zhou up into first place, civil war behind them as the Van Amersfoort cars squabble for what is now 2nd and 3rd place. F1 Alex looking much quicker than Patterson, whose previous 2.5 second lead has dissipated and thinks, I think he could fall off the podium. Zhou goes very wide though through the hairpin there, and that could open the 2 cars behind up. If they can use a bit of teamwork, stop fighting each other so hard, they could try and get the lead back. They've got to be careful of not only Adam Sanderson, but Hayden Gullis is right in this scrap as well, made his way up into the top 5, putting pressure on the trident of Adam Sanderson. And then it is F1 Alex still sat behind his teammate. Patterson though, will he be able to hold on to a podium? We'll have to wait and see. They're managing to stick to the back of Zhou through the middle set release. Here comes Hayden up the inside though. That looked fairly straightforward. Adam Sanderson, as we've seen a lot of drivers do on the exit there, tries the switchback but can't get the trident anywhere near close enough to think about trying to get 4th place back, and will settle for 5th.
Yeah, so the Van Amersfoort was really having a go at each other earlier in the lap, and I was thinking that they should just start working together. Don't waste too much time with the drivers behind you, because you're just going to get swamped. And especially when you know the likes of Hayden Gillis is very, very fast. There's a reason why he currently sits third in the championship, bearing in mind he did miss the Austrian Grand Prix, so they'll be very, very interested. But F1 Alex with that DRS is going to make that move, and hopefully it's nice and simple. Oh, take it easy, boys. Don't hit your teammate, and the number one rule in racing has been broken by the team Van Amersfoort. A puncher. I thought I saw a flat tire, but my eyes were in fact deceiving me. F1 Alex falls out of the points. Oh, disappointing stuff there for the Dutch outfit.
Well, we spoke about it potentially being civil war. Turned out that was exactly the right words to use. What are they doing into turn one? No space for F1 Alex on the inside as he clattered over the first sausage curb and was sent into a spin and sees a potential podium completely fade away as he falls down into 10th place. A couple of penalties could mean points. Very much still in the offing for the Van Amersfoort car. But yes, I don't think Patterson is going to be feeling too good about himself after taking out his teammate. What's happened here is Zhou going a little bit slowly. The gap has come down alarmingly in this middle sector. I wonder if there's been a mistake for the Invicta car. And suddenly Patterson sees a potential victory in the sprint race appearing once again. But he's got to be careful of the Prema of Hayden sending it out the inside. That was opportunistic stuff. They leave each other enough room on the inside and the outside. I think Hayden's managed to send it all the way around the outside. He's going to continue to swing it left to try and keep his car alongside. Patterson actually defends that extremely nicely and manages to stay in second place for the time being, although I think with the use of some slipstream, look how close Hayden is coming around the final corner. This should be fairly straightforward, but look who's behind them as well. Mr. Devon Butler. Adam Sanderson's going to try and get involved as well. We're going to see 3 wide, most likely again down into turn 1, and this is going to be crazy stuff as we start lap number 11. Hayden to the inside, gets that overtake done, does he? Yes, up into second place and can now chase after Zhou. No, he can't, falls off the racetrack, loses 2 places, and it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Hayden at the minute. Now it's Adam committing up the inside. It's a little bit messy as Hayden runs into the back of the Trident car, and now Zhou has managed to pull nearly a second advantage, and that could be the race won.
Turning into a bit of bumper cars at this moment in time. Really good stuff there from Pat to try and keep ahead of, try and keep in tabs here with Zhou Guanyu, but Sanderson is really on the attack here, trying to get that podium, but he's also got a fired up Hayden Gillis right there in 4th place, up the inside of Samsung. Don't make contact, in bit of space, and Hayden's gone round. Hayden's gone round, unfortunately, just lit up the tyres, and he's going to be very, very frustrated now. He just needs to try and keep it nice and calm. Keep it nice and content, bag those all-important points as Zach RC finds himself in a podium spot. It's unbelievable stuff from the MP Motorsport, but Sanderson is going to leave him absolutely barely any room to fight with, and he's just going to have to deal with the beautiful colours of the blue and yellow of the helmet in that MP Motorsport really going well. And he's really just trying to pedal his way in towards P3, or maybe has Zach fallen for something here, because Sanderson is now going to be right on him with that drag reductor system.
Hayden's off the road again.
Another wide. Yep, Hayden's gone wide, and it's now going to be an absolute cluster down towards Primera. Tom.
Who is going to come out on top as we start the penultimate lap? Hayden getting shuffled down into 8th place. We're almost 4 wide as we go down to turn 1. Surely this can't end neat and tidy. I think we have managed to get through particularly cleanly, and yes we are. Look at that, Hayden with a little bit of contact, second slide in as many laps, and now Adam Sanderson clatters the inside curb again as he tries to get 6th place back. Both of these two are battling over 3rd and 4th. It's now 7th and 8th as Matty D13 has come out of nowhere, as did Zach RC to take 3rd and 5th. Out in front, the gap is over 1 second between Shanghai Tiger and Patterson, and as GB says in the chat, this guy, he seems pretty quick. He should try some real life racing perhaps. Adam Sanderson with a penalty that could end any chances of a points finish, because F1 Alex is just 3 seconds behind.
Oh my goodness me, the penalties really coming into play there. I knew they would, because you try and just throw it in like a Formula 1 car, and then you realise it just doesn't stick there. There is Matty D getting past Zach RC. So is Zach RC slightly wounded somewhere? No, it looks like the front wing is okay. It's just maybe the MP just running out of tyres here. You see this battle with TK, Matty D, Zach RC really running the show up at the top end, and Hayden Gillis is also in behind. He's quite lucky not to get a penalty, is the Prema drive, but I'm sure He's not care about that. He's just going to try and stick it on the road, try and bag points as many as he can, and try and just close in on DD and, of course, Rob for the championship. Zach RC with a penalty, so that's going to be equal to 6 seconds worth of penalties. They head in towards Primera for the final time this race.
I think it was a mistake from Zach through the aforementioned Samsung corner where drivers have really been struggling to keep the car pointing in the right direction. This is really the last opportunity that Matty's going to get up onto the podium from what I believe was 16th or 17th on the grid. Can the Carlin car get close enough as we come round turn number 3? I don't think with the help of DRS it's going to be close enough to send an ambitious lunge down the inside, and he's going to have to try and be creative in this final sector. Patterson closing up again to the back of Zhou. Is this a mistake, or is Zhou just playing with the drivers behind, because it's down to 2.5 tenths of a second and Patterson smells blood perhaps in the final sectors of this Grand Prix?
My goodness, he must, because he's still right on the gearbox, right on the tail of the Invicta Virtuosi racing car. They head in towards Portimao corner. Trying to use it a long right winding corner. Down the hill you go. And can Patterson try and throw a move up the inside? I'm sure he'll be trying his best, but that is a Formula 1 driver right in front of him. So I'm sure he won't be, he'll be a little bit flustered, but I'm sure he's got the nerve to try and keep it. Meanwhile, this is Matty D coming around at the last corner, just trying to get something out of Sangres. But round Hyalp for the final time here, the Virtuosi driver, Zhou Guanyu, on his debut for the F1 Creator Series, is going to cross the line and win the sprint race here in Portimao. Brilliant stuff there from Patterson to take P2, as well as TK, Matty D, and unfortunately with penalties going on, Hayden Gillis will take a P5 spot, so that will be a really well-earned couple of points. 4 points to be exact, and then F1 Alex, Adam Sanderson and Zach RC will take the last points paying position. But what an incredible race we've had, and this is only the sprint race.
What
Tom.
a fascinating sprint race we just had. Zhou Guanyu comes from last on the grid to win the sprint race, and I don't know if he was playing with the guys behind. He seemed to back off and drop a second again, but it looked pretty comfortable, and that is with a front wing. That's with half a front wing as well, so watch out for the feature race. Zhou could be extremely quick, but yeah, interesting podium. Patterson managing to hold on in the end. I don't think his teammate will be particularly pleased with some of the racing that went on there. And then TK, another commentator that is part of the grid, rounds out our top 3. Difficult race really for Hayden. Got through the pack very quickly, but then just got stuck in that battle with everyone for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Everyone was so close together by the end of that race. But yes, Zhou celebrating wildly on the podium, and that was an exceptional drive. We'll have a look at the results going down the field. Hayden ended up P5, only 1 place behind Matty D13, but that is another point lost. 2 points in fact, because his fastest lap for Carlin as well. F1 Alex does get points in the end after that contact with his teammate Adam Sanderson, and Zach RC rounding out the points paying positions. Punja will be disappointed, only 11th, has had some really good pace in recent races, as had GWATS, was turning into a little bit of a sprint master, but only 14th for the second trident. Down at the back, Devil Noob retiring early on in the race, and B-Roy contact with Punju in lap 4, I think it was, did for the Campos driver. Alex Blood with damage as well fell through the order. That was extremely exciting.
It was very much exciting. Really wild to see all those drivers just guns out and really just going for it. No fear whatsoever. Yes, there was a little bit of contact, but they managed to hold on really well. You really got to give credit to Zhou, especially with that broken front wing. He blasted his way through the field and really just dominated us in fine fashion.
And that is quite the warning sent out to everyone for the feature race. I wonder if he'll do one-shot qualifying or decide, you know what, it was pretty fun starting from last, managed to get through to first anyway. So if I qualify on pole, it will be incredibly boring. So I wonder if he just decides, you know what, we can leave this out. I'll start last again and come and overtake all of you again. I don't think Patterson was probably expecting that that was the driver they were going to be racing for the victory in the sprint race. So a nice moment for our drivers there to battle with a real-life Formula 1 driver. Pleasure to have Zhou part of this F2 feature race and then sprint race that we've just had. What are you expecting from the feature race, though? I think pace-wise, everyone seemed pretty similar, to be fair.
Sorry for interrupting, but I think there's going to be a couple of drivers once again to look at. I think the two Primers were pretty good, but I think Hayden just needs to maybe kind of relax himself a bit. And I think we're going straight into the second race for the formation lap. So already pulling away, but yeah, some really interesting. Oh, yeah, of course, everyone has to go and yeah, sorry, I was just seeing on my screen, but yeah, some really interesting, really good stuff there. Like I said, those gamers are really going to be the ones to watch there. Gillis definitely looking at Gillis was definitely, I think, on the edges. I'd say he needed to just have a little bit of calm down, bag the points when he could. I know he's trying to go after Rob, but not when you're sliding about the track.
Yeah, and I think Hayden can probably feel a little bit hard done by. He was just once he got up to, I think he got to P5, was it? Then just couldn't make any more progress. Got caught in the big scrap for second that went on between the Van Amersfoort cars and Adam Sanderson. Two of those guys also losing out because of the contact that was made. But yeah, I think Hayden will be there or thereabouts, as will Matty D13. Had a slow start to his sprint race, but managed to work his way back up into fourth. Picked up another few points to close that gap from 46 to Rob, who obviously wasn't here this afternoon. But yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. One-shot qualifying should be key, though. We saw how difficult it was for people to make it through Turn 8 of Samsung. There were a lot of slides. I think under the high-pressure environment of a one-shot qualifying session, I think we could see maybe even some sprints, some spins through that session. And obviously track limits, as we've said previously, that's going to be a big factor.
Oh, for sure. The track limits are going to be absolutely ones to watch. You've really just got to keep your car in the limits, because I think one of the good examples, I think, with the track limits was Zach RC in that MP Motorsport. And of course, I just want to a little disclaimer, because I know Zach personally. We've been friends for quite a while, but I promise I'm not going after him. But yeah, he got 6 seconds worth of penalties, and that just, he was in that podium spot, and I think I was kind of rooting for him in a way to get that P3 spot. But of course, the penalties did have to come into play, and then finished 8th overall. But he had a really solid race, as well as the likes of Patterson as well. You've really got to throw him in the mix as well for maybe some more success. He wasn't feeling that confident going into the race, making a joke there. He would throw into the barrier, but he was a really fast. He's got some promise going into the feature race.
And there was some big points picked up for Patterson. 7 to add to the tally. That will catapult the Van Amersfoort driver up the standings a little bit. Was 17th, but only scored 2 points in the last 5 races, that being sprint races and feature race. So was on a bit of a dry spell after, in the fan vote Grand Prix, coming home in P4. So the highs and the lows of Patterson season so far. But yeah, championship-wise, probably Unstopped Rob is the biggest winner. Only 6 points, I think it was, for Matty D13, 4 for Hayden. The championship lead still very much intact, and Punju getting dragged a little bit towards that playoff battle as well. The gap was 22 points, but with no points for Punju and some points for his rivals. That does just bring him into contention a little bit.
Yeah, I've not quite updated the championship standings in my head, but I'm sure they're going to be extremely close. Just having a look at what they were from 5th downward from Punju leading, and then of course you got F1 Alex, and then Hoodie Pete trying to get more points than Badgerman and Duncan, who unfortunately aren't present for this race. But I'm sure they'll do a really fantastic. I'm sure Hoodie Pete will just try and claim those points, and especially in the feature race where you're going to get a bucket load more points. I think that I think these guys are going to go a little bit more aggressive, because they'll be aware that more points are up for grabs. There are chances to get into that promotion spots. So I think they're going to be a little bit more guns out as well, a bit more elbows flying this way, that way, maybe a little bit more carbon fiber strewn across the track. Let's hope not, but I think that might be something we need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and just going back to the championship leader, Rob, I think he will only be concerned, and concerned is probably he probably won't even be that concerned, because the championship lead will still be over 20 points, but if Matty or Hayden wins this feature race and gets fastest lap, 26 points claimed. He'll have something to think about going into the final 2 races, but Rob has been exceptional. Last week in Austria was actually the second time, only the second time this season that he didn't win the feature race, didn't win it in Baku, came second. So it's really been an exceptional season for the championship leader, winning 4 out of the 6 sprint feature races, that he was involved in. But yeah, getting ready to go for one-shot qualifying. This should be very, very interesting. See if we have any big names that exceed track limits and find themselves towards the back of the pack. It'll be interesting to see what Joe does as well. Let's get a prediction in just to get ourselves going. Who do you think that we're going to see? Who do you think we're going to see load? Who do you think we're going to see taking pole position?
In terms of pole position, I think it's going to be an interesting one because I think Gillis was quite Hayden Gillis was quite strong around this circuit. I'm not sure if Patterson might be up in the up maybe the top 2 or 3 rows, so between 1st and 6th, I can definitely see him up there. But it depends if Guan Yu Zhou wants to go for this one-shot qualifying session. And of course, we know his absolutely sublime speed. So it just depends if he really wants to go for it, or if he's going to go, hey, you know what? Let me start at the back again, give you a little bit of a chance.
It'll be interesting to see what goes on. Just struggling to get into the game at the moment. So we may have to do a little bit of a restart just to try and fix the problem we're having. A little bit of a delay, but shouldn't cost too much for the race. I want to talk to you a little bit about this track again while we wait for this to just restart. Are there any really memorable moments that you have from the Portimao's history in F1?
Of course, let me just start with that the Algarve has hosted a whole host of different events like the World Superbikes, the touring cars, the World Touring Cars, and European Le Mans. That is always a big favourite, as well as the GT Open and Euro Formula Open. So I'm sure our Dams driver, our Dams reserve, George Morgan, will be quite familiar with the paddock and the commentary box in that place. But yeah, you can definitely see that there's been quite a few memories from the Formula One races in this time. Of course, we've had, like you said, that start where the mixed conditions, Carlos Sainz trying to breeze through the field in that really interesting race of 2020. And then, of course, Lewis Hamilton winning his 92nd race of his illustrious Formula One career. And that was a really good, that was an amazing moment, I think, just for Formula One in general, to see something like that, seeing history be broken. And every time we go into a new season, we do wonder if things like records will be broken, even if there are amazing things like most wins, most poles, or something like that in a season. Or maybe if there's some weird ones, if someone wants to stop maybe a meter after the start and then fully retire, make it the shortest debut or something like that. But back with the memories of Portimao, there are some. I want to ask you, Tom, before I head into 2021 and just waffle on a bit too much, get carried away with myself.
I think 2020 is the main one. Do you remember that restart at the start of the 2021 race? I think it was Bottas, Hamilton, Verstappen, and Verstappen absolutely sold Lewis off the restart. I don't want to get into the whole Hamilton Verstappen debate, but I think that was something that I remember very fondly. And then we had some in 2021. We had Daniel Ricciardo and Fernando Alonso qualified terribly, if I remember. Daniel Ricciardo did that quite a bit of McLaren, but came back through nice. We got some really good battles. And also, I just remember this as well. That picture of Kimi Räikkönen running into his teammate and his front wing just stuck up underneath his car on like lap 1 or something.
Of course, that was the start of lap 2 of the race. Just clipped his teammate and then went straight on. So I think Kimi went to go and have a bit of an ice cream after that one. It was an enjoyable day, that one. For Kimi, indeed, just going off and having his ice cream or something, whatever Kimi likes to do after he retires on lap 1 or lap 2 of a Grand Prix.
Absolutely, and obviously 2020 was the start. We went from 16th or something up to 6th. So contrasting fortunes for the 2007 World Champion. I think we are getting ready to go, though. Apologies for the slight delay in proceedings. One-shot qualifying should be kicking off fairly. As we wait to see pole position, who will crumble under the pressure of a one-shot qualifying session? Who will make the catastrophic mistake being kicked to the back of the grid by exceeding track limits? I'm expecting Samsung to be the big talking point, although, like we saw in the Grand Prix Primera, people invalidating it. Turn 1 is the worst possible thing that you can do going off the track straight away. And I mean, it just renders the rest of the lap irrelevant. I think we could see a couple of drivers doing that because it is quite a difficult corner to keep within the track limits, especially if you smack into the sausage curb on the inside.
Yeah, that is quite possible, especially the way you want to attack Primera corner. If you just want to brake just as you're about to head down the hill, and then you hit the brakes as hard as you can, get the car turned in, maybe a couple of downshifts. But if you do hit that sausage curb, your lap is pretty much gone. You pretty much ruined your rhythm up to turn 3 of Lagos, and then you're trying to get back on the throttle pedal, and by the time you've exited Lagos, everyone is already on their way towards Tor Vip of turn 5. So I think with these F2 cars, you can definitely damage your momentum in these, and these cars are about momentum. You have to just try and keep those tires spinning. I think about this when we get into a one-shot qualifying laps, I think this is going to be really interesting to see if you just straight up nail it, or if you do have that one section of circuit that you do struggle with. As we said, there are a lot of struggling corners like Primera, like maybe spinning the wheels too much at Tor Vip or Samsung as well. It can definitely be. There will definitely be a few struggles as well. Maybe a bit of a understeer creeping in.
Well, I think you used the perfect word, rhythm. This is one of the biggest rhythm circuits in the world because it can be so difficult on traction, and it's not like a street track, obviously, because there are no walls anywhere near, but you have to be extremely accurate with where you place your car because of where those sausage curbs are placed and how slippery they can be. So I would actually say it's a very difficult track to master. Incredibly satisfying when you do. But yeah, I think when it came out in 2021, I think a lot of us were struggling to get to grips with it because we had Imola and Portimao come out at the same time. And if I remember it correctly, Imola was a little bit easier to try and get going.
Yeah, that's definitely a throwback. You really casted that into my mind, Tom, because when we did get that Imola circuit coming out, it was a massive fan favorite. We've been asking for Imola to come out back onto the Formula 1 calendar for a long time, and it's I believe it has succeeded. Of course, unfortunately, we did not get that race last year, but I'm sure it will return for the 2024 Formula 1 season, and I think it's going to be one of those joyous circuits to see back on the calendar. In terms of Portimao, yes, it was a massive struggle. There were so many just clips of people spinning around at Samsung and really just trying to master the circuit. It really took you a good while to master this to master the circuit. And we do have one-shot qualifying about to get underway. Tom.
Yeah, we're getting going. Obviously very difficult to keep up with it, but it is Hayden who has the early advantage along with F1 Alex for this one-shot qualifying session. You can see Joe leaping up to the top of the timing charts. It's going to be interesting to see if we see anyone towards the very sharp end just suddenly drop all the way down to the bottom, because then we will know who has invalidated their lap times. People out of position further down. Punju, not a very good start for the Dams driver, only 17th as we come up towards the first set to split of turn number 5, but it's Joe out in front, batting away with F1 Alex. Punju's actually leapt all the way up to 7th there. This is the exciting thing about one-shot qualifying. We get so many flip-flopping of positions. Down the bottom of the pack, it is Zach RC and Artemis making up 19th and 20th at the moment. F1 Alex really giving Joe Guan Yu quite the challenge here. First and second, and the Van Amstel car looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, definitely really interesting, especially because in real life, Formula 2 have never been to Portimao, so I hope that maybe gets added on the calendar. B-Roy retires, so I'm not entirely sure what's happened with B-Roy. Maybe he made a slight mistake and decided to go, yeah, I'm going to bail out, I'm going to go to the back of the grid. Adam Sanderson is down there as well in 19th. Zach Arce, I believe, he made a mistake on the uphill section of Lagos, and now we head around the final corner of Galp. with Zhou Guanyu. Without the rear just starting to come out a little bit for the Virtuosi cars. He heads over the line, and it will be the Shanghai Tiger on the pole position by 0.2 of a second. Sanderson was disqualified in there, but yeah, mega lap. You're seeing the characteristics immediately from that Portimao circuit. What makes this circuit tick massively? There you can see there is the results. Shanghai Tiger, Zhou Guanyu out on top once again by 1.5 tenths of a second ahead of F1 Alex and Matty 13. Hayden Gillis will be fourth, so he's in a really good spot there ahead of TK and Punji, with Watts Patterson, who I thought will be up there. He sits in 8th place ahead of Hoodie P and Luke Howick. Just game a day for the high-tech ahead of George Morgan, Dior Sincerely, Alex Budd, Distant Artemis in P15 ahead of Daniel Gilligan, and then B-Roy, who unfortunately retired, ahead of Devil Noob, Sanderson and Zach RC. So those guys will be at the back due to their disqualification. But yeah, massive laps there from a lot of these guys, and really crucial just to get that lap in.
Yeah, no major shocks. We do have the big guns towards the front. And that'll be good because we should see some very exciting races as we get ready to go for the formation lap and the feature race. We did see a few disqualifications and one retirement from B-Roy. I'm not sure where that was. It might have been through Samsung. We've spoken about it so many times. Turn number 8 is quite the ice rink to try and negotiate. But yes, 16 times. Devon Butler, Adam Sanson, one of those to get caught out along with Zach RC, who you'd expect to be in and around that sort of top 10 position. So they'll be slightly disappointed. But yeah, Punji as well started the lap pretty poorly. I think we pointed out he was 17th coming up towards the start of Sector 2, then ended up in P6.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed there from Punji. I'm sure he'll be slightly kicking himself and saying, I could have done that a little bit better. But I think it's just reset at this rate. You've got a little bit of time to just take a breather, reset, relax your mind, and then you can go again here and maybe take a good couple of points, because the point system is completely different compared to what you get in real life Formula 2. I think a lot of these drivers are going to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. We've seen it already so far this season. The point swings can be massive. Hayden Gillis was, I think it was only 8 points behind Unstop Rob going into the Hungarian round. Ended up nearly, I think, over 30 points behind. So, yeah, not an ideal start for Hayden. But, yeah, qualified P4, and we'll be looking to make the most of that good qualifying. And probably, I think the pace he showed, he should be challenging for the victory.
Yeah, I definitely think that a lot of drivers in that top 10 that could be challenging for victory. Of course, Zhou Guanyu there, one of the main driver, the kind of the face of this event, in that Virtuosi leading the way ahead of F1 Alex. And I think Matty will also wanting to be getting a good idea. A lot of different differentiation in terms of tires, mediums and soft. So it looks like Matty D will be on the softs, as well as Punju, as well as Hoodie Pete, Luke Howick, as well as George Morgan, Daniel Gilligan and Zach RC. They're all on the soft compound tire. So they're going to try and go all out in the first couple of laps. They look to try and make their way up the field, especially Matty D, who's really going to try and get the best start possible and maybe nick a position or two. So that will be his aim at this moment in time in that road in Carlin. I think Punju will also be wanting to try and take advantage, maybe try and get past Hayden Gillis and trying to make sure he gets into that promotion, into those playoff spots.
Interesting dynamic with the tyre choices. We've seen in the previous few races that medium to soft, as demonstrated brilliantly by our championship leader, Unstop Rob, has really been the way to go. Hayden got caught out being on the wrong strategy in Monza, and then has some shenanigans under the safety car. So yeah, I'm surprised that Matty's gone for the soft tyres, because he's been another one that's like to go long on the mediums and fly through the field late on those soft tyres. So a different outlook for the Carlin car, same as Punju going on those softs early on. I feel like the tyre wear for those tyres can be pretty high with the way that the load is distributed through this middle set. But yeah, Zhou lining up on the grid and getting ready to lead us off for the feature race, 19 laps ahead of us. I think it could be very, very exciting.
Yeah, he's going to be one of those exciting race. But I just want to cast your eyes there. If you look to the bottom, of your map. There is a purple dot just heading down Sangres, and Zhou Guanyu is just parking up now. So those tires and brakes are going to be very cold. It is Adam Sanderson just taking his nice sweet time around the final corner, just making sure he gets his tires and brakes up to temperature, leaving those cooling tires. And look at the way F1 Alex is pointed towards that left-hand side of the circuit, trying to get a good start here and cover off Zhou Guanyu. The tension is about to rise here. We wait for Sanderson to get into his place here, and we'll get racing in just a moment's time.
Zhou on the left, F1 Alex on the right, very much pointing over to the left. It is 5 red lights, and we are underway for the feature race in Portimao. A couple of cars further back getting off the line brilliantly, as does Matty D13 on the soft compounder tyres. Flies around the outside of first and second and into the lead of the Grand Prix. Zhou dropping down to second ahead of F1 Alex. A lot of soft tyre runners moving up off the start. Punju has actually lost a couple of places, so goes against the grain there. But it is Matty T13. That is exactly what he wanted to do off the line. Use those soft tyres to his advantage, and he leads the feature race ahead of Shanghai Tiger, Zhou Guanyu, F1 Alex, Hayden Gillis, and then TK holding on to 5th as we come towards turn number 5. Big lunge up the inside for Hayden. Is he going to try and take 3rd place from F1 Alex? It was a late move. It looked like it was a delicious move up the inside, but look at the traction on the exit for the Van Amersfoort car. Manages to hold on to 3rd place for the time being, but Hayden already showing that he is going to be very racy in this 19-lap race.
Yeah, absolutely. Gillis really wanted to try and get that move, but I just want to quickly talk about Matty D13. That's exactly what he was hoping for off that race start. Just try and get the best start possible. He looked around the outside, and whilst I think Zhou Guanyu was looking towards F1 Alex, Matty just managed to float around the outside, and we now look at Hayden Gillis. He wants to try and desperately get that move done on F1 Alex. That Van Amersfoort car looking pretty racy as well as a Prima. A little bit of contact between the two, and I think Hayden is now going to try and find the grip there. He's on the inside line. He's put his nose in there, and TK, another commentator, I believe, is getting a really good view of this. They head their way down Gyalp and on towards the timing line. It's going to be Matty D who leads the way ahead of Zhou Guanyu, but running aboard here with Gillis. Is he going to take 3rd? And we head down in towards Primera. Hard on the brakes we go, just at that 150-meter board. Put that car up the inside on the curb, and there you go, up into P3, and that's exactly what Hayden wanted. Maybe half a lap too late in his mind.
Yeah, Alex opened the door a couple of times. It took a few attempts for Hayden to force his way through the door. Punju trying to recover from a poor start, gets ahead of G-Watts, who's dropped down off the start. Punju back up into 7th, trying to recover with the Trident, having a little look up the inside. And it's actually Hoodie Pete that's going to make the move to try and get past G-Watts. It could be 2 places lost in the space of as many corners as the Prema sends it down the inside. Can the Trident recover on the outside? No, and now got to deal with George Morgan in the Dams car, the second Dams car, to try and attack the Trident as we go through turn 8 of Samsung. Look at G-Watts pushing Hoodie Pete round this treacherous corner, but it is actually the Red Bull livery Dams car that's going to have a little look on the outside, thinks better of it, switches over to the left-hand side. That could have been an aeroplane crash if that went wrong. George Morgan looking very racy behind on the soft compound tyres. These guys trying to make as many places up as possible, but he checks up, and G-Watts goes into the back of him, and there's a concertina effect behind. I wonder if yours sincerely has damage from that as well. It doesn't look like there's any cosmetic damage for the two cars. That could have been very nasty, and I wonder if that was a little bit tactical from George Morgan, just slowing up a little bit early and seeing the Trident go into the back of him. But yeah, not good for G-Watts, losing a couple of places there, down into 10th.
Yeah, a little bit. I think a little bit of a concertina effect there. Morgan just tried to go up the inside, managed to get in front, and then just kind of stamped on the brake a little bit more, and then yours sincerely, just going straight into the back of him. But we now hit with Punju at this moment in time in that lovely dark blue and cyan-coloured Dams car. That's the one we're driven by Arthur Leclerc in the 2023 Formula 2 season. He now heads around the right-hander, and up the hill he goes. Oh, a little bit of a wobble from Punju. He looks to try and overtake Patterson here. But that's not going to be an easy move whatsoever from Punju. He's going to have to really fight for that one and use his all-out speed on that soft compound tyre to get past Patterson in the Van Amersfoort.
Yeah, racing further down, Adam Sanderson trying to recover from that poor qualifying, that disqualification in the one-shot qualifying, down in 16th on the medium compound tyres. Out in front, Matty 13, building the gap ahead of Zhou Guanyu, 1.3 seconds the margin. Then it's Hayden Gullis who's managed to drop F1 Alex out of DRS range. And that pace we saw from the Van Amersfoort car in qualifying seems to have dissipated a little bit, because the MP Motorsport car of TK sat pretty close behind Alex and could be having a little bit of an assault down into turn 1. Punju has closed up to the back of Patterson, so he continues his charge back through the field. A little bit wobbly again for the Dams car, so struggling for traction as we see, but a little bit wide from the Van Amersfoort through the penultimate corner, and that could potentially give Punju a little bit of a sniff down the main straight here.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Punju does, if he's gonna go for the move straight away. The DRS it's enabled on the lap, and already you see Pat moving toward that pit wall, and they head on their way down in towards Primera. Around the outside he goes. Punju makes the place, and that was very, very audacious, squeezing their way up the pit wall and on towards turn number 3. And now Punju is going to go on the attack here for TK now, and Pat and has got his hands full of Hoodie Pete and George Morgan. Devil Noob with a 3-second time penalty as he now looks to try and make up a couple of positions.
A couple other drivers are going to have their sights set on getting past that Van Amersfoort car, who continues to struggle on those mediums, as Punju has nearly dropped him out of DRS range, and Hoodie Pete in the second Prema is going to be right on the back of the Van Amersfoort car, battling for 7th and 8th, with George Morgan showing some encouraging pace in the Dams car. Sat just behind as well. A little bit out of shape Punju through Samsung, but matters not, stays in 6th place. Out in front, 1.5 seconds the gap. Hayden's managed to get within DRS range of Zhou Guanyu, interestingly enough, out in front. And F1 Alex continues to struggle to keep up with the pace for the guys in front. There's TK still all over the back of that Van Amersfoort car. They seem to be going backwards a little bit, the orange and black cars.
Yeah, it really does seem like the Van Amersfoort drivers are just not having the best time at this moment in time. It's going to be Dutch v Dutch team, with the MP Motorsport chasing down the Van Amersfoort. They head their way now around Galp for the 4th time of this feature race. TK taking it a little bit more confidently, because he went that little bit of curb down the right and the left hand side. Now down toward Primera, he's going to have that inside line, and up he goes up into P4, and it's going to be the MP team winning out, or is it going to be, because there goes TK up the inside, the Van Amersfoort getting the muscles out, and that is superb racing between the two. They kept it nice and fair, a little bit of touchy, itchy, bargy, whatever you want to call that, but they managed to keep it nice and steady with both of them still on that tarmac, and no debris has been strewn.
Have a bit of that, says F1 Alex, says to TK, you are not coming through, and slams the door firmly in the face of the MP Motorsport car, and TK will have to bide his time before waiting for the next straight at the start of the next lap. Punju again struggling for traction out of turn number 8, and loses about a second there, and that could put Hoodie Pete and George Morgan, who have got past Patterson, right on the tail of the Dams car. Out in front, Messi 13 starting to get closed in on a little bit by Zhou, who has dropped Hayden by nearly a second, in fact 1.7 seconds the gap now, and there is this battle for 4th and 5th. TK looking intent on getting up ahead of the Van Amersfoort car and maybe challenging for a podium, which would be a very, very good achievement. Further down, G-Watts has managed to hold on to 10th place ahead of yours sincerely, 2 seconds that gap. Zach RC has come through from 20th on the grid to 12th. Adam Sanderson not quite making the same levels of improvement through the first 6 laps.
Yeah, some really good stuff there, guys, at the back of the field. Zach RC looking to try and now get past yours sincerely in the Invicta Virtuosi, but up the inside goes TK, having a look in that number 2 MP Motorsport that was driven by Jayan Daruvala in the 2023 Formula 2 season. Up the hill they go, and on toward the second DRS straight, and how can TK take this here in towards Torre? If he goes, you're going to have a look there, but he's just going to tease F1 Alex at this rate to say, I am here, I will overtake you, but not just yet. You're going to have to wait for that. So just kind of wants to give him the notification that he's delaying the inevitable, but we'll have to see if F1 Alex can prevent that said inevitable that TK is hoping to work up.
Yeah, but they're just falling away from the group in front. 2 seconds now, the gap between third and fourth. Zhou inside DRS range of Matty D13, so that tells us that the soft tyres are probably past their best. I think we can expect to see the Rodin Carlin car into the pits in the next 2 or 3 laps. This battle will continue, though. TK not quite as close as he has been on previous laps to the back of F1 Alex. I think the Van Amersfoort car should be safe as we come around the final corner to hold on to fourth place for the time being.
Yeah, it's going to be it's very interesting up at the top of that top end. I wonder if the soft tyres are just starting to disintegrate. They can roughly go about 9 to 11 laps. So I'm sure there will be a radio message coming in the next couple of moments for those soft tyre runners saying that the performance is starting to fall off the tire off. As B-Roy now gets a 3-second time penalty, but we're still fixated here on Zhou Guanyu, looking to try and get past Matty D, using the tighter line through Lagos, and now in towards the left-hander of Tour Vip. Is he going to try the switch back here? Can Zhou Guanyu now get the power down towards the left-hander, and of course on towards Samsung they go. They head now up the hill. Zhou just still keeping the pressure on here as Matty D13.
Yeah, first time Matty's really been under any real pressure in this race after using the soft tyres to his advantage to take the lead off the line, sends it down the inside. Zhou, is this going to be the lead of the race? It was an ambitious move. Matty's going to try and cut back. Zhou gets a little bit wobbly on the exit, strays just off line, and that allows the Rodin Carlin car to try and keep his foot in around the outside. They're still side by side as we come up towards turns 13, 14 and then 15 of Galp. Matty on the inside should have the optimal line and could just run the Invicta car out of road on the outside, and he does. No way around the outside for Zhou, but he'll get a little helping hand of DRS as we come on to start lap number 8, and this time this should be the lead of the race.
Yeah,
Although he dives into the pits, does he know?
Zhou's really just playing around with Matty D for the moment in time. He's on the medium compound tyre, so he should be going a little bit longer here. In towards Primera he goes. I think he's just playing around with Matty D. And I was just going to say, last lap, it's like he knew we were riding on board with him, because the one time he ride on board with Zhou Guanyu and he goes and makes a big old dive bomb up the inside, which was really incredible to see. But he's still having to hang on into second place here. And Hayden Gillis is now starting to make gains here. As long as these guys are battling for the front 2 spots, Hayden Gillis has just got that time to bide and will look to try and get past them. Meanwhile, F1 Alex and TK still battling with the Van Amersfoort still in front.
Yeah, Punji, the first driver to come in for a pit stop, had enough of those soft tyres, wasn't making the inroads on this battle we're looking at the moment, and decides to get a fresh set of boots on, dropping down into 20th and last place. We've got a spinner at the back. I think that is Devil New coming out of turn number 5, gets going again without losing too much time, but drops off the back of the train. Out in front, you were mentioning it, Hayden Gullis has caught this little duo. It's now a trio battling for the lead of the race. It could be a quintet, is that the right word for 5 people? Because F1 Alex and TK, they're not too far behind. These guys scrap incredibly hard. I think we could see those guys catch up. Is Zhou going to be close enough this time with a helping hand of DRS to take the lead of the feature race as we begin lap number 9? Will he feint over to the right hand side of the track like he did on the previous lap? Matty stays out, sticking with those soft tyres for the time being. Moves over to the middle of the track. Zhou's going to have to go the long way around on the outside. Doesn't get the slipstream. He dives over to the inside though, sends in the dummy. Up the inside we go with the Invicta car. Are they going to make contact on the outside? No, but Matty does run off the circuit to keep his position. Hayden trying to get involved as well, sending it around the outside of Zhou, who's gone from attack to defence in the matter of about 5 or 10 seconds, and somehow they're still in the same order that they were before. Matty holds onto the lead ahead of Zhou, and then comes Hayden Gullis in 3rd place.
I was thinking, what is Zhou doing going to the inside? I think he should have maybe stayed to the outside, but of course I can't really... Oh, he has gone wide. I was going to say, I can't really comment on someone that has made it to Formula 1, but he's now really feeling the pressure from Gillis in behind. Is he going to try up the inside into Samsung? He decides not to on a fellow friend of his. And they go over the crest they head, and you can see that the gap is starting to close between F1 Alex. You're right about these guys had to maybe keep an eye out for each other. That gap is closed down to 2.2 seconds. Not massive compared to last time around. So probably about 4 or 5 tenths of a second. They can see Gillis having a look up the inside. But you could say we could be in for a quintet of cars.
I expect Matty's going to come in here. His tyres look absolutely shot as they come on to start lap 10. Zhou has, unfortunately, he's shown his cars because he used the dummy on the previous lap. Matty will not fall for that again if he does stay out, which he doesn't. Zhou coming in as well. That was a very late call, and they both come into the pits. We're going to see a battle of the pit crews, but Matty, 5-second penalty. That is going to be his chance for the victory. Gone with that blunder coming into the pits. And now it looks like it's going to be a showdown between Hayden and Zhou for the victory here in Portimao. Good stop for the Invictus crew. On go the red striped soft compound tyres. Where will he come out in comparison with Matty D13? You can see the Red Bull livery road and Carling car coming out. I think it was almost identical stops. Yes, still nose to tail. They're going to come out in a little bit of track space, are they? No, I think that is... who's that going down the straight? Is that Jess Gamer coming through? No, it's Devil Noob in the ART that goes through. They do have a little bit of track space to work with out in 13th and 14th, and probably continuing their battle.
Yeah, so it looks like I was surprised that Zhou decided to come in with Matty D, but I think he just wanted to get on those soft compound tyres and just see what it was about. 3 wide in towards Tour de Vip, and it looks like Artemis is going to be ahead of her teammate Jess Gamer and B-Roy in this battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. Car C, 3-second tyre penalty, so it looks like he's gone off the track somewhere. I think Jess Gamer is just keeping on the pressure here. The 2 Red Bull livery high-tech cars just trying to maybe power away from B-Roy here and just try and get some points here for the Silverstone base F2 squad. And there you see B-Roy. I think he's having a couple of internet connection issues, so unfortunately there for B-Roy. Back with the high-techs and now back with Hayden Gillis, who of course decided to not come in the pits. That is completely fair, but it's going to be TK coming in. The MP Motorsport car will now make that scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, so Hayden deciding to go long. He's going to try and use the soft tyres later in the race and use that overcut to his advantage, the tyre offset. But they like to call it. F1 Alex doing the same, staying out. And look at the difference between soft and medium tyres, because Zhou all over the back of Matty with that 5-second penalty looming over the road and Carling driver's head. I think it's only going to be a matter of time before he relinquishes this, what is effectively the net race lead. We'll have to wait and see where TK comes out. I expect him to be behind. This should be fairly straightforward for Zhou, and it very much is. Through goes the Invicta car up into 10th place on the road, but that is for the net lead of the Grand Prix, and now can try and pump in the lap times to make sure that he's got a good gap to Hayden when that Prema comes in for the stop to switch to the red striped soft tyres.
I was wondering if Zhou was going to make that a little bit more difficult than it was for himself, because of course, like you said, when he went up the inside, tried to put a move in towards pitting out before the pit stop. He's now having to try and negotiate some traffic, but of course that's going to be for position. That is B-Roy has to try and negotiate, and Matty D gets straight past, and now he's got to try and make a move here on Devil Noob in the ART, the Victor Martin's ART, and how quickly is Zhou going to dispatch the car. They come up towards Portimao, and this is an opportunity here for Matty D. He needs to keep an eye out. He needs to keep focus here, and if Zhou slips up behind that ART, he's got to take that advantage. Luckily, no major drama for the Chinese driver, but Zhou will continue on his way and try and go for the lead. Meanwhile, Hayden Gillis pits. Hayden's in.
Absolutely, the 2 leaders decide they want to come in for a new set of tyres. White flag was firmly raised there by Devil Noob, got out of the way of both Zhou and Matty D13. Now we're going to see how much time they lost following the ART through the middle sector. We are on board with Hayden Gillis coming out of the pits. You can see Zhou coming down the main straight. Think he's going to be clear, as is Matty D13. They've got a comfortable margin. It might actually be TK who goes through as well. Where is Hayden going to feed out behind Punju? Through goes Punju there. It's got TK right behind. I wonder if the MP Motorsport car is going to try and make a move down into turn number 3 of Lagos. He sends it up the inside. Hayden doesn't give him a lot of space on the inside and clatters the curb, the MP car. They're now going to go side by side up through 4 and up the hill towards turn number 5. Another little bit of DRS to help the MP car as they squabble over 9th and 10th. Up the inside, does he go? It's a tentative little look, but yeah, not confident enough on the brakes. Is that's Devil Noob off the road, letting cars go through?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a worrying to see Devil Noob going off. You see that blue car, and you're like, oh no, is that going to be Zhou off the track? But as you said, back with TK, yeah, it was a bit of a half-hearted move for the MP, and Hayden Gillis will be now looking and trying to overtake Punji here. He's really making good gains, that he has to try and get those tyres heated up, but of course the soft tyre being the fastest tyre and the easiest to heat up, he's going to have that one and done within half a lap. So already up to temperatures. Alex Budd has gone around here in that green and white campos all the way down in P19. So it's not been a good day for the Spanish outfit. We'll have to see who's going to come out in top in this one. Adam Sanderson with a 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane as Zhou Guanyu goes and does the fastest lap.
We have to focus on this though. Punju defending down into turn 1. Hayden going over to the outside. He's going to send it around the outside. That was textbook stuff for the Prema driver up into 4th place on the road. It's now going to be TK trying to squabble with the Dams car on the medium tyres. 3-lap old medium tyres, so not only are they a harder tyre, they are an older tyre. And could this be a sweep around the outside? No, cuts back. And the MP Motorsport car is going to move over to the left-hand side. Is this going to be less of a tentative overtaking manoeuvre from TK up the inside of turn 5. Needs to be later on the brakes. There's contact though, it doesn't quite work. They bang wheels, he forces his way through. TK barging his way past Punju up into 5th place. Now it's F1 Alex, who is also on new soft tyres. This is going to be challenging the Dams car. But yeah, TK's been a big winner out of this. He managed to get ahead of F1 Alex and he's right up with Hayden. This has worked out pretty nicely for the MP Motorsport car. A podium in the offing thanks to the penalty for Matty D13.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be going for 2nd place at this rate because, of course, Artemis has not pitted yet. He needs to get past her, and then he can go on and pass Matty D. But, of course, with that 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane, then that should be easy pickings. But, of course, Hayden, we've seen his struggles in the earlier sprint race, and he's no stranger to falling foul of that again. So he'll have to try and just keep himself nice and cool, calm, and content, and he'll be able to grab those points, and a very important 20 points as Zhou Guanyu goes and sets another fast lap of 29.882 that time round for the Chinese Tiger.
Artemis peels off into the pits. You can see the difference just washing out wide as Hayden and then TK both flew through, going through final corner of Galp up into 3rd and 4th. Everybody is now come into the pits for their one and only stop in this race, barring a little bit of damage. So we have our actual order. It is Joe 1.6 seconds clear of Matty out in front, and then it's this duo, Hayden and TK, battling over 3rd and 4th. A further 1.3 seconds back is F1 Alex, who has managed to dispose of Punju, pushing the Dams driver back down to where he started. Finishing out the top 10 is Hoodie Pete, G-Watts Patterson, and Zach RC has just got ahead of George Morgan for 10th and 11th.
Yeah, so some really good spots in there. Patterson is actually still in 9th there. There goes George Morgan. So Dams versus MP Motorsport there. 2 Red Bull caped cars. And it looks like the commentator gets ahead of the content creator. It looks like he's now going to try and go on the charge here. Similar tyres in terms of Zach pitted a lap later compared to George Morgan. But it looks like Morgan's very defensive at this moment in time. Zach Hussey has fallen foul of a penalty there. 3 seconds due to track limits.
Yeah, a lot of penalties been handed out so far. I expect a few more to be dished out in the final 5 laps of this race. Matty is the big one, currently going to drop down into 5th place as F1 Alex sets the fastest lap of the feature race so far. This battle between George Morgan and Zach Garcia is going to continue around the final corner and onto the main straight. They're scrapping very hard over 10th and 11th, 3 seconds behind Patterson in front, who incidentally has a 3-second penalty to contend with. Here we go though, round number 2 between the Dams and the MP Motorsport car. To the right hand side goes George Morgan, but I think this is going to be fairly straightforward for the MP. Yes, through goes Zach RC and reclaims 10th place that he got on the previous lap. Both go wide at turn 1. That'll be a warning for both drivers as George Morgan gets out of shape on the exit, coming back on the track and then locks the rear a little bit, slides his way through turn 3 of Lagos and drops down into 11th again.
Yeah, so good stuff from Zach RC, using that DRS to charge past Morgan in towards Tour de Vip they go, and he's just still sticking ahead. And look at that, that's Luke Howick on his debut in the F2 Creator Series, sponsored by EA Sports. And now Rodin Carlin, with that 3-second time penalty, is still going at it. Meanwhile, looking back up at the top pit, Zhou Guanyu still leading the way. And it is still weird to be saying that name. And he's actually driving the car. But Zhou Guanyu is in the lead here, ahead of Matty D. And Hayden Gillis is only a second and a half behind. So maybe that Matty D might be falling out of the podium spots for all, because he's still got the MP Motorsport and the Van Amersfoort to contend with. I'm sure if we get a gap to the leader, we'll be able to finalise that indeed. And there we are, lap 16.
Well, I've heard that there may be some tactics going on between Zhou and Hayden. Of course, they are in a call together, so they are in communication. And coincidentally, Zhou has dropped about a second to Matty D13. Now, that could just be down to the tyres starting to go off, but I think there could be some championship tactics going on, because Hayden knows that he realistically has to not only win this race but beat Matty D13 if he's got any shot of winning this championship. The gap is still hovering around 1.2, 1.3 seconds. Hayden, though, has caught right up to the back of Matty. So I wonder if the Prem is going to be on the move any time now. We've got a yellow flag. It's B-Roy out of the race in the pits, but we've got a car faced the wrong way. I think it's Daniel Gilligan in the ART off in the pickets on the right-hand side, dropping down to 17th. That was very close with Jess getting a bit of a dangerous re-entry there, but we'll gloss over that as we return to our leading battle. Hayden right up behind Matty. This could be the move for second place on the road. He'll finish second anyway because of the penalty that the Carlin car's got. But he'll like to get it on the track.
If there's a driver you do prefer to get those victories on mirror rather than on penalty, it does feel a little bit unfinished in a way. It's a bit soulless if you win something on penalties. But we'll see if Hayden Gillis can breeze past the road in car and they head into Primera corner. DRS flap closes shut, and there goes Hayden Gillis as he gets a 30-second time penalty. Not ideal, as this is F1 Alex now charging past TK. The two Dutch teams getting very, very close, and it will be the MP Motorsport holding station. Actually, no, I believe that's an overtake. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom.
I think TK has managed to hold on to fourth there. I believe he was in front after the pit stops. F1 Alex has been recovering from what was a disappointing first stint, you have to say. Didn't quite have the pace, but is absolutely rapid at this stage on the soft tyres. Just got to get ahead of the MP car in front, because second place very much in the offing. Daniel Gillingham retires in the pits. That is the second DNF of the feature race so far. We've got 2.5 laps to go. The gap out in front is 0.2 of a second. I wonder if Zhou is going to let Hayden go and then back the cars up behind. Yes, he sends it up the inside. Zhou does not fight that hard at all. And through goes the Prema. Matty gets very close, almost runs into the back of Zhou. And this is where we're going to see the tactical battle take place. Are we going to see some teamwork from the, not quite teammates, but Hayden and Zhou, I think, are going to be working together here.
Yeah, I think you call them in cool mates. So not quite in the same car, but they're in the same call. So kind of similar, but already Zhou Guan Yu using his defense tactics to hold up Matty D. Going a little bit wide with the road in Carlin. I think Zhou is going to have to try a little bit harder, but he has got that drag reduction system. And how defensive is he going to go on that road in Carlin, just keeping that car to the inside? But wow, Matty D, with the speed he has, he's going to blast past him. So that is going to maybe change a little bit of the game. Has Zhou Guan Yu maybe just rested too much on his laurels there and allowed Matty D13 to try and get past. Of course, Matty will be going for a podium here, but it does not help that he's got that 5-second time penalty, a massive tank slapper out of Tour de VIP, and that is going to brighten the eyes of Zhou Guan Yu as he heads on towards the Samsung corner.
Can't help you, mate. If you drop behind the driver, you're trying to push back, and that was not ideal. Total commitment from Matty around the outside of turn one. Brilliantly brave stuff from the Carlin car, getting up ahead of the Formula 1 driver. Behind them, F1 Alex did manage to get ahead of TK in the battle for 4th and 5th. These guys will be hoping that a podium is very much still available, because Hayden, as he continues to try and pull away, needs to get 2 seconds, in fact, because of his... Oh, he gets touched there, does he? Matty D13. Yes, he does get a touch from Zhou. I don't think that was in the script of team games between Hayden and Zhou. A little bit of a mistake there from Zhou as we went round turn number 13. He's now going to put pressure on, but he slides out wide. This is getting a little bit messy, and look at the delta now, 2.2 seconds. Hayden suddenly in the clear as F1 Alex and TK suddenly see 2nd and 3rd place squabbling extremely hard in front of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive squabble here. Already Hayden with that 2.4 second advantage. And then here goes Zhou Guan Yu right on board the shoulder camera of Matty D13. Still being massively held up, and he must be so frustrated. You surely must know what's going on at this moment in time, trying the tighter line in towards Lagos. And he's just being pushed toward that outside line and in toward the clutches here of F1 Alex and TK. So they head their way down towards Tour de Vip. I think Matty's got to get this moved up, but look at job the inside. Unbelievable stuff. Putting his nose in that place where it arguably shouldn't be. But the Virtuosi will have to concede that place and just stick in third for now. But that gap is opening up massively. 3.6 seconds is the gap between the Prema and the Rodin Carlin.
Worked out perfectly for Hayden. He's got that nearly 4-second advantage, and Joe very much doing his job to help out his Prema buddy behind them. I think there was a little bit of contact for F1X and TK as they had to check up on the apex of turn number 5. They're still going to be racing though, these two, over 4th and 5th. TK desperate to try and get these places back because a podium is very much the potential result for him. But as we come around the final corner, Hayden Gullis, he's had a bit of help from the drivers around him battling so hard. A little bit of backing up involved from Zhou Guanyu, but round the final corner, Hayden is going to win the race on the track. We'll have to see what the delta is when Matty 13 comes over the line, but I think he's going to be okay. Hayden wins the feature race. That is very, very important for his championship. Matty over the line does take second on the road, but drops to 5th. F1 Alex by 0.04 of a second is ahead of Zhou, who comes home in 3rd, and TK will be disappointed to miss out on that podium by just 1.5 at the flag.
Yeah, really, really good finish there. So close between the guys. That's a bit of an accident there for I believe that was the Trident there, crashing his way across the line. But some really good stuff then. It's going to be Luke Howick in the points paying position, P15, and that will earn him 1 singular point. But it is a debut point for Luke Howick. And what an incredible run there as we cross the line with Devil Noob. And what an incredible way to end this these last couple of races with F2.
Hugely exciting. Hugely interesting race. We didn't know right until the end who was going to win it. Hayden was working with his Formula 1 driver friend and takes a crucial victory for his championship, 25 points. I'm not sure if he got the fastest lap. I don't think he did. So it will be 25 and 25 points only. Takes a big chunk out of Unstopped Rob's lead. Matty 13, disappointment, ended up in 5th, and that 5-second penalty for speeding in the pits turned out to be incredibly costly. F1X had really good pace at the end on the soft tyres. It was quite the charge through the field late on, and does benefit from the penalties to finish second. I think Zhou actually dropped it over the line, and that is why he dropped behind the Van Amersfoort car. But it is still a podium for Zhou Guanyu. Excellent effort, and it was actually F1X that picked up the fastest lap. So that is an extra point for the Van Amersfoort car. TK and Matty 13 were right in that scrap as well. Punju didn't quite have the pace to keep up, ended up just under 11 seconds back. Hoodie Peak, G Watts, Patterson and Zach RC completing top 10. Like we said earlier, yours sincerely, George Morgan, not quite a top 10 finish for the main guy in the commentary box, Alex Berg, Just Gamer, and Luke Howick completing points paying positions. That was tremendously exciting.
Yeah, for sure. There over the course of this sprint and feature race, we saw some real talents out there just flying around this circuit, and a lot of action, which is what we want from Formula 2, and it always every single time pays off here. And I'm sure you'd be mad not to watch the next race of Formula 2 here for the F1 Creators Series.
And the championship is alive with 2 races to go. Hayden gets 25 points and keeps himself firmly in it. Will that be the end for Matty 13? Will he have to settle for those playoff places? We'll have to wait and see what happens in the final 2 rounds. But that was very exciting. It was a pleasure to be a part of, especially the sprint race. That was chaos spelt out in front of us, and then some nice little tactics going on. I'm sure we'll speak to Hayden about that when we talk to our interviewees, I should say. Yeah, moment of the race, what would you say?
I think it wasn't a singular moment, but I think you have to credit it had to be that Zhou Guanyu last the first. That was just it was like magic. It was something that we've you never really see. One of the drivers just coming through the grid with a broken front wing as well, like we have to mention, because that just massively increases the lack of downforce, and he still just mastered that car like he was his 2021 Alpine Caped car back in a couple of years ago.
Brilliant stuff. I think what was mine? I think that that battle between Matty and Joe, where Matty just sent it fearlessly around the outside to try and get second place back. That was probably my moment. That was incredibly impressive. Just launched it around the outside, managed to hold on to the place and keep it clean, which is what we like to see. But yeah, podium from F1 Alex, and that is the first driver that we are going to speak to. We bring the second place driver in. And F1 Alex, hello. It was second place at the end. Didn't quite finish on the podium he didn't quite finish on the podium at the end of the Grand Prix, but helping hand thanks to the penalties. And I think you can be very, very pleased with how that worked.
You'll go up places, and I thought coming on to the last lap, I had 2 warnings, and I was like, don't go off. Kept it on track, E2, and I got Joe on the line. So yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, it looked like he just dropped it over the line. Can you tell us what happened there? Was it a little bit of an intentional crash?
Yeah. No. He didn't drop it. He was weaving.
Oh, okay.
He was weaving up to the line. I don't know if he thought the line had come early, but I just got the DRS and carried on going. And yeah, 0.043 seconds or something like that. Yeah, impressive.
I've got to ask you about the first stint on the medium. It went that quick.
No.
Slightly surprising, but then on the soft tyres, you seem to come alive.
Yeah, I have done a little bit of practice for this race, and I did a little 9-lap race with a couple of mates beforehand, and the softs felt incredible. Went and did some medium stints, and they were dreadful. The medium tyre around that track, I just couldn't get on with it. I was running a low rear wing, my back end was a bit slippy. The medium felt awful. They were really bad. But the softs, I put the softs on, and yeah, I caught back up, overtook TK, and then yeah, with penalties, P2.
Did you think at one stage the victory was possible? Because we saw the tactics going on between Hayden and Joe. There was a little bit of backing up going involved. Did you guys turn to dinner plates at one point?
They did. I saw Hayden got 3, and I thought, right, I've got to get TK here. So I got TK, and I thought, right, now I'm going to push. But then, by that point, by the time I got TK, Hayden had gone. Hayden had flown, and I was like, okay, just settle for. But I was defending against TK whilst trying to attack the other 2. So I kind of had one eye in my mirror and one eye up front. But I'd done a little bit of practice beforehand with one of my friends, Reese. He's unbelievable at defending, and you just can't get past him. So I was kind of trying to do that whilst trying to attack at the same time. So yeah, no, all good.
Adam, anything you want to add on to that?
Not really. It's just how are the tyres coming into that second stint? I wanna see.
Yeah, what do you mean, the soft tyres?
Yeah, the way the tyre differentiation.
Oh, Hayden will most likely say the same thing, and we just agreed in the interview room. We will never go soft medium again. We will always go medium soft, because the soft tyre compared to the medium was phenomenal. The difference in grip and speed was unbelievable compared to the mediums. But no, the softs were outstanding, and I think every driver will probably say the same. They were phenomenal.
Brilliant. Of course, that podium now brings you into into play for the playoffs for the last two rounds. Do you feel a bit of confidence going in towards the last 2, or do you feel like there's some little bit of catching up to do?
No, I mean, I guess Rob, Matty, and Hayden, they've kind of gone a little bit, haven't they? They've kind of got ahead. So I think it's just play for 4th or 5th. I don't know how Punj you got on today. I still think he was up there, so he's slightly ahead of me. But as long as I get to top 5, you're in with a shout, aren't you? You're in with a shout. And I think we've got Jeddah coming up, which is my favourite track. So yeah, let's see.
Do you think that? My apologies. I was just about to ask. Do you think Saudi Arabia could maybe play into your hands?
Yeah, it was when Jeddah was first released on F1. It's all I ever practiced. Albeit in an F1 car. I can't say I've actually been around it in an F2 car. But no, yeah, favourite track. We'll go full send. We always go full send. If it comes off, great. If it doesn't, then well, we enjoyed our time.
I like that. Thank you.
I also just want to quickly ask, what was your moment of the race? from your perspective, of course.
I'm glad you've asked me this. So there was a point in the sprint where I was making up places, and I think I was in maybe P3, and Joe was coming up behind me, and I thought, uh-oh, here we go. And he sent it. There's a turn. It's like a right hand, and you go downhill towards the end of the track. And he fully sent it, went deep, and I screamed out loud, switchback. Next thing you know, it's come off. I've done the switchback exactly the same the next lap, did it into turn 1. So 2 moments, we got a couple of switchbacks on an F1 driver. You can't really say that very often, can you?
You can definitely put that one on the fridge as quite a momentous occasion.
Oh, but it's going on the socials, don't you worry. Instagram, TikTok, you name it. It's going on a lot.
The sprint race didn't all go your way, though. There was a little bit of contact with your teammate.
Yeah, I thought, do you know what? I thought I had the speed. Now, I race in cockpit cam. So, and I'm quite forward in the car, so I can't see my mirrors. I couldn't quite see where Patterson was, and I thought, yeah, we'll both make it around turn 1, but it was my fault. I bounced over the turn 1. I bounced over the sausage curb. It sent me into him. It was lucky I didn't ruin his race. But no, that was on me. That was me just trying to. It was the lead of the race. I wanted it, but no, that was all my fault.
Okay, that's good because from the off-board, it looked like he just turned in on you and just squeezed you onto the curb. So. Nice that.
No. I completely bounced. Yeah, I completely bounced over the curb and drifted over towards him. He may have turned in, but it wasn't him that turned me. I bounced over the curb.
Well, it was a very, very accomplished drive, especially that second stint on the soft tyres. You were absolutely rapid, I have to say. And yeah, Jeddah, obviously you're pretty confident for, so we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season. Hopefully you can consolidate your place in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for the commentary. Smashed it as always. GG to Hayden as well. Thanks, guys.
We will see.
Thank you very much.
We will see F1 Alex next week, batting it out at Jeddah. But as we move from the second place driver, we will just try and jump into the call with the race winner, Hayden Gullis, who... we've got a lot that we can talk to Hayden about, and I'm very excited to see what he has to say. So yeah, we'll just bring Hayden into the room. Hello, buddy. How are you doing? First off, I want to get this out of the way first. We heard some rumours of some potential teamwork going on with Joe. Was that the tactic involved?
Not from my side. I was just driving flat out. He said to me he was just fighting Matty, so I'll take it. Look, at the end of the day, Rob last week, JD got out the way for him and gave him a free position. So what goes around comes around, Rob.
Yeah, it's a very important race for your championship because you take a big chunk out of Rob's championship lead. I think it goes down to under 30 points, if I'm correct there.
Yeah, 28 for me. Matty's still 26 behind, so both of us creeping in there now.
Very much a 3-horse race with 2 rounds to go. I want to go to the sprint race first, though, because you seem to make your way through the field very quickly. I think you got up to P5 by about lap 6 or 7, and then just sort of got stuck in a bit of a rut with the 3 or 4 cars battling in front of you. What was that dynamic like to try and get through? It must have been pretty frustrating.
Yeah, really difficult. I mean, it was fun early doors. My attitude to the sprint race is just sort of take your time with it. There's enough length there to not have to go flat out and go really aggressive. Especially as I've got a championship to fight for. I don't want to be over aggressive and break my front wing or break my car and it's job done very early days. I need to be smart with it. And that's kind of what I had with Patterson. I was just taking it nice and easy, trying not to go for something too much with him. But in the end, that allowed me to get swallowed up from a lot of drivers behind him because they were being over aggressive and I was just trying to be careful. It kind of ruined it a bit too much. I was maybe a bit too cautious.
Yeah, I think still came through for P5 in the sprint, so a handy handful of points. But we also heard from F1 Alex earlier on. You spoke a little bit about the tyre strategies and that you are never going to be going soft medium again. Obviously, it's been your go-to strategy for the majority of the season. Have you finally converted?
Yeah, fully. I mean, I've gone soft medium before because every sprint race we'd usually do, it is safety cars galore. So I'm just thinking, okay, if I go softs early, there'll be a safety car. I can get off them, go mediums. But the softs are just OP. And yeah, doing the medium soft, as long as there's not that early safety car to kind of mess you up, you're in a really good position. But most of the grid is kind of doing it now. So therefore, everybody's in the same boat. You might have the lucky few. Like if there was an early safety car, Matty would have gained so much from that. But yeah, the pace difference at the end was just crazy to the point that I could get that 3-second time penalty, and I was worried about the guys behind, but I was still able to clear them, catch up to Matty, overtake Matty, catch up to Zhou, overtake Zhou, and then just got a little bit lucky with the end of those guys just having enough of a fight to clear them.
Did you think you'd blown it with the penalty?
I thought I'd blown the race win. I was comfortable and confident that I could get P2 because Matty had the 5-second, and the other guys I was gaining to them anyway. Like Alex has some really good pace, but his pace is very early days. I think he just burns through his tyres far too quickly. So he's a bit of a threat early on, but then later on into the stint, he just kind of drops away a little bit. So I wasn't too worried there. It was just, okay, sadly, I've lost the win, but was able to get past Zhou. And then I cleared him enough, I thought. And then obviously the fight just helped a little bit more. So that was good.
Adam, it was a very impressive and a very important performance from Hayden to pull that out of the bag, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think, Hayden, you did an incredible job all throughout to both races. But I just wanted to go back to that sprint because there was a point where you go over Samsung. I think you lost the back end. Do you have to kind of like try and go for the podiums? I know that the podiums and the points were very, very important in terms of your championship.
I think it's very easy to get in the mindset of be like, oh my god, I've just been forced off, or I've had to dodge this car and I've lost ground now, so I have to now go aggressive to move forward. But in my personal opinion, I think that's the wrong way to go about it. You've just got to stay calm and be like, okay, we've lost a little bit of ground, but I know I'm quicker than these guys. I know I'm going to gain back on them. Like with George, I was able to get back on him and go for a move on him. And then with Zach as well, I was able to close in on him enough to gain on the penalty. So it's just a case of remaining calm, being consistent, and trying to get back over those few little points rather than trying to risk it all for a big send or something that wasn't really worth it. I mean, the one on Adam was a bit too risky. The door was open there, but on the inside of that corner, it's just you lose so much traction. It's so difficult, and I learned that sadly the hard way.
Yeah, is it difficult to negotiate this circuit? We've been talking about the characteristics for quite a long time throughout this broadcast.
Yeah, honestly, I got to say, most difficult circuit that we've done on the calendar so far for me. I missed out on last week, which was, what was last week's race? Austria in the wet. So I don't know what these cars are like in the wet or how strenuous it was, but my shoulder's killing me after that because it's a lot of rise and fall and you're constantly fighting the car through the corners, especially through traction zones, because you just lose the rear so easy. So it is definitely probably the hardest race we've done, even comparing that to Monaco. Like Monaco is just barriers. You just got to avoid the barriers. But in terms of strenuous, it's not that difficult. But here you are exercising. You are in a full-blown workout, and it destroys you. So it was difficult. But yeah, I've just been signed up for F1, so I've got to go do it all over again.
Oh dear.
Brilliant. So we'll just keep on the subject of F2, but yeah, 2 rounds to go. And how are you feeling about that? Those final couple of races, that mindset of where are you focusing on now? Is it just staying conservative, or just trying to bag the points?
Go flat out for it. I think now. I think I've cemented myself in the playoffs. I think it'll be very difficult to be knocked out of the playoffs. So now it's just go full hammer for the last 2 races. It's 28 points. It's very difficult. I'm still going to need a bit of a miracle to beat Rob, or a bit of a mistake on Rob's side, but the potential is still there. I think I can, have some good consistent races. It's just whether it's more on Rob to lose, really. We've just got to do what we've got to do. Carry on trying to get those podiums. I'm going to be keeping this red shirt on for every race, because the only race that I did badly was Monza and I wasn't wearing this shirt, so that's clearly a good luck charm. But just go for it, and if we go to the playoffs, we go up against Dirk Chocolate, we knock him out, and then we take his Red Bull seat. So it's still positive.
How satisfying would that be?
That's my aim. That's all I want. Like, even if I get promoted automatically, it's still great. But if Dirk's relegated, I've already shotgunned the Red Bull seat. I'm taking it. I'm stealing it off him.
Well, we'll very much keep an eye out for that over the last couple of races and how that dynamic changes. But yeah, 2 races to go. You've got quite a mountain to climb, but as you said, as long as you're in the fight, you've got every chance of winning.
Yeah, definitely. I think it should be a really entertaining last few races, and hopefully there's a championship on the line at the last race in Saudi.
Brilliant. Excellent drive. Very very well controlled win. Thank you for talking to us as well. And we wish you the best of luck for those final 2 races.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your evening, guys.
You too. Now, I think, and if we can get some confirmation of this, I think we're going to speak to Patterson as well, the driver who finished the main feature race in 9th place. So, well, I think we just wait to see what happens there. But yeah, championship-wise, 3-horse race. I think obviously Punju and F1 Alex have got to be focusing on consolidating their place in the playoffs. Punju will probably be a little bit disappointed by how the race went, but yeah, definitely still very much in that race for the top 5.
I think that in terms of Patterson, he did a brilliant job, especially in that sprint. You've really got to spread the credit throughout that entire race. But it was a little bit more difficult once he got into the one-shot qualifying, then went into the feature race. Of course, it's not ideal being in that mid pack. You will find yourself being a little bit bashed and battered around by other cars, but I think Patterson did well. He's definitely now on a little bit of a roll. There's been a couple of times where he just hasn't been able to score those points. He went on a four streak of pointless runs, but he's now starting to find that little bit of form, and hopefully maybe find some. Maybe get I'm hoping that he gets a really good result for the final two weekend. I think he definitely deserves a nice result after some difficulties.
Well, let's bring Patterson in and speak to the Van Amersfoort driver. Patterson, hello. I'm not sure if we were planning on this interview, but I'm very excited to speak to you because you had a very eventful sprint and feature race.
Yes, I did indeed. I did. The sprint race was obviously much better than the feature, but yes, we did.
I've got to ask you first of all about the contact with your teammate. Obviously, F1 Alex actually owned up to that in the interview we did with him, said that he just went in way too hot, clattered the curb. What was your take on that? Do you kind of agree with that notion?
Yeah, I do actually, yeah. So, was coming down into turn 1, and as we know, turn 1 is not really an overtaking corner as such, but it can be done. So I moved over to the left and stuck left as much as I could. I think he's hit the curb with his right wheels or something like that, and then obviously as I was sort of going off track, he's tapped my rear end and I think he spun. I didn't really see, but yeah, I think he sent it in a little bit hot is what the term we'll use.
And well, it's been a season of highs and lows, but surely the highlight so far is battling with Zhou Guanyu for the race win.
Absolutely. It was exciting. So starting P5 by turn 3 or 4, I think I was up to P1, so that was great. And then I think lap 7, Zhou came into the mix, and then yeah, we had a good couple of little corners and battles, and then he sort of was a second ahead for the most of the race, and I just couldn't pip him.
Yeah, and
yeah,
I've got to ask you about this because we saw in the race that he would sort of pull just over a second and then drop back. We didn't see whether it was mistakes, whether he was just toying with you a little bit. Did you ever feel like the victory was very much there for the taking, or did you think he just had that little bit too much pace for you?
He did have a lot of pace, but there was 2 points where he went off track and rejoined. And 1 point he went off track and it was probably nearly 2 seconds ahead, so we clawed that back down to maybe 5/10. Then the second time he came back on track and I tapped his rear end, and that was probably lap 11, so it was so close. I could have gone for the move, but I didn't want to risk hitting him, me breaking my wing, and then being out of the race altogether, so I didn't make the move and we finished P2. But yeah, I do think we could have potentially one more lap would have had it. And
well, the main feature race was just a very solid performance. Qualified P8, came home in P9. How was that for you to be a part of?
Yeah, it was good. Qualified P8, which is really good. As you guys know, for the last 3 or 4 races I've had damage straight into turn 1. I've had an absolute nightmare. So to qualify in P8 and finish P9, I think that's a solid result into Portugal.
Adam, anything you want to add to that?
I think that honestly, you did I think it's a really good job. Honestly, going back to that sprint race, what was it like just seeing that name Shanghai Tiger just climbing up your relative and then onto your rear end? Because it must have been weird, special in a way.
Yeah, it was. So I can see him. Obviously, I was in P1. I see him creep up into P5, P4. Then all of a sudden, from P4 to P2, so there must have been some battling going on. And then all of a sudden, the anxiety and the dread were like, oh my god, I'm actually going to have to battle and defend against an F1 driver. So it was quite daunting, but I think I held my own for quite a few laps there. And then, yeah, it was a good little battle. It'd have been nice to see from his point of view what was going on.
Yeah, I think we all want that in footage. But going on to the last two races, because I think that's kind of where the focus is starting to get onto in terms of this. In terms of Formula 2, where are you at? Are you just going to try and stay nice and calm, cool, and collected for those last couple of rounds, or are you just going to try and go full out, send it?
I am going to go and send it, but I do need to be cautious because I'm a clean racer. I always want to be. I never want to be that person that sends it in and just doesn't care. But on the other side of it, I do have something to prove. So I need to sort of make sure that these next two tracks are my two favourite tracks. So going into these should work in my favour. But I don't think it's possible to hit playoffs. So I don't want to be pushing for something that is a bit too far out of the reach. So yeah, I think we're going to regroup and then hopefully come back next season, and then hopefully we will get a shot at being a little bit higher up that championship standings.
Well, very well done.
Just
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Apologies. I was going to just one more final thing. I just feel like from my own eyes, there's been a personal improvement from your side. You've been ever growing on those Formula 2. The more Formula 2 cars, the more that you use them. I just think you've just been slowly making your way up into the points and just been improving. Do you feel like that's coming from your side?
Yeah, I do, absolutely. Yeah, I think the TT times and the qualifying is not my strong point, but I think the race strategies and in the actual races is where I sort of come alive. So as long as I can qualify somewhere mid-table, I'll finish better than that, I believe.
Excellent
but
stuff.
yeah, I feel like the F2 is definitely the way forward for me, and the more practice we get, the more weeks we go in, we'll all get stronger.
Definitely, and it's a very fun series to watch. And I imagine it's an extremely enjoyable thing to be part of as well.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. Yes.
Well, very well done. That was a handy handful of points for you. Really good sprint race, and then a solid performance in the feature race as well. So yeah, wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Well, that is us done for the F2, and we've actually run very, very close to the start of the F1. So I think those guys can get going very shortly. Just to quickly summarise things at the very end. First note for the people that don't think I reach out, I will make my bed for next week, so you can look forward to that if we're back. But Adam, summarise the race. It was really good to see Zhou Guanyu involved. Pleasure to commentate on, and a lot of action to spectate.
Yeah, definitely one to remember personally for me, because of course a debut commentary for me, and something that I will remember in my rise through the ranks. Maybe if I ever go onto sim racing for the majority, or if I do go on to do some real life stuff, this will be something that I fully remember, just commentating over Zhou Guanyu Formula 1 drive for the Stake F1 team. But there have been some real highlight drivers out there. I think one of them has to be Hayden Gillis, just working his way through that pack, just being a really solid driver, and there's a reason why he's up there in now, which is second place in the Drivers' Championship. I think he's going to be one to really keep an eye out for the remainder of those two. Of course, Matty D was also up there. He'd had 4 podiums in the last 5 races coming into this round, so he was definitely one to me keep your eye on. And he got a good solid amount of points. Maybe that 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane did cost him just that little bit, unfortunately. But he is now in I think a really, really strong position. Is there anybody else that caught your eye, Tom?
Well, I think we spoke about most of it. Like you said with Matty, though, I think he'll be absolutely cursing because he's lost out on 6 points. He's 26 points behind Rob with 2 to go. It could have been 20, and that's a swing that is possible, you know. So he's left himself more work to do than he should have done with that little mistake. But it happens to everyone, and I'm sure that Matty will bounce back for the final 2 rounds. Bahrain and Saudi will be the locations for them, and 2 very different tracks. One that could offer up some really good overtaking action, and one that could be, almost like a demolition derby from some of the sprint races we've seen, certainly. And I hope everybody is looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think personally, even if I don't get selected for the commentary, I'm still massively looking forward to it because, of course, Bahrain offers so many overtaking opportunities. It's really difficult. It's quite technical, especially when you go into that first couple of corners. It's going to be so difficult to get the traction down. And of course, you've got the double left-hander of turns 9 and 10. So it's easy to lock up and snatch a break there. And then you head on to Saudi Arabia, where you're going to be playing a game of DRS chicken, which is going to be very entertaining to watch. Hopefully we don't get Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen-esque, where they just almost went to a standstill back in 2022. But for sure, F2 will really provide the goods before the Formula 1 main race.
Absolutely. And I hope everybody enjoyed. And this will be it from the F2 for another week. Brilliant race around Portimao. Hopefully we return very shortly. But from myself, Tom, and from Adam, we will sign out. And stay tuned because you do not have long to wait for the F1 to kick off. It's been a pleasure, and we will see you guys next time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. And let me just say, what a fascinating encounter we do have here tonight. The championship is red hot. And after last time out, MSkyZ losing out in dramatic fashion after what could only be described as a groundbreaking fault. That, of course, we saw heading up towards Remus at turn 3 at Red Bull Ring. It opened the door for one Rasin Chai, who now managed to open up the door with a P2 finish back at Red Bull Ring to secure top spot in the championship. But the story is far from over just yet. Tonight we go racing at the Algarve International Circuit, Portugal bound, as we look to once again crown another race winner. Still, we're yet to find someone who has managed to take 2 this season. The stats are looking very fraught indeed. My name is, of course, George Morgan. Joining me here in the commentary box is F1 Scott once again. TK joins us too. And guys, it's going to be a hellacious fight. But first of all, Scott, welcome back. We're in for a treat tonight at Portimao.
Yes, thank you so much for having me again. It's wonderful to be here. What a cool league that this is becoming a staple in the F1 community. I know everyone absolutely loves it. Me, I'm so excited. I was on Clipbook last time. Now I get to join yourself look at the action. I'm so happy to be here. TK, how are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm really excited. Good to be back after a few weeks out, and obviously, yeah, you guys doing so well in the past few weeks. But looking forward to going racing at Portugal after a fantastic F2 race earlier.
Yeah, we've got to talk about, obviously, the major story. Last time out at Red Bull Ring, it was Tiamat Marduk who took a sensational victory. Obviously, only just returning off the back of his trip back down under, obviously returning home, visiting family, taking Alex Gillen with him as well. He didn't leave him there, though. But nevertheless, back and returning to the F1 Creator Series. 4 races in, 2 podiums. A P2 on his return when we went racing back at Monza. Temple of Speed, of course, he's driving the Ferrari this season, so a huge result there for the Tifosi. But then move on a couple of races which probably didn't quite go his way, to then return to Red Bull Ring and then put a tick in the dub column. That is no mean feat, and especially after the fight that he had with Rasin Chai. MSkyZ as well was also very much part of it, but he had his issues, didn't he, Scott?
It's heartbreaking. I was so far into the race. He had tech issues. The wheel just stopped. It's going to end up being a highlight of the season. Like, who knows, once we get to the final race, will that actually make the difference between our first, second, third, or whatever? Because he's so consistent, nevertheless. I guess that is the only problem with technology. We can't always control when it's going to go wrong for us. And sometimes you've just got to put your hands up and say, you know, I did all I could do. And he's still been very fast.
He has. He's been sensational. I mean, MSkyZ, arguably someone who should have probably taken more than one win already through the course of this campaign, has gone close again. Of course, we had the fan vote race back in round 3, finished second in that particular one. But then onwards from that, he also obviously has picked up points steadily as time has gone on. Arguably, probably one of the most consistent performers. But unfortunately, it unravelled at the Red Bull Ring. Just going to bring it to you as well, TK. Off the back of a sensational result as well for Rasin Chai, he's put himself on the precipice of perhaps achieving a phenomenal championship. Obviously, we've still got some races to go, but even despite not laying claim to a race victory at all this season, just 2 P2s. Actually, no, I'm saying that. I think he did. No, he didn't. He didn't claim a victory. 3 podiums, a P3 back at the fan vote race, 2 P2 finishes after that. So 3 podiums in the races he's managed to do this season, with a few knocking on the door. He's got to win one, has he not?
Well, I think so. I think it really screams to his consistency he's shown in the last few races, those just getting the crucial points, not necessarily getting that race win, but just staying in that front battle when the points really do start to add up.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at the standings now, folks. We'll cross over and just have a brief look as to what the permutations are for now. Oh, goodness me. Well, we have all sorts of numbers and letters there, but hey, let me break it down for you nonetheless. Up at the very top, Rasin Chai leads the way in the championship. He has managed to secure 92 points through the course of this season, with 20 points coming out off the back of that Austrian race, as we now take another look. Not this time, unfortunately. We tried, everybody. It's okay. But nevertheless, we got 84 points for MSkyZ in second. Despite the hardships, he's still in the fight, Scott. We'd be silly to, essentially throw him out here at this stage. But he arguably, after his interview at the end of the last broadcast, he almost turned around and said, "It's done. It's over. I'm out." It was a very almost defeatist attitude. But given the fact that we've got 4 races left, including the one we have tonight, would you argue that there's still very much an open window there?
Yeah, of course. Like we have sort of Razin right up the top, who has kind of extended quite a bit. But as you say, 4 races. It is the Creator Series that has been known for dramatic moments. It's an amazing racing because we have a full grid of phenomenal drivers. But when everyone's that fast and they want it that bad, like anything can happen. We see DNFs all the time. We see late safety cars that might change up the order, that might put some of these people, for instance, we have Meraki down in 6th place with 61 points. Like, that seems to be quite a good standing to be in for 4 races left. I couldn't really rule. There's some people you could rule out, but that top sort of 8th, 9th, for instance, if Razin has a bad rest of the season, who knows?
Yeah, well, TK, I mean, I feel like I'm battering this guy with the bottle brush every time. GV68. I mean, listen, a guy who has gone close, still yet to pick up his very first Creator Series win. Went close back at Vegas time and time again. Of course, we've seen him take P2. He did it in the first 2 rounds of the championship. Again, another consistent performer who you can back your money on every time to get a P, at least a top 10 throughout the course of a race. But, recently, it hasn't necessarily gone his way. He's been in the midst of fights. He had a chance back at Austria, but just lost the DRS, just could not stay in tow of M Sky Z. What does he need to do differently in order to get better results?
I don't think he's got to necessarily change anything that he's doing. It's been working well for him in previous races. He's had tech issues kind of tenfold in a lot of races. Look at Monza and the wheel issues that he did suffer. If he just keeps on racing his own race, sticking with that pack, I reckon a win is definitely going to come his way soon.
Yeah, well, you definitely think so, and not just him as well. We've got to remember his teammates as well. Zafsto Scott, of course, coming back here tonight. He is actually running picture-in-picture for the very first time here this evening as well. So we will see I got to say, he's the most rock star performer out there on the grid with his long hair and his aviators as well. Whether he's going to be wearing those tonight, I don't know. But hey, listen, he is someone who is a keen performer. Apparently he is donning the aviators tonight, so there we go, that's what we have heard. But he is the Season 1 champion. He's a Creator Series champion. We've had a few seasons since then, but he'll always be known. He'll have his name down in history as the first ever Creator Series champion, and he's always been in that top 10, and you'd be foolish to believe that he is out of the equation.
Yeah, you cannot write him out. He is always kind of up there, or if he's having a bad day, he doesn't give up, he keeps going. The whole race, like, it's testimony to him. If you can do it once, then you always find that ability to potentially do it again. Whether luck goes his way, because sometimes everyone has so much skill that you need a bit of luck and a bit of fortune to go your way. I always say that when you're having your worst races, that's when it's most important in a league, because everyone has their good tracks and their good times where they get high points. See, when you're really fighting for that 2, 3, 4 points, when you really, really go for it and maybe change that into 6, 7 points, that is when you can win. That can be the difference.
Yeah, and TK, speaking of this, obviously we're heading to Portugal, Portimao, the Algarve International Circuit. Now, obviously undulation is a key factor here, probably one of the most roller coaster circuits we've got on the calendar. Obviously, we've just come off the back of another circuit. Obviously, I appreciate, obviously, it's a lot smaller than what the Algarve is, but Red Bull Ring does carry a lot of elevation change, considering that we go up the hill from turn 1 all the way up to turn 3, right at the precipice of the mountain, shall we say, and then down into Sloshgold. Again, there are some instances at Red Bull Ring which kind of mimic what we're going to see at the Algarve here tonight, despite obviously the track being vastly different in terms of distance. Which drivers in particular can you see this particular avenue suiting? Do you think it'll suit the likes of your GBs, your consistent performers, as opposed to those that tend to work off top speed?
I think, yeah, it'll be a consistency sort of battle for a lot of our drivers. The top speed's not necessarily coming into favour here. You've got that long start, finish straight, long kind of over the crest of the hill. But for the majority of the circuit, it's up, down, winding left and right, and that really suits our consistent performance here.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, given the fact that you need to pick your braking points, I think that's obviously very important. But tyre life is an issue as well, Scott. Now, this is something that we saw in the F2 race as well. I experienced it racing. Obviously, the tyres were dying off very quickly towards the end as we now take a little look. Q1 about to get underway here in the F1 Creator Series. But tyre life is going to be a prevalent issue here, Scott. And I think timing is going to be everything when we go racing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long session. It's also a track. I would personally say maybe everyone doesn't have as much practice on. Definitely, sometimes it gets forgotten about in the overall calendar. I know I personally and people around my community and stuff, it's definitely a tricky track. So who has put in that practice? Who maybe likes Portugal the same way someone might like Spa? Will that make the difference? I feel like we could see more issues. It is a difficult track. The grip sometimes really hard to find. So I'm kind of looking at people like GB. I'm looking at Tiamat Marduk. He seems to just have so much consistency week in, week out. Rarely makes mistakes. Always kind of avoids trouble. It's going to be a hard one, honestly. Q1, I couldn't even guess who's going to go out.
Yeah, and a reminder for everybody back at home as well, given the fact that we are in a Q1, Q2, Q3 scenario. Remember, the bottom 5 out of Q1 will be eliminated from the session when the timer ticks to 0 as we make our way through this session. And then Q2, the top 15 then head through, and then obviously again another 5 get eliminated when the clock ticks to 0 on that occasion. Then we have the top 10 vying for a pole position shootout in Q3 as we now take a look at Zafso on debut, and yes, the Aviator's in full throw with his majestic long hair. Never a better sight than to see Zafso in the flesh here.
I love that. I love that. I love to see more of the drivers getting involved. This is a really sort of cool, unique thing that the Creator Series has brought to this sort of event. I do love it, and I love to see the drivers jump up. How cool to see! Look, he looks a man that is ready. That does not look like a man who's going out in Q1. That's what I will say.
No, well, I tell you what, Zafso, like we said, his form in the Creator Series speaks for itself. He is a former champion. Someone as well who is capable of finishing on the podium, has given his best time and time again, is just now making his way around on intermediate tyres. Remember, we do have the Intermediate Tyre Championship up for grabs too, so extra points are on the table. Obviously, the fastest time on the Inters will bask in additional points for their championship cause, as we now ride on board here with Zafso as he makes his way up Samson Curve, and then he'll send it up through across towards the blind corner as well. It's a very, very tricky circuit here as we now see him make his way around through Craig Jones and now through Portimao at turn 10, and then heading through towards turn 12. He'll then meet Racing Chai, who's on a slow lap now making his way out to turn 13. He's got a Red Bull that's just passed him at this stage too, but now heading to the precipice of the circuit, now looping round the right-hander, the Aston Martin, looking to feather the throttle. You've got to be careful at this point because, of course, around this juncture, you have got that in-swinger, which can, of course, if you ride that curb too much, you are at risk of spinning the car. That guy Vince going fastest straight away, managing to enlist a 23.0 in Sector 1, 31.526 in Sector 2, and a 26.315 in Sector 3. But Zafso nestling in the fastest Sector 3 time. Not that it necessarily means too much at this stage. Obviously, it's all about P1 with the intermediate tyres, but at this point, it is that guy Vince who holds that fastest time.
Yeah, and I do like this feature, this intermediate championship that we have. It gives the drivers a chance to not only save a set of tyres, which is always great in one of these qualifying sessions. It's Hayden Gullis actually comes in with a 119.3 right into first. Very nice. That was the soft tyres though, so we'll see if that's more relevant a bit later into the session. But yeah, the intermediate championship, it's good for the drivers, it's good for us as well. It gives these drivers a little bit of an extra challenge around Portugal, which is hard enough. You know, track limits can be quite tricky, especially turn 1. I know we've all probably invalidated quite a lot in turn 1 if we're ever doing this on time trial. It is a track you really need to watch out for. Little grip at certain corners. They can be very tough. I'm talking about kind of turn 10. It can be a bit rough, that whole section. We're going to see who is the most consistent here. I'm looking at Hayden Gullis. I don't think that time's going to be the best yet. As we see, Tiamat Marduk coming in with a 120.5. He is the fastest intermediate tyre at this moment in time, so we'll see how that lasts as Razan Shai just comes in a bit below.
Yeah, fantastic time from Tiamat Marduk. Curbs now crosses the line on soft tyres as well. Hayden Gullis and Curbs, incidentally, not going for those intermediate tyres right from the get-go. Tiamat Marduk is your fastest intermediate tyre time with that 120.507, a 1.1 second to 1.2 away from that top time registered by Curbs, that 117.242. So still a little bit to find, no doubt, on the soft compounder tyre. You would expect it to be considerably faster on the softs, as now we await Alex Gillen, who's been a long-time rival of TM Marduk historically, but coming straight into the pits. These two, of course, holidaying together back in Australia, as we now revisit with MSkyZ, who's looking to bounce back after the issues that he had last time out. A little twitch of the wheel, though, as he looks to try and control his car on these intermediate tyres. It's like a set of roller skates here at this point. Certainly, if you're coming downhill at this juncture here, so tricky to manage. Here at this point, it's like a sheet of ice, but now making his way up towards the line. Can he find a decent time? Only enough for now, 9th fastest. Michi Hoyer up into 8th, with Rasin Chai 5th place as well. Mercedes looking relatively strong, but Williams, incidentally, looking like the strongest team at this moment in time as El Taco Man spins it. And as we now take a look from his POV, just looking to try and cleanly upright himself and put himself back on track, but not a very good start for the American contingent here.
No, that's going to mess with your confidence. I know it's the intermediate tyres, and I know it's not, for instance, the most important part of the season, even though it could make the difference coming 10 races in. It's certainly not what you want to see at the start of a full qualifying session. Spinning out, he's going to have to go back, reset himself, just take a minute, realise that that's not going to happen again, although he is sort of putting himself in a little bit of a worse situation. Sometimes people really want a nice delta to go with them. He's not going to have that when he goes back out for a soft lap. He's not going to have that encouraging little green box at your top right corner that sort of just makes you go that little bit extra.
Yeah, it certainly does make all the difference. And just a little reminder as well for those at home, we haven't actually had Portimao on the calendar here in the F1 Creator Series officially. It might have popped up obviously with mystery races or fan votes that we have had historically, but this is the first time we've really raced on it as a considered circuit that is part of the championship fight. So this is quite interesting. A first official visit, shall we say, of Portimao here in the F1 Creator Series. And I tell you what, the racing that can be delivered at this particular track is sensational. Wheel-to-wheel elements are certainly a factor. We've seen it in the professional side of esports. We've seen it in league racing with the likes of PSGL, WOR, those entities. Of course, when we've come to this very circuit, it does offer up lots of opportunities for drivers, as we now see in Fratic, of course, say ambassador for the Ferrari outfit, and now making his way up towards the line, and will incidentally though take to the pit lane, not looking to muster in any additional times. He will remain 20th fastest as we now rejoin Perya, of course teammate for MSkyZ. Slow lap currently for him. Of course, he is on intermediate tyres at this stage. Improvements for El Taco Man in the opening sector as well, so looking to try and register himself an improved lap time as well. Incidentally though, Perya up towards the line. Let's see what he can do on the intermediates. Can he find at least something to improve on where he was? He has gone 8th fastest. He's into the top 10, and he's higher than teammate MSkyZ, which is somewhat of a statement.
Yeah, indeed. And while in the last couple of minutes, I've noticed that Meraki is actually taking the intermediate top spot with a 120.0. A few tenths off Team Marduk, which is quite a statement. So I think we'll see if that can get beat. It's looking like a very strong intermediate time. So at this moment in time, it will go to Meraki. We're on to Chesnoid, who is in 12th position right now, but has got those soft tyres on. Seems to be doing quite a good sector, but we will definitely have to see if he's got enough to get himself into that Q2. The way I'm feeling right now is that this is going to be quite a close one. Curb's still in first place with that time. As Chesnoid's coming through, we will see he goes into second place. 300ths of a second between Chesnoid and Curbs. And Curb set that time a few minutes ago, so you would imagine the track's getting a little bit faster. So we'll see if that's going to be enough for Chesnoid or not come 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, I can tell you this, Alex Gillen has just gone purple in the middle sector, no longer actually ushering in anything on intermediate tyres. Tom97, we also saw briefly as well, he's also out on a lap. He's on intermediate tyres as well, but he is not able to muster a time that will be competitive against the likes of Hayden Gullis higher up the order, or should we say the other intermediate tyre times that we've seen at the highest order, as we now see Alex Gillen going 3rd fastest in this instance with a 1:17.340, far from the best that we have seen from Alex Gillen. We'd firmly expect him to dispose of the likes of Chesnoid Gaming and Curbs, so not necessarily anything representative, at least for now, from him. But we are seeing some more purple sectors coming through, including of P18's Mr. Dale, who has gone purple in the 2nd sector, and he's just gone fastest with a 1:17.076. Rasin Chai, though, looking to try and usher himself higher, as Rasin Chai managed to achieve the purple first sector in the initial, but it's just been stolen by Nogueira, as now we ride on board here with GB68.
Yeah, we are looking very close so far in that sort of low 17s. Who will be the first to get GB into second place with a 17.18, but Nogueira still does have that purple sector 1. It's going to be a bit interesting. Oh, Razin with a 116.853 is put straight into the 60s, quite comfortable. But Nogueira has 2 purple sectors, a sector 2, looking very fast. Hopefully there's no traffic in front here. We do see a car. Hopefully they can just get out of the way or even provide some sort of toll. No, he's going to go right through into this final corner. You're getting right on the curb. You want to be as inside as you can, foot down into 8th gear. Is he going to do enough for first? He is with a 116.823. George, 300ths faster than Razin. That is a statement.
Yeah, we're coming into crunch time now. 6 minutes to go of the round. We're within the 6.5 minute mark. And Nogueira, who we haven't necessarily seen over the last 2 weekends, of course, he has scored points throughout the course of the championship, but still yet to muster in any podium so far this season. But this is a statement of intent from Nogueira, though we will expect faster times. Meraki, once again on intermediate tyres, looking to improve on his personal best time as well. As we now see Tiamat Marduk coming over the crest, last week's race winner, back at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. He's got a 22.016 in Sector 1, which is very competitive. He'll be looking to muster in something decent as well in the middle sector. It has gone purple with a 29.664, which now puts him right in the driver's seat, if you pardon the pun now. If he can muster together a perfect 3rd sector, it could put him right at the top of the timing sheets to knock Nogueira off his perch. But now there's a small matter of running up to the line. What can Tiamat Marduk do? The Wallaby will go fastest with a 116.681, but only mere fragments separate him and Nogueira within 1.5 tenths of a second. Skyzy now has been relegated to the drop zone, so these remaining laps are so key for the Papaya McLaren.
Yep, and Skyzy put in a 22.2 for Sector 1. Will need to try and find a bit of pace. It's up there with the other times, but is a little bit slower. It's just kind of now or never. Definitely don't want this after what happened last week, but so far, everything feels good with the tech issues. There's been nothing here, so fingers crossed nothing goes wrong there. Razin has almost went for that sort of confident retire. He's not going to use another set of tyres. He's like, do you know what? I'm safe. 116.8 will be safe enough. Skyzy obviously not in that situation. We're going to get an update soon about that Sector 2 time. See if it's, to the end of the lap time coming through. It's going to be a 116.5. Okay, just smashes that. What a statement as well. We're into the 16.5s. Michi is purple Sector 1. Michi Hoyer in 17th place with a few minutes left. 4 minutes to be exact. Really needs this lap to come together. George, take us away for the rest of this lap.
Well, Michi Hoyer, who has been impressive in his own right as well, historically, obviously the Mercedes partnership of he and Rasin Chai, feared by many at the start of the season. He's already gone purple now with a 21.844 here at this stage, and I know that if you're Michi Hoyer, you're very much expecting vastly improved performances, and he has managed to take a podium already this season. Goes 3rd fastest, a pump of the fist, and he is absolutely delighted with that. That puts Mercedes right in the mix here, and obviously Rasin Chai already retired. That's 2 of them in the top 6. That guy Vince in the drop zone, but an improvement, a personal best in the first sector, a 22.041, as he looks to try and extract a little bit more, as we now take a little look inside the cockpit of that guy Vince's Red Bull, as he now takes the top end of the circuit. Now he'll then veer towards the right. He'll then be descending down through towards the start-finish line, but he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him here with an energy flash on the back of the car ahead. That could cause a little issue. It's a McLaren, but no issue this time for that guy Vince, who heads up towards the line. Can he find some time in the very last hit stages? 9th fastest for that guy Vince, and now that pushes some really big names in the drop zone, including Dave Gaming, Hayden Gullis, Meraki, Tom 97, Zafso. Need I go on here?
Yeah, this is it. It's now or never. As we're seeing the times, like, we have about a second difference just over a second from like the first sort of 15 people. This is a bit insane for Q1. It's very hard to tell who will go out. If I am that guy Vinsto coming through in 9th, I might be a little bit worried. I get a funny feeling that might be roughly where the cutoff is. A bit hard to tell at this moment in time. 2 minutes to go. We have Dave Gaming coming around. It's kind of now or never. He's in that 16th spot, already going to go out. He's a very, very good driver, though. He will not want to be going out in Q1. That will definitely not be good for his league season hopes. As he's coming through quite a fast first time, an improvement for him. Looking very well, but with a 117.9 before that, definitely needs to try and find himself in that sort of high 116s, potentially very low 117s. He just invalidated. Oh, that's it. That's going to be, if that's true, if that information is true, that is definitely going to be the end of his Q1. And he will be one of the first drivers to go out. George, very shocking. Very shocking.
And he's not alone either, because Infratic obviously invalidated his last run, and he's in the pits, so he won't be improving here at this stage, and he could very well be eliminated here, because we have got Hayden Gullis, Meraki, Tom97, Safso, all out on outlaps, as now Gullis makes his way up towards the line, looking to now put together his final fast run of the session. Alex Gillen has retired here in this late stage. Just over a minute to go, and Gillen, I would argue as well, along with the likes of Pei, El Taco Man, Infratic, no one is necessarily safe here at this stage, so a very bold decision from Alex Gillen to retire here at this point, because he could very, very easily find himself being dethroned by a plethora of cars that are now looking to register their fastest laps of the session. Hayden Gullis with a personal best, a 21.955, which could yet bring him to the dance. Safso has just done a 21.950 as well, so right in the mixer. Nothing between Gullis and Safso. 5 thousandths is all that separates them here in the initial. Dave Gaming with a 22.013, slower than Gullis in the first sector, but it certainly looks like the Alpine is trying to string together something great. He's nearly a second up already, plus 0.8 of the realm. He could yet discover something in Sector 3 as well, after achieving a 30.1 in Sector 2. This is certainly looking smart here for Hayden Gullis. He could yet stamp his ticket for a trip into Q2. The seconds are ticking. 3, 2, 1. That is the checkered flag. The end of qualifying. Hayden Gullis through to 13th fastest. Doesn't reduce Alex Gillen's opportunities there in that bottom half of the 10 that we have here in the 20, as now we have Safso going 5th fastest for the Aston Martin. Incredible stuff. Now purple in the first sector from Chesnoid Gaming. Unreal. Where has he found that? A 21.843. The Alpha Tauri bringing his best, saving it to the very last moment, Scott.
Indeed, and it looks like you might have been safe without it, but you know what? At least put that statement and get yourself ready for Q2. We have seen some big names knocked out. We've seen Meraki knocked out, Dave Gaiman and Fratic, Tom97, and Taco Man as well in 16th. We're led to believe that Tom97 was on hard, so that's not the worst positioning for him on the hards. We'll see what he gets up to in the race. As Chesnoid has a personal best Sector 2, not purple, but still very quick for him, 29.8. He's coming through to that final section. Will we see any of the drivers rear off and have any accidents there? Hopefully not. Coming through to the finish line, what's it going to be? It's going to be 8th place with a 116.868. And Persia going into the pits, our last car for Q1. George, what an exciting qualifying session. Look how close all these times are.
Well, Pei managing to just save his bacon, going 15th fastest out of them all. He can breathe a sigh of relief, but we've lost some big names there. Tom97, of course, 4th in the championship, coming into Portimao, and now sees himself 17th in this timing screen, with Infratic joining him too. Generally, we'd expect to see Infratic into Q2 at the very least. Dave Gaming, somewhat of a shock as well, as 17.940 is all he could muster. Meraki, not mustering a time necessarily that is generally featured on the highest order, should we say, of the grid, but we know that he likes to pull off the last to first from time to time. But mSkyZ fastest, managing to muster out a lap that is a 16.5, so back on top straight away after the hardships at Austria. Timit Marduk second, Michi Hoyer in third, El Rey Guri back again, fourth fastest, Safso fifth, we got Noguera in sixth, we got Racine Chai seventh, Chesnoid Gaming, great lap, eighth fastest, Mr. Dale in the top 10, ninth, GB68 in 10th, with that guy Vince 11th place, Curbs in 12th, Alex Gillen 13th, Hayden Gullis 14th, Peya in 15th place. We lose El Taco Man, Tom 97 in Fratic, Dave Gaming, and Meraki. So those are the names now that we will not be seeing moving into Q2, but some serious names knocked off, TK. Obviously, some of the stories I think we're witnessing. First of all, Chesnoid Gaming. I just want to talk about that first sector that he pulled off towards the closing stages. We've seen nothing of the sorts from this man. Of course, someone who hails from the world of Football Manager, loves his Formula One, races in the Creator Series, of course, with many of the others that obviously provide content to the wider world of F1. But what a statement to make. Purple in the first sector, in that closing lap, and very much showing that he is part of this. He's got every chance to take a big result tonight.
Exactly. It's not necessarily a big shock, but he's definitely put his stamp down for a lot of these drivers, the guys that might be racing 4 or 5 times a week. And he showed that the guys that play FIFA aren't necessarily ones to be laughed away here in the Creator Series.
Yeah, it certainly is a great story. I think also we've got to talk about the return of mSkyZ, Scott, back to the top again. An incredible lap to obviously put himself back there. It's all about battling against adversity, is it not? Coming back from moments where things don't go your way. But he responded just as he should have done. Fastest straight away in Q1, out of the blocks, and he's looking good.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you say. When you have a moment like that, are you going to go down? How's it going to affect your head mentally? Are you going to let it get to you? Obviously, he hasn't. You don't need to be first in Q1. You can finish anywhere in the top 15, obviously. But he was like, no, I want to be first. I'm going to let you guys know that I'm ready. I also need to point out, just for talking sakes, Persia qualified on medium tyres. I know it was 15th and just in, but that was medium tyres. That is great. That is a set of soft tyres saved, but also another statement down at that sort of mark saying, I just beat people on medium tyres when they were on soft tyres. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, not only that, I mean, he's opened a few doors now strategically in the course of the race, because obviously that's another set of tyres now that he could potentially use when we go racing later on. So, I mean, very smart play, I think, from on Peya's point. Maybe a little flex as well off the back of pulling off a time that gets you through to Q2 on mediums. So, yeah, great opportunity for him. And McLaren obviously having 2 cars, it's better than one. 2 heads better than one, as the saying goes. But Curbs we're now seeing on screen. Someone who was also impressed lately too. Obviously someone who generally would get knocked out in Q1 historically, but has really put his best foot forward. And we've seen some good, some good moments here from Curbs throughout the course of the championship this year.
Yeah, he's found his confidence and he's sort of delivering week in, week out. Hopefully that translates into the rest of today's show. He's been good. He was at the first. He was first at one point, and then he didn't really struggle to kind of stay in Q1. So I'm hoping for big things out of him. Hopefully he can find that time to kind of be one of the contenders for that sort of top 5. Like, this is a track where we could be looking at maybe a safety car or 2. Track position is going to be really important. You might not want to be going out in Q2 in that sort of 15th to 10th place. You might find yourself in a bit of a sandwich. So if you can find the time, get out there. He has a personal best so far with a 22.1. I'm guessing this will be scrub tyres. If that's the case, that's quite a good time. That's quite competitive. Obviously, these laps probably won't make the most sense at the ends of Q2, but at the end of the day, it's a banker, and it also gets that delta, it gets that green delta going for you to get that confidence when you're coming back on that new set of soft tyres and really going for it. So if I'm in Curbs, I'm feeling good as he comes in with a purple sector 2, a 30.0, very nice to see. He is the only car on track, so obviously he will be purple. That is me told. As that's actually been stolen away from him. So, so we'll see what comes in. As he's done a 117.657 for used tyres, I think that's not too bad. But we're going to see Chesnoid just a little bit slower with a 117.8. George, what are we thinking so far?
Well, we're seeing the times come up now already. Obviously, in the initial, might be a few drivers using used soft tyres. Alex Gillen now to the top with a 116.926. Very much expect that time to be pipped as well. But a good opening marker laid down by Alex Gillen. and he'll be looking to dig deep here at this stage. GB68, someone who is also faster, generally speaking, through the course. Fine goes second fastest. Michi Hoyer, purple in the first sector, goes fastest of anybody in the opening stages of Q2. M-Sky Z has just registered a 21.967, which is a little bit outside the realm of where Michi Hoyer is right now. Of course, Hoyer managing to nestle in a 116.652, which firmly places him up at the very top, nearly 2 3/4 tenths difference between he and P2's Alex Gillen. Noiguera purple in the second sector, obviously registering an improvement on his time. He's looked really smart here at Portimao. Made a little bit of an error, though, coming through sector 3, which might yet compromise his lap. So that purple sector 2 might be negated with what had happened in that final sector. Goes 5th fastest, so definite time loss there on the part of Noiguera. But obviously, it's very early days here at this stage. M-Sky Z, a 21.967, as we alluded to in the first sector. 29.838 as well in sector 2. Goes second fastest, just behind Michi Hoyer in the initial. But like I said, far from it. We have yet to see the very best laps from any of these drivers at this stage, because no doubt used soft tyres would have been used in the initial. And Hayden, very daring on that set of wet tyres.
Yes, definitely. He's thinking forward to the race. Will that give an indication on maybe what the weather's going to be like in the race? He feels like he can use a set of wets to now. We'll find out later. We'll see. This obviously won't be representative, but he was struggling there. He went right off the track. Like that could have been a disaster. It's very risky. If your car gets destroyed, no matter what your time is, you will not be in Q3. So that is a lot to risk there. Savso comes back into the pits. We have Hayden Gulls coming through. Let's see what his lap time's going to be. It's going to be significantly slower, into the late 120s. Not going to be very representative. He's just thinking of tyres right now. That is the thing. If you think you're going to be in sort of 8th, 9th, 10th in Q3 anyway, as people might have figured out by now, then do you want to waste the tyres? Do you not want to waste the tyres? I've been told in chat as well that Meraki is doing a last to first, George. What do we think of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something he does generally tend to do. He did it back at Austria last time out, actually managed to pull together a fantastic result as well, and was right in the mixer for points, achieved big points, incidentally, after finishing the way he did. And of course, he is the current champion. Of course, we've got to remember that, as we now see Rastin Chai heading up towards the line. Good solid lap to get himself underway, a 16.846. Once again, potentially using the used soft tyres. And that puts Mercedes right there in the mix, because they have got Michi Hoyer at the head of the field. El Rey Guri, welcome back. An incredible Spaniard. Now he's about to make his way towards the line to begin his first flying lap of Q2. And he'll head down through towards turn 1 as we ride on board with him. Of course, you need to make sure you time your braking point perfectly, right at the 100 as well. Very aggressive with that nose pointed on the Alfa Romeo Sauber, as they head through this next right now, buckling through out to the Primera and the Lagos bend, through turn 4, and then down the hill very shortly towards Tora Vip, the famous hairpin bend where you can lose the car. Oversteer is a possibility, but also at the same time, just the rear flapping all over as you then rub the curb on the run up the hill, leading through towards turn 7. Samson corner coming up now at turn 8 as well. Be careful not to oversteer. That is something that is a possibility for any driver at any level, certainly here at Portimao, as he comes through Craig Jones at turn 9, up the hill, Portimao at turn 10 as well. Very tricky, a blind corner of sorts, because you don't see that second half of the apex until it's very, very late in the day, but it is a prevalent overtaking spot, as now he enters turn 13 and then in towards Sargrey corner now, as he now beckons his way through towards the double right-hander. Again, another blind corner where many cars have lost it in the past. Very easily to get uprooted, especially as he descends. The undulation changing, the elevation changing, as we're now seeing him head up towards the line now, past the pit lane on the right, goes second fastest. A welcome return to El Rey Guri here to Portimao with a 1:16.658.
Yeah, that's a great time. Michi Hoyer still keeping that first place, though. What I have to say is, though, for Mercedes being in that championship lead, that constructor lead, this is looking good for them. This weekend is looking good for them, whereas we might be seeing some other teams struggle a little bit. As we're watching onto Dale on a lap, it seems to be. It'll be a slow lap, just getting himself ready for his time. He is a fast driver. He's coming back after not being here for a couple of weekends, looking to make his mark. getting all... Oh, as he goes straight back into the pits, that's completely fine. But he will definitely be one to watch out for. He's a fast driver. He's not been here a couple of weeks, so he'll be looking to make a mark, put his foot down, say, I'm back, and I want a Q3 spot, especially for that AlphaTauri. As we have Nogueira, very fast so far in this track. I'm really excited to see what sort of time Nogueira can put on. I imagine we are now at the stage of nothing but brand new, fresh, soft tyres. Unless someone like Persia wants to even dare try and go for mediums again, I would probably think not in Q2. You would want to get that new set of soft tyres on. You've done your saving. You need to get through to Q3. You want in that top 5 to hopefully avoid any trouble behind. Nogueira with a personal best Sector 1 of 21.8, looking to be a good lap. Maybe not the fastest, a little bit behind Michi Hoyer, who just has quite an incredible Sector 1, to be honest, George.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Mr. Dale, this only being his 4th Creator Series race this season, coming off the back of a 2-race ban after an intentional wreck in F2 over a couple of weeks ago, but now marking his return, and generally someone who would like to fight his way into Q3, and you definitely would not deny him that. He's got every opportunity to do so. He's currently in the top 10 right now with just over 5 minutes and 15 to go, as we now have Nogueira coming into the pits, not looking to close his lap out. Of course, he did invalidate this particular lap. He did go close, so in the first sector. It was a very good first sector for Nogueira, but an error, unfortunately, causing him to lose out. Tiemen Marduk back again, currently sitting in the realms of elimination, and one of only 2 cars that have yet to register a lap time at all through the course of this campaign. And Hayden, who we saw earlier on making mistakes on the wet tyres, it certainly doesn't matter what compound he does, Dom, because he's in the gravel again, having issues by the looks of it. What is going on here, Hayden Gullis?
I feel like he might be just trying to get all the time in the world that he can to potentially get extra qualifying time, get back to the pits potentially, as he seems to be creating his own new track. Luckily to not be getting any sort of penalties or anything for this, because as we go over this bridge, which sometimes been known to the F1 community to give the car a backflip if you set your setup right. I believe if you have your front wing at 0 and your rear wing at 50, sometimes you can make the car do a backflip. You can look at that on the internet. Yes, very weird. Hayden doing Hayden things. We'll just see what happens in the last 4 minutes. I'm more thinking that Tiemen Marduk, yeah, definitely is the one to look at here. If anyone in this lobby is Mr. Consistent, it is him. He seems to just time and time again find that time that he needs, finds the speed, find the consistency. Looking very nice so far. Coming to Sector 1 at 21.8. It is certainly not as fast as Michi Hoyer, but it is only about a 10th down. So that could be looking at that sort of area. We're thinking about 116.7 he could be on for right now. Needs to put his foot down if he wants any chance of getting that first. Obviously, he just needs to get himself in the top 10. With someone like Safso, Curbs, Chesnoid, Hayden, Persia, all sort of worrying. Persia, liking the confidence of Persia, seems to just be thinking, I'm going for one run and one run only, as Ben is coming through to the 3rd sector of the track. He has personal bests for both, looking to be a good time, putting a statement down with 3 minutes to go. This will probably be his final run in Q2. Will it be enough? Coming through the line, it's going to be a 116.7, puts him in 4th place. What do you think, George? Do you think he's safe?
I would say that is definitely a safe time. A 116 at 7.64, and that places him only 6 thousandths away from M Sky Z in 3rd place. And if you are Michi Hoyer and M Sky Z, very much like El Rey Guri, you're going to try and save the tyres as much as you can. Rasin Chai, though, not content, despite being on a 16.8. He's out on an outlap. GB68 now also on a fast run as he looks to try and muster in one last chance to try and secure his place into Q3. Let us know, folks, who do you think is going to be eliminated come the end of this session? Plenty of big names currently in the drop zone. Hayden Gullis being one of them. We saw his, should we say, very dramatic cameo appearance earlier on when he tried to make his way back to the pit lane, as we now ride on board here with GB68. A very stern and concerned expression, certainly emblazoned on parts of the Aston Martin driver, as he now heads out now of the very tricky section up the hill now towards the dogged left-hander, very nearly 90 degrees, a little bit more than that. In fact, you're almost turning back on yourself as you then take the next right-hander out of Sagre. Very tricky again, feathering that throttle, trying to harness the grip as he now makes his way down the hill. He starts reverberating, starts talking to his live chat, saying, come on, we need to find a little more, as he then makes his way up towards the line. Can he find that extra? Yes, he can. Third fastest for GB68. A personal improvement in the opening 2 sectors. That was the difference maker, and a 1:16.7 stamps his ticket into Q3. Perrier now also looking to register his first time, his first and only. He goes third fastest. Unreal from Perrier, a clutch lap that has brought the McLaren to the dance. And now Chesnoy Gaming, a slow lap here at this point. It looks like he's made a crucial error, and he will be on the cusp of elimination. Curbs fighting at the very last moments to extract as much delta as he can. Who's going out? Nobody knows here at this stage, Scott.
No, we don't, but it's so close so far. Curbs really needs this lap to go well. He's in that elimination zone. He needs to find quite a lot of time here. He needs to get into those 1:16s. Safso's just managed to start a lap with about 37 seconds to go. Oh, what's happened to Razin?
Razin purple in the first 2 sectors goes fastest of anybody with a 1:16.301. Curbs now looking to try and extract a little more himself. Personal improvements in the first and second sector. Looks for that additional delta to the inside. Not enough. 11th fastest. He will be out of qualifying. A 1:17.152. Higher than Noiguera, but it's not enough to land a place in Q3, but you never know. 11th place is not a bad place to start. Hayden Gullis currently at the very bottom of the pile. He's propping up the order. 15th fastest for the Giraffe as he now looks to try and cut through to the inside. Checkered flag now out as we look to now see the cars register their final laps. Can he extract more? No, he can't. 13th for the Alpine, a 1:17.257 with Chesnoy Gaming still searching for an improvement.
And Safso is not going to improve. It looks like this might be the end of his qualifying as well. The Rockstar will have to start somewhere around that 14th or 15th spot, depending on what Chesnoy can do. Noguera, someone that we looked at as being right up the top at one point, is in 13th. That car needs to get out of the way, needs to get the power down. There's nothing else he can do. We're coming through to the finish line. It's going to be a 1:16.4. Puts himself into second place. Oh, George, he was nearly gone there. I feel sorry for Safso. I feel sorry for Hayden, for Curbs. Dale coming through. Can he get out? It's going to be a 1:16.8. Puts him in 9th. Alex Gellin is out, George. Alex Gellin is out.
Drama here as Mr. Dale manages to notch enough together to achieve a Q3 placement, knocking out Alex Gillin at the very last minute while the AlphaTauri prevails. The Red Bull sinks into obscurity. Fantastic work from Mr. Dale, and has now managed to once again achieve a fascinating, truly phenomenal Q3 visit. So that is all she wrote. The fastest of all, it's Rastin Chai at the very top of the order. Some incredible eliminees though, including Alex Gillin, including the Season 1 champion, Safso, at the bottom of the pecking order in Q2 here, Scott.
Quite incredible, 1.2 seconds between the entire grid of 15 drivers. I think that needs to just be celebrated. These guys have put in an amazing Q2. Unfortunate, especially when it's that guy Vince and the other Red Bull that has accidentally knocked out his teammate. You never want to see that, but at the end of the day, you just have to go for it. Every driver for themselves, as long as they are safe when they do it. What a qualifying session. I'm now looking as we see a team radio from Team at Marduk. I wanted to be P3 anyway. That was a scare, but we're okay. Okay, that was definitely... Yep, that was a scare. He's in 8th place. That was definitely a scare. He was about 2/10, just under that from going out. Razin Chai in first, Noguera 2nd, Michi Hoyer 3rd, El Rey Guri in 4th, Persian 5th, GB 6th, M-Sky C 7th, Tiamat Marduk in 8th with that close call, Dale in 9th, that guy Vince 10th. We lose Alex Gellin, Chesnoy, Curbs, Hayden Gullis, and sadly Safso, our Season 1 champion. George, are you excited for Q3? This is going to be very close. I don't even know who could be on pole right now. I feel like we have a few contenders.
Well, I mean, looking back at what we saw from Tiamat Marduk, I think whilst obviously that was a scare, no doubt he has a large grin, a large smile on his face after that, because Alex Gillin is out of qualifying. He's been eliminated. He will not be going through to Q3. And seeing his rival topple at that late stage there, TK, he's got to be delighted with that.
Well, I think he hasn't actually figured out the news quite yet. He took a step away from his his steering wheel, so to speak. So he hasn't quite figured out that Alex Gillen is away. I reckon we will definitely see a big smirk on the Australian's face when he does return.
Yeah, obviously it will mean a lot to him. Those two have come together time and time again. The drama we have witnessed between the likes of Alex Gillen and Tiamat Marduk historically has been unbelievable. But obviously, some big statements made. Racing Chai, Scott, arguably didn't have to go out on another set of tyres.
I was exactly going to say that. If anything, he wasted a set of tyres there just for a sort of a mark. Will that come back to haunt him? There could be multiple safety cars, or there could be no safety. Like, it's hard to tell when we put these guys around Portugal. Some tracks are a bit more telling at how the story will go. As we say, Portugal is not up there. It's not on the season regularly. It does sometimes fall into maybe some of the lesser played tracks. It's going to be very interesting. Will that come back to haunt him? We've seen it, this higher level of competition, even last week in the WOR, where sometimes a 3-second penalty can be the end of your race win. Over a full 100% distance, it can be all up to 3 seconds. So it's going to be very interesting. It certainly could be a waste of tyres, George.
It could well be, and obviously that's going to hamper his strategy. McLaren, though, looking good. Peya right in the mixer, as well as M-Sky Z looking really strong here at the moment, Scott, it has to be said. And, you know, they've got their two cars strong coming into this and battling against the Mercedes. It looks like that's going to be the theme here at Portimao, but there are some other names we've got to look at. I'd argue that Alfa Romeo Sauber have got a great opportunity here because they've got the likes of El Reyguri, who is so consistent, and then you've got Noigueira as well, someone who I would argue a dark horse of the field, someone who is able to extract the odd sector that can push him higher and higher. And it was the odd clutch sector for Noigueira that has brought him to the Q3 dance, is it not?
Yeah, it's a good point to make, because Alfa Romeo Sauber, they're on 84 points, whereas the leader is of Mercedes on 157, so it's like never, they've got a lot of points to find, and if both their drivers seem to be looking quite confident and quite strong, definitely there is a difference between qualifying and race though. That is one of those things. Skyzy. So Skyzy and GB starting a lap quite close to another. I think they've fixed that. We'll focus on Skyzy in that McLaren, looking very good with a 21.6 so far. This will be more scrub tyres, so it is a statement. Even though the times won't be the end, it won't be the definitive statements at the end of the qualifying session. They do give us a little bit of a telling of who's really feeling it. But yes, qualifying pace to race pace will be quite different. You're going to have to really think about your strategies. This is a long race where a lot of things can happen when the whole board seems to be quite close together in speed. I don't think it's going to come down to speed. George, what do we think?
Well, I mean, coming into this one now, Skyzy opening up the accounts here for the very, very first laps here in Q3. And as you'd expect, Purple in the opening stint. Of course, he'll be the first to cross the line with a faster representative time. 21.628 in the first sector, met with a 29.337 in sector 2. Let's see what time he musters. A 1:15, that is unreal. 15.810. He does this though, doesn't he, folks? As now we see Michi Hoyer go second fastest ahead of GB68. He registers a very slow 1:18.426. But even Michi Hoyer's time of 1:16.991, it is 1.1 to nearly 1.2 seconds slower than M-Sky Z's blistering 1:15. Here comes Racing Chai, 21.8 in the first sector, 30.0 in sector 2. Makes it a 2-3 for the Mercedes team. Mr. Dale, who managed to pull off a clutch lap to land himself a place here in Q3. He's looking also reasonably smart in the opening sector, but probably not quite as quick as Noigueira, who has gone second fastest himself, a 16.3. Once again, trying to get close to M-Sky Z. Can Dale put himself in the mix? Fourth fastest, 1:17 flat coming across the line. But incredible to say that he's going back to M-Sky Z's time, a 1:15.8. What a time that is. A blistering lap to open his accounts here in Q3. But it's not the first time we've seen him do this. Remember, time and time again, opening lap in Q3, get it done early. That is the attitude that M-Sky Z tends to have when entering into Q3 competition.
Yeah, that's mad. If I'm correct in saying our first time we've entered into the 1:15s, I'm almost wondering if that was a brand new set of tyres to start this qualifying session.
Must have been.
It must have been, right? Because that is an insane time. As we have GB coming into the pits, is definitely... There was a bit of an incident with him and Skyzy, very close. So I think that's just going to be a wasted run for him. He'll get back out as El Riguri and Alfa Romeo coming in. What times are going to be? A 1:17.3 for the scrub tyres. Not looking too bad. Would have probably wanted to find a bit more time because of Noguera, his teammate. It's hard to tell at that time whether it was scrubbed or soft, but if it was scrubbed tyres, that's quite an insane time as well, and might actually be fighting for some sort of podium come the fresh soft time. As Ben Daly, Tiamat Marduk, coming through the track, looking very, very good. Seems to just find the grip. On these tyres, it must be getting a little bit harder into that Q3, but the track will be a lot faster now. I would expect a few of us to get into those 1:15s. I'm wondering what pole time's going to be. Will it stay that 0.8? Will we see the 0.7s or the 0.6s? As Tiamat Marduk comes to that finishing line, it's going to be a 1:16.275. Not quite to the level of Sky Z, but definitely better than the Noguera. That is a great time as well.
Yeah, let us know in the live chat as well, folks. Who do you think is going to take pole here in Q3? We all want to hear from you. Obviously, if we look at the history books, M Sky Z, if he takes pole this time, it'll be his third of the season. He opened his account back at China in the opening round, where he took the race win off the back of achieving pole at the Chinese circuit, of course, and then off the back of last week was pole at Austria up to the moment where he made a huge error. But nonetheless, that guy Vince, who we're currently seeing on screen, at 23.9, very slow in the opening sector. We do, of course, have an incidentally at this stage here, with over 5 minutes and 20 to go, a very, very calm circuit as the drivers look to get ready for their final stints here towards the very end. We're going to have a little look here at some of the names that you guys are picking out. I can already see Brendan saying, let's go Dale. We can already see Pete as well saying, up our council leader Dale as well. Keep them coming, folks. Let us know who you're backing in this Creator Series race here at Portimao. We want to hear from you. Let us know as GB68 now enters the circuit once again to bring together a lap to try and muster in something that will obviously, first of all, be a little bit more valid in comparison to the 1:18.4 that he set very early on. No doubt a mistake on the part of GB on that previous run. But nonetheless, as we now see him make his way through towards this next straight, leading down towards Tora Vip at turn 5. GB, who is yet to nestle in a race win. We all say anything can happen at Portimao. This could be GB's opportunity, should he be able to qualify well.
Yes, it could be, and it's going to have to be now or never, because judging by the amount of time left in this qualifying session, that he might be one of the first drivers, if not the first, to put through that final time. And we'll see, jump on boards with GB. He's looking happy. He's looking relaxed. That looks like a man that going into Q3 is just thinking, do you know what? Nice, I'm here. We're in Q3. Let's get as high as we can. He's got his chat encouraging him. I like to see that. He looks like he's having fun. I know I'm having fun watching him and everyone else do this qualifying session for us. Still can't get over Skyzy's time. That is incredible. But GB is leaving it all up to that one chance. If it goes wrong for any reason, if he invalidates, he's going to be looking at 9th, potentially 10th. Yeah, starting. That could be rough, right?
Well, I tell you what, we'll have to wait and see what he can muster, but he's now making his way through the final corners on his outlap now, so it's now or never for GB68. Obviously, if he finishes this lap, the timer would have got to a point where, of course, it will be unassailable for him to actually push out yet one more lap. It's going to be very close to the wind anyway, as he now crosses the line to begin this next flying run. He'll be hoping that there's not necessarily any traffic, and I think he's very fortunate because there is no traffic out on circuit. So a great opportunity here for GB, here to bring his very best to the forefront as he now exits out of the initial corners, out of Lagos at turn 3 and through turn 4. He'll then make his way down the straight with DRS open, heading down the hill towards Toravit, braking just at the 100 as he now heads through at the apex, bursting through, feathering that throttle, finding the grip as he now heads up through towards turn 7. Up the hill he goes. He'll then downshift, coming through towards the very tight right-hander at Samsung at turn 8. You've got to be so careful, A, with the gravel trap on the left-hand side, but also the oversteer that you could potentially face as well. Through Craig Jones at turn 9, over the crest at Portimao at turn 10. So tricky as you make your way over that segment because, of course, you can get undone again, very similar to what we saw coming through Samsung, heading through now turn 13. Sargray will then greet you later on. And I tell you what, it tastes great, even on track. As we now see him make his way down through towards turn 15, the gulp corner. It's a big gulp indeed, as GB68 looks to try and muster in something to enlist himself potentially in the top 5. A 21.7, a 29.6. What's it going to be? It's a P3, a 1:16.285 to enlist a time that is just within half a second. But that just goes to show Skyzy's time is a monster, but Rasin Chai could topple it. As we now right on board with him, he's purple in the opening sector. Can he achieve it? No, he can't. Not even a 1:15 to boot. In fact, it's over 2.25 seconds, 2.25 tenths, should I say, of a second of the realm. Skyzy's time, a sensational 1:15.8 that is not even being beaten, or even in the precipice of being beaten. Rasin Chai with a lot to find. Skyzy clear by over 2 tenths here, Scott.
And also coming back out is not enough for him. He's going to try and beat it and potentially still be the only person that's getting into the 1:15s. I really thought we'd see some of our drivers get into that 1:15s, but Razin being at that 16.0, very surprising. As you say, just goes to show how good that time is. As Skyzy is coming round into the start of his final hot lap, just coming through that left-hander of turn 4, coming down that straight, foot down, DRS open, coming to the Tory Vit corner of turn 5. Looks to be very... Oh, and he's lost it. That'll be it. That'll be enough time for his Q3. It looks like as a 15.810 will not be beaten as we go to his teammate Persia. Also been very fast in this qualifying session. Can we potentially see a McLaren 1-2? That would be very, very cool to see it. Jumping on it as a personal best time so far of a 21.8. Very nice. Oh yeah, this was his only lap of the Q3 session, so he's left it all up for now. We'll have no delta going. Coming in with a sector 2 of 29.4. Looking at other sector times, that is very fast. We could be looking at a fast time. Persia definitely wants this top spot, wants to share it with McLaren. McLaren's day has to get around this little bit of traffic. Coming through to the final corner, turn 15. Onto the straight. Look at that toe. I love to see it. Has it been enough? It's not been enough. It's going to be a 1:16.2, George.
A 1:16.2. It's not close enough even to Rasin Chai's time. Nearly 4 tenths away from Skyzy. You do have to wonder whether Perya, if he was aided or if he was hindered in those dying moments now. Michi Hoyer having his own struggles. A 22.246 in the opening sector. 29.669 in sector 2 as well. That second sector is not too bad. The first sector, though, miserable as he now heads up towards the line. Can he find out something? No, he can't. Tiamat Marduk coming up towards the line as well. He's also slower in the second sector, slower in the third, but a personal improvement in the first sector. Noiguera, who has a habit of pulling clutch laps together, he'll finish 6th fastest. We have got, though, El Rey Guri, who has gone 3rd fastest. An incredible lap from him. And Mr. Dale, who has just come across the line, managing to achieve a time that puts him 8th place, relegating Michi Hoyer right to the bottom, with also joining them right at the tail end as well, that guy Vince, who goes 9th fastest. But it's Skyzy, fastest of all. The Frenchman has done it yet again. His 3rd pole position of the season, a 1:15.810, and the sole man in the 1:15s. Rasin Chai 2nd fastest, the championship leader, a 1:16.034, and just nearly 2.25 tenths away from Skyzy. El Rey Guri 3rd, Perya 4th, Tiamat Marduk in 5th, GB68 6th, Noiguera in 7th place. Mr. Dale finished in 8th fastest, with that guy Vince in 9th, Michi Hoyer in 10th place. As we take a look at Rasin Chai's team radio, I'll take it for my 4th lap of the day. And credit to Rasin Chai as well. He did give his best, very nearly creeped into the 1:15s, but the story has got to be, TK, that lap from Skyzy. Where did that come from? And at the very start of the session as well.
Indeed, it's very, very rare you see a pole lap kicked off that early within a session. He set the bar high and no one was able to challenge it throughout the entire Q3 session. A fantastic lap indeed.
Yeah, and off the back of it as well, it's his 3rd one this season, Scott. Obviously, I'm not going to necessarily say that it leads to victory because we all know what happened at Austria. But nonetheless, no one could catch him. I mean, if he brings that kind of delta into the race, I mean, does he go for the aggressive strat on this occasion, knowing that he has the pace around Portimao? Just open up on the soft straight away, try and get an early lead, break that DRS within the first 3 laps, and and career away.
That's a good point. What a time to not even have it at that final minute as well, when that track evolution has got even stronger, and you would expect the fastest times to come at the end. Like, an incredible time. He has to put his hands up and just say, fair play, you're going to struggle to beat me. This is almost my race to lose. That's probably what he's thinking. If I'm that, I could be thinking the opposite way. I could be thinking of going long because I am faster on worse tyres than you know. So if he's on those kind of slower tyres, but he's still putting in a really, really good pace, then once he puts those softs on, maybe mid-late race, it could just be flying away. George, I am honestly gobsmacked at that time. I feel like every other driver in this qualifying was incredible, but he's honestly just taken that little step up and just said, I'm up here, who's going to join me?
Yeah, well, I mean, talking about Rasin Chai, TK, as well, I mean, he opened up that first sector with a purple run as well, tried to get in close to Skyzy's time. Even with that purple first sector, could only get to just within 2 1/4 tenths of the time. I mean, you know, your championship leader, Rasin Chai, and you've just picked Skyzy for that spot as well. Are you worried coming into the start of this race at Portimao? Because obviously there might well be some concern there, because Skyzy could retake the championship lead here at the end of this race.
He could indeed. I think if I'm Razin right now, I'm focused completely on the next 66 laps of racing action that's coming up in just a few moments. But I think we quite know Skyzy is always quite better in qualification than he is necessarily in a race. So I kind of use that to my advantage, set myself up, and hope to take it in the race.
Yeah, obviously that's going to be playing through his mind. Strategy is going to be of the very order, I think, at this point. And we look at, you know, guys like GB68. Again, you could argue perhaps qualifying was a missed opportunity on his part as well. Obviously, 6th fastest coming into this race. I want to give a hat tip to El Rey Guri, who seems to have turned up the heat again, you know, Scott, at this stage. I mean, off the back of having such a long departure from the Creator Series, marking his return now in recent races. Of course, someone you'd expect to feature at the top, but I'd argue that he stepped it up a level, and his racecraft, I would say, has taken another leap forward again.
Yeah, that's the thing with El Rey, is the racecraft and the speed during that long 66 laps. That's going to be quite interesting to see. Very looking forward to that, because as we say, the constructor standings, like, these teams need to start getting some points in. Mercedes, and to an extent Ferrari, McLaren and Aston are sort of in and Alpine as well, are kind of in a league of their own. They need to get more points. What I'm really interested about is McLaren and Ferrari. McLaren right now are in 3rd, but they're only 3 points behind Ferrari. Judging by this race, if I'm Ferrari, I'm thinking I'm a bit worried when we have McLaren in 1st and 4th, that they can keep that sort of thing going. They could be looking to definitely take that 2nd place and also knock at the door at Mercedes and say it's not safe yet.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the track as well as the cars begin the formation lap, we've obviously got to allude to some of the drivers at the tail end of the field as well, Scott, because we've got some big names that have got a lot of work to do. We're looking at the guys like Tom 97, someone who is in the top 5 of the championship fight as well, someone who is also a race winner this season, the Mystery Grand Prix winner. He was pole for that race as well. He's only missed 3 races through the course of this campaign. It was never really on the cards for him to necessarily be a full-time combatant this season, despite obviously holding a full-time seat in Alpine, but he's taken pole twice through the season so far, 3 podiums to his name, opened up the start of the season with a P3 at China, P3 at Azerbaijan, a big-time player, someone who until recently was competing at the very near highest level of league racing. So again, is this something where we could be seeing a phenomenal Tom 97 race? Because not only is he fast, he's got that strategic brain as well.
Yeah, it's all very good points to make about Tom 97, because on the right day I could argue that he's maybe the fastest person on this grid, and that in itself is a statement with where some of the names on this lobby are so fast. So it's not a disrespect at all to any of them, but as you say, he is right, sometimes right up there at the near top level of this game, and we all know the higher up you go, getting that extra 1/10 of a second over each lap is actually a very, very hard thing to do at this such high level of competitiveness. I'm very interested at looking at the tyre splits, the softs versus the mediums, where basically are almost kind of split. Everyone's sort of thinking, right, we don't really know what's going to be the best. The bottom guy's definitely taking a chance. Miraki's last to first. Alex Gillen is saying it's go time. George, if you'd have the honour of taking us away once everyone lines up at the grids, I cannot wait to hear and see what this lap 1 does. I'm so excited.
It's going to be intriguing. Let us know as well in the live chat, folks. We want to hear from you. Let us know who your selection is as race winner of the Algarve International Circuit, the race here at Portimao, the Algarve Grand Prix here at Portimao. And the Creator Series about to get off with a bang. I'm going to ask you to take yourself off the fence here, Scott. Who are you going for?
I'm going to just say it. I'm saying MSkyZ. He's going to convert it into race pace, and he's going to be absolutely incredible.
Well, we'll wait and see now, folks. Green flags now being waved by the stewards, the marshals on the right-hand side. We're just waiting for an Alpine and a few other cars to make their way through to the grid as we now await the lights to go red. You can just see at the front end of the grid as well, Racing Chai, his car pointed to the inside. Maybe he's thinking to overcut MSkyZ from the very go. 3rd light, 4th light, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 and Racing Chai getting a huge launch off the line, and immediately looks to try and tackle MSkyZ into turn 1. They're going to run wheel to wheel, but it's MSkyZ with the overall lead of the race. Racing Chai though goes straight away, once again through towards turn 2, and out to turn 3 as they burst through Lagos corner now. It is still SkyZ out in front, and enter El Rey Guri, who's going side by side now into Tora Vip. It's El Rey, he's going to go for the double. Can he take the race lead on the opening lap? Wide goes MSkyZ, and on the escape they'll run wheel to wheel again. Who's going to take this one? Samson corner now elevates the drivers through the middle sector, and it's El Rey Guri with the lead on the opening lap from 3rd to 1st. He's done it this time. Lap 1 of 66, El Rey Guri in front, but here comes Racing Chai here, Scott.
And Razin is not giving up at all in this first lap. Has actually taken 2nd place off MSkyZ, who has struggled a little bit in this first lap. Also a little bit of notes in the Guerra in 20th place now. Something that's definitely went wrong. As we see, GB is also getting the jump on Persia. Razin, Skyzy, El Rey in that lead. What an amazing first lap. We'll definitely have to see what is going to happen as they're basically line neck and neck. Razin has crossed the line first, puts in that fastest lap, will take the lead. Quite crazy to see that at this moment in time. He is in first, he's looking strong. It's not the first time we've seen Razin in first, but El Rey Guri and MSkyZ will not be taking no for an answer.
Take a seat, folks. This is going to be a race full of overtakes. We haven't even had DRS activated yet. Already now, lap 2 of 66 has brought us a blockbuster. We've got Racing Chai now out in front. El Rey Guri reduced to 2nd, and already moves being made further down the order, as well as Curbs comes under a little bit of stress from Chesnoid Gaming. Zapso now moves up to 15th place, as well as had his own difficulties, but Tom97 a thorn in his side already at the very early stages. Meraki down in 18th, remember, started from the very back of the order. El Taco Man Noiguera has had an awful start as well, and is now right at the very tail end of the field, but still within that DRS range, as now Safso opens up the door on Chesnoid Gaming, the Season 1 champion, looking to try and muscle in early, trying to garner some places to at least elevate his own game right now, as they go wheel to wheel again, heading through the very tricky Sagre section very shortly out of turn 13, and now wheel to wheel they'll stay again as Tom97 opens up the door, looks to go side by side with Zapso now, as they look to now hurtle down through towards the final corner before beginning lap 3 of 66. Another fastest lap muscled in here by Racing Chai. A purple lap indeed. Once again, though, they'll go wheel to wheel. Very nearly 3 wide. They are 3 wide, as now we see Zapso taking full advantage. Breezes past them all here. Tom97 down into 15th. Manages to overtake Chesnoid Gaming. Meraki joins them as well, but already to and fro in battles right across the circuit. It doesn't matter who you are, there is at least some action going on track.
Oh yeah, definitely. And every driver at this moment in time is in that DRS train under a second, separating every single person as Hayden Gullis moves into 9th. We also have Safso fighting with Tom97. That's going to be an interesting battle. Two very, very fast drivers. Will they end up slowing each other's pursuits down? As we jump back to El Rey Guri in 2nd place. Okay, now these drivers need to just be thinking, right, let's slow down, let's relax, the DRS is opened, we know how to do these long races, we will be looking at this train, keep maybe switching places every now and again, and maybe try and get that sort of top pack a little bit further away from the rest, and then they can start thinking of different tyres. But definitely everyone seems to be very respectful so far. We've not seen too much chaos, hardly anything of issues. We do need to obviously be sad for Nogueira, definitely down in that 19th spot. Not a good day for Alfa Romeo, especially when you have El Riguri in second place. So as a driver standing, very good for that. But as the constructors, definitely not what you want to see, as there's a little bit of a gap now. The top three are just about getting themselves out of that DRS. George, Ben, really, Team McMurdoch really needs to put the pressure down. He nearly lost it.
Yeah, and I tell you what as well, this is working out brilliantly for El Riguri, because his opening strat has been the medium tyres. He's opted for the mediums, and he's the only driver in the top three on that strategy. Team Marduk as well, very much in this. He's also on the medium tyres, so looking exceptional there in fourth place. And ahead of Alex Gillen, as well as the two rivals, are now manacled together. Alex Gillen, of course, on the softs. GB68 also with a 3-car contingent of medium tyres. Pay a part of that, as well as Mr. Dale, who has opted for that alternate strat, with Hayden Gullis down in 9th spot, with that guy Vince in 10th place. A very fascinating game of chess about to ensue here now. Nogueira already looking to try and fight his way back. He's just gone purple in the opening sector and is looking to try and close down on Chesnoid Gaming. He's got a lot of work to do to try and bring back what he lost. Remember, started P7 on the grid, as we now see them head down now towards the long main straight. Tom 97 managing to derail in Fratic as well, down in 14th, as now we see Rasin Chai cross the line. Tim Marduk now ushering in the fastest lap of the race so far, needed to as well to bring himself back to within DRS of M Sky Z in third place. Rasin Chai though still out in front, only 2.5 tenths of difference though between he and P2. Of course El Riguri might have a chance, as now we see wheel to wheel action in between that of that guy Vince and Hayden Gullis. Michi Hoyer waiting in the wings for an opportunity. Gullis though doing enough to defend the place, but it will open up the door. A little twitch on the rear of the Alpine will open up an opportunity now as they go 3 wide, and straight away Michi Hoyer daring and certainly not dismaying, as now he enters out of, or exits out of Tora Vip, and manages to derail not only Hayden Gullis but also that guy Vince, who in the scuffle actually lost an additional 2 places against Safso and Curb 63.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for that guy Vince there. He's going to have to just recoup himself. There's still a long way to go in this race. It's not over yet, but you definitely do not want to be seeing that sort of thing happen. As we're coming back to the sort of upper levels of this race, everyone just seems to be content. We'll see if anyone makes any moves coming into this starting straight or finishing straight, however you want to call it. We have a radio message from GB saying the last person I want behind me is Persia. That is definitely a true statement. Persia has been very quick. They're both on the same tyres. If anything, GB struggling to keep up with Alex. There's now a 2.6 second difference. Alex is on those soft tyres, so it is to be expected, but it's also not ideal, as Persia looks like he's going to make a move and maybe just trying to throw GB off. Doesn't actually make the move yet, but certainly is thinking about it at some point. But also Dale GE behind. He's thinking, okay, if you're going through, maybe I'll come with you, or maybe I'm not. As we look at Tom 97 in 12th place, he's actually fallen a little bit off Safso. It was him and Safso that were having this battle. Tom's in 12th now, Safso in 10th. Looking, as the two Alpines of Tom and Hayden's Gillis had a little bit of contact there. They need to watch this. They don't want to slow each other down, and they don't want to let Safso get away from them at the same time.
Yeah, obviously a lot of history there between Tom 97 and Hayden Gullis, both, of course, representing Veloce historically. But, of course, we know that Hayden Gullis now resides with WTF1, which is where he's producing all his content now. And obviously here in the Creator Series, coming wheel to wheel with an old friend, but also at the same time your teammate. Of course, no friends as far as Tom 97 is concerned, and blast past Hayden Gullis, who is now down in 12th spot with that guy Vince all over his tail, as now we rejoin the battle up at the front end. M Sky Z, who is still right on the precipice of El Riguri, but I would argue that El Riguri, closer to Rasin Chai, has an opportunity to perhaps even take the race lead here in lap 7 of 66 as they head down in towards turn 1 now, opting not to, more so just happy to ride the back of the Mercedes, utilise it for DRS, and just, I suppose at this stage, conserve the tyres, because he is now on medium tyres. Going long on this strat will pay off for El Riguri. If he can keep those medium tyres as fresh as possible, don't push them too much, he could undo everything that the soft tyres are doing right now.
If anything, this is a statement, right? He's been able to keep up with this pack on those medium tyres. Like, you put him on some soft tyres. Oh, as we have a couple of close moves going at the back here. About 7 drivers trying to get around that corner within about a few tenths. As Dave Gaiman jumps up into 7th. Oh, and Fratic gets a little move on curbs. They both need to keep it very nice and gentle. That is a definite tricky part of the track. You don't want to be fighting too much there. You can easily lose the car, but curbs, keeping that spot, telling Emphatic that if you're going to take the spot from me, you're going to really have to fight, as Emphatic is very close to the back, is going to have to just take a little bit of a rethink. Definitely looks like he wants that move, he wants to take that position. Going in the inside, leaves enough space, makes the move stick. Quite a nice move. Curbs is just going to have to say fair enough in that regard, and Emphatic, quite a good move there, George.
Yeah, very daring indeed. Now as we have a battle for the lead, Elray Guri takes P1 away from Rasin Chai here on lap 8 of 66. Runs wide though, heading out of turn in towards turn 2 and towards turn 3. And Elray Guri, despite taking the lead advantage, heading down towards turn 1, now running wheel to wheel. Once again with Rasin Chai, who responds brilliantly and manages to retake that lead advantage in the opening sector again. M-Sky-Z smells an opportunity, locking up the brakes. Elray Guri, wider line taken by M-Sky-Z, and the sky's the limit here for M-Sky-Z, who pushes himself into second, gets the nose of the McLaren in front, the whole car in front now as they circle through Samsung. Second place for M-Sky-Z. Rasin leads here in lap 8.
That is awesome. As we see a radio message from Razin saying that was really dodgy. I don't understand why they're fighting so much right now. They do not want to give that second pack in 6th place any sort of chance of catching up. I know they are 3.8 seconds away, but if they keep fighting and keep changing all these spots, is Ben Daly also taking a little look at that, only a couple of tenths behind, eyeing up that podium spot as the DRS will open for everyone. Will Razin still be in the lead come the start of turn 1? I figure not, but we will definitely see. But Elray Guri going for that move again on Skies. He has to watch that they don't slow each other down. Will he be able to do 2 cars at once? He will, before the even turn gets into that lead of the race on those medium tyres. We're looking at lap 9. Are those soft tyres getting a little bit rough now? Is the medium the better tyre at the minute? We will find out. We'll see if Elray can break the DRS, but Razin and Sky-Z are not going to want that to happen. And Tiamat Marduk, Mr. Consistency, is just staying there as Alex Gillen has a little bit of a look on Ben, decides not to do it at this minute. We are shaping up to have a battle with Alex Gillen and Tiamat Marduk. That might be quite interesting, like historic times have suggested.
Yeah, double move delight for Elray Guri, and it's so crucial that he remains in front. This does not serve those on the soft tyres very well whatsoever, because of course it does mean that those in the mediums are in the driving seat. Elray Guri, one of those drivers as well. Tiamat Marduk, who is in this fight, is also on medium tyres, so we've got 2 of them that are currently in the mix here in the top 5, with a great chance of perhaps undoing everything that those on the softs could be looking to unleash through the course of this race. We will, of course, be looking to the pit window very, very soon, and obviously, given the fact that tyres are put under excruciating pressure through the circuit of the Algarve, it does lead to wear being more prominent around this track. As now, once again, we see an overtake for the lead. Rasin Chai taking it back away from Elray Guri. A chance here for Tiamat Marduk, who runs wheel to wheel with M-Sky-Z, and almost a revisit from back in Austria last week alone. Tiamat Marduk in front of M-Sky-Z, and that's a sight that M-Sky-Z is not going to like, because Ben, remember, he's on medium tyres.
Yeah, this is very good for the medium runners. If I'm in the soft tyres category now, I'm a little bit worried, but Razin definitely doesn't want to give up that lead, as Tom97 is now in 6th place. He has just been working his way right up, just showing his speed. That's quite incredible. I remember we were comparing him and Safso earlier on. He is 11 places up on this race. That is quite incredible. He's someone we need to look out for at the end of this race. If he keeps on this pace, the battle for at the top right now might be irrelevant, because that is quite incredible. He now has a tough ask. Can he catch up to the pack without DRS?
Yeah, of course now Tom97 put right into the points, certainly serious points as well. If you achieve a P6, remember top 15 in the Creator Series can score points, and Tiamat Marduk coming out saying me and Alex are going to lead this train soon. So a vote of confidence. Timoth Marduk obviously very confident behind the wheel of his Ferrari right now, and he's towing along MSkyZ and also one Alex Gillen at the same time, just breaking out of the aero, having a look, a little bit of a shot fired there, warning shot fired from Timoth Marduk against El Rey Guri, should I say, coming through the first sector. There's GB68 in the top 10. 8th place, his teammate Zavso as well part of this train, and they've got Mr. Dale in between them as well. Peya now ahead of GB68 this time. We heard what GB said earlier on when he said the last man I want behind me is Peya. Well, Peya has managed to dispose of him this time around now as they exit out of Tora Vip and then climb the hill leading up through towards Samson Corner on the escape of turn 7, as now they look to make their way around this double right-hander now of sorts. They've got a hill to take and then a crest leading through Craig Jones at turn 9, which will then bring them up to Portimao at turn 10 as well. There is Peya. Of course, this circuit of the Algarve, 2.889 miles of circuit, pure racing circuit here with opportunities for overtaking aplenty. We've seen many of them already through the course of this race. Lap 11 of 66, still plenty more to go. Strategies to be unveiled as now we see them head down the hill now as we rejoin the battle for the lead at the very front. It's still Rasin Chai who now takes them through, coming through the final corner now out of the Gulp corner at turn 15. Rasin Chai with a 2/10 gap that has now been eroded through the course of this now, and Timoth Marduk already opening up the door with the DRS now opening up. El Rey Guri now snatches back the lead advantage. He's been swapping with Rasin Chai consistently through the course of the race, but obviously as this perseveres, this does not work in the favour of Rasin Chai whatsoever.
No, it certainly doesn't. And this top 5 drivers, they need to be thinking long term. They need to stop slowing each other down because Tom 97 is creeping. He's now under that 3-second mark. He's getting out. As MSkyZ makes a move for third, and Ben Timoth Marduk is not giving up. Look how close they are coming in to this sector of the track. It's very difficult to do it too wide. MSkyZ decides to just sit back for that. Doesn't want to risk that at the moment. You do not want to be throwing away a win opportunity with silly moves on lap 12 when you're in a sort of 5-car train with each other. They just need to help each other. But again, Tom 97's found another 310s, 410s as I'm speaking. It's coming down and down because they keep fighting with each other on these corners. It is slowing the overall pack down, and it might end up hurting them more than helping them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Rasin Chai second place now, and look at this. El Rey Guri very nearly breaking that DRS gap as well. It's right on the bubble of going over a second. It has done. Now, how does this affect things? Will he have DRS? That's the big question. El Rey Guri now across the line, commencing lap 13. Timoth Marduk on the attack of Rasin Chai as well, which is music to the ears of El Rey Guri. Now, 2 cars on medium tyres are now 1 and 2 in this timing tower, and obviously as a result of the battle, it's now put a near on 10th cushion on El Rey Guri, which has now been instantly eroded by Timoth Marduk because he's now got to put the burners on and get back to within DRS of El Rey Guri to give himself a chance at battling for the race lead here, Scott.
Oh, exactly. If El Rey Guri can get out of that DRS, then that is such a statement. Lap 13 of 66 to go, but Timoth Marduk is not going to make that easy. He is Mr. Consistent. He really is. You can never write him off. As MSkyZ and Razin still fighting for that 3rd place behind. They are again going to be slowing themselves down. And their 3rd place has now lost DRS to Ben and El Rey. They are on their own, a 2-car battle, and now from 3rd, 4th and 5th, they are now, Razin's going to have quite a disadvantage as Tom's getting even closer. Alex Gillen saying, what are you doing? This is not the time to battle. It's exactly what we've been saying. This is not the time to battle. Look at Tom 97's time, 1.6 seconds. And he's also bringing Persia to an extent with him, as if Persia can just get back into that DRS. But he is slowly bringing that pack up as we're on that straight. Will Timoth Marduk make a move? I don't think so, but SkyZ trying the move on Razin makes it stick. Bit comfortable there. Razin does not want to slow himself down anymore because they're starting to lose that top 2.
Yeah, great move indeed by MSkyZ, but what does that cost them? Because, of course, you've got the 2 front runners now that are going to be working together to try and increase this DRS gap because, of course, now it puts those on the medium tyres in with a great chance. Alex Gillen is absolutely right because, of course, as far as he's concerned, it's not about the fight for P3, it's the overall fight for the race lead and the race win as a consequence. Of course, he wants to be in the mix, and given the fact that he's got MSkyZ and Rasin Chai in front of him here, obviously negating that, it does cause them a bit of a problem. But mSkyZ has automatically now brought them straight back into the fight, as we now take a look at them making their way through this inward swinger, down the hill, and now up the hill, as they now head through towards this left-hander coming out of the final few corners now. Hayden Gullis, who we're just seeing in our bottom right-hand corner, has just boxed and is now making his way through Tora Vip now, and he is one of the first to pit so far through the course of this race. Now, this is the moment where those on the softs have got to make a key decision here, because it seems to me, Scott, that those on the medium tyres are in the prime position. Now, I do want to go to you, TK, with some news about the start of the race.
Indeed, it was a great restart from Razin. And yeah, fantastic restart from Razin. It was a great dive down the inside from the start of the race, almost getting that race lead straight off the bat. But he did, in fact, have to sit behind mSky and see the rest of the race out, as he sits currently at the moment. Got a fantastic launch. You can see him and mSky having a fantastic battle down into turn one, just to concede to the McLaren, who had a bit of better speed around the outside. Did try it again into turn two. And once again, not successful, just getting beat off by the McLaren, who defended absolutely fantastically.
Yeah, great fight. Thank you ever so much, TK, for that wonderful insight there. So there you have it, folks. The battle for the lead that we saw erupting on the race start. Unbelievable scenes there indeed, as now we see El Guri and Timoet Marduk fighting for the race lead once again, coming out now. Now, this is certainly not something that both of the drivers on the mediums are going to want, because obviously that brings back straight away mSkyZ, Razin Chai and Alex Gillen into the mix. And look who's on the tail of them now, Scott. Tom97 has joined them. He's up in the top 6. He's within a second of Alex Gillen.
He is, and he's also brought GB, Persia and Dale with him. So now it's going to be, if GB can just get back into that, because for the last 5-10 laps he's been basically staying with Tom. Just this lap he's lost it now. As El Guri gets back into the lead of this race, they're just switching it up. They're slowing each other down. We've been watching it happen for 16 laps. There's another universe where El Rey and Ben were just gone 2-3 seconds away in the gift. We have a 6-car train again for the lead, 16 laps in. We don't expect any rain at this moment as well, so this is just sheer pace. The pit stops are going to be interesting. As it's been mentioned, Hayden Gullis did go for that pit stop. He went a bit early. We've not really seen anyone respond yet, but coming to the end of this lap, we might have to see some of the soft people running. But these soft tyres can go very long at Portugal. I've seen people do it all the way up to late 20 laps with soft tyres. Not even the other night ago I saw this, and they were very slow, but they were still on the track and not blowing up.
Yeah, well, I will say this. This is absolutely unbelievable scenes here from Tom97. Remember, he started all the way back in 17th place on the grid. Had to fight his way forward. We saw him making overtakes left, right and centre. But, I mean, muscling himself within a delta that's within a second of this train that is being led by El Guri, the race leader, is truly spectacular. mSkyZ now on the attack, as now he looks down the inside here of Timoet Marduk. We're still running on board with him here at this stage. Now Timoet Marduk is going to lose out on second place here, because mSkyZ, committing to turn one, has now taken P2 away and is going to look to try and close up on El Guri to make it business as normal for mSkyZ. Remember, he started pole position at the start of the race, lost out very early on after a very decent start from El Guri, but now he has brought his softs back into the mix. Was it the case, Scott, that they were tyre saving earlier on?
It could have been. These tyres might still have a bit to go. It's in the soft guys' initiative to try and slow down the medium tyres, right? So if they can get in front of them and just overall sort of slow down as much as possible, that will come into their favour eventually into the race. I did notice Fratic dropped down a few spots as well. I feel like he was either in a pit or had an instant. It might have been a pit stop there. But yeah, look at the train now, all the way down to Tom97, who GB has kind of lost a little bit of that pace. And Fratic has pitted to fresh mediums, I'm being told, so that might be where the soft people are thinking. They could have went mediums or hards, and Fratic's going for mediums. I wonder what the rest of the field are thinking. What do you think, George? Do you think they'll go even longer with hards, or do you think they'll try and stay on to that more medium tyre?
Well, I think we're definitely coming up to the crossover point now. And if you want to join the conversation, folks, you certainly can. Head on to social media, use hashtag F1 Creator Series and register your points to us on social media. MSkyZ now going for the lead of the race and has snuffed out El Rey Guri for that lead spot now, coming out of turn 1 and turn 2 and now entering turn 3 at Lagos. He leads the way at Lagos as well, coming out of turn 4. So it's the Papaya McLaren who is now at the head of the field and is pointed straight at Tora Vip, leading the way ahead of El Rey Guri.
Absolutely incredible. We do have teammate Marduk, who is fighting for third right now with Razin, who has went for and Razin.
Lovely move.
Yeah, that was
move.
beautiful, wasn't it? He had to just kind of made his way in there, didn't give a choice. Made that statement. I love to see it. The tyres are getting old. We're talking about 17 laps. Teammate Marduk does have the fastest lap of the race so far on those medium tyres. So it looks like definitely, as we have a message from Alex Gillen saying, no benefit to pitting while in this group. That's an interesting point to make. They are in a little group by themselves. They are giving each other DRS. They are potentially getting further away, which they are, I can confirm, by another sort of 0.2, 3, 4 seconds away from GB, who is trying his best but is losing that pack. What do you make of that, George?
Well, it's exactly the point we've been making, that those on the medium tyres obviously being part of this fight, it negates the strategy call made by those who started on the softs, and that's exactly what Alex Gillen is thinking. He wants to try and stretch the run on the softs in order to try and make it line up with those on the medium tyres, which, whilst obviously it's the right idea, as we now see Rasin Chai moving up into third place ahead of Tiamat Marduk, it may be the right call for now, but those softs are going to be feeling absolutely dreadful. They're going to be like ice skates heading through towards their closing laps, and naturally it's going to be so tough for anybody on those soft tyres to stay up with those on those mediums. Now we're seeing into the pits comes Curbs. Now Noiguera is also in for a pit stop as well, so he's not alone. So the Williams driver opting to remove those soft tyres that he started with. Let's wait and see what tyres he does enlist. It will be the mediums for Curbs. So now we're seeing those on the softs starting to box further down the order. If you're in this DRS train though, you've got a big decision to make up at the front enders. Now in comes Alex Gillen, looking to go wheel to wheel now with Tiamat Marduk, the two rivals now, as we now see Alex Gillen responding straight away, a move he needed to make against a driver on medium tyres.
That was a great move as well. There was a passion in that move, we could say. And also, coming back to Noguera during that pit stop, got a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's going to be very interesting come the end of the race, because I imagine another pit stop will happen and Noguera will have to drop down. That's 8 seconds in total.
Tom 97's in. Tom 97 has come into the pits. He's currently, remember, he came in P6. That's a huge call from Tom 97. He's the first from the leading train to come in and make a swap. No doubt this will be a stop onto medium tyres off the softs, and he'll be looking to come out and potentially undercut everybody else, which is a very smart move, because those on the softs, I would argue, are definitely past their prime.
Yeah, if their representative lap times are going to be nowhere near the speed that they maybe need to be, so this is probably quite a smart move. I imagine it's going to test the rest of the guys on their strategy decisions. Are they going to just come in now? I'm not too sure what they're going to do, but El Rey Guri in that second spot, SkyZ still in the first. They're going to have to make a decision. SkyZ and Razin, will they come in? I think Alex as well was on the soft tires. Will he come in as well? Tom 97 is a very fast driver, and you might need to just almost trust that he's made the right decision, and you don't want to be left behind.
No, you definitely don't. The top 5 now, all within a DRS train. Tom 97 has been evicted from it after deciding to make that pit stop. Now, will this enlist a response from any of those on the softs here at this point? Because obviously their pace is going to be off. Tom 97 on fresh rubber will have an opportunity to potentially undercut, and we all know how good his pace really is. And yes, as if by magic, in comes MSkyZ. And I tell you what, look at the list of cars that are coming in. It's MSkyZ, El Rey Guri as well. So we've got a driver that was on medium tyres, now opting to change now. That's a really interesting call from El Rey Guri here, Scott.
It is very interesting, because I would have thought the point was to stay longer. But then we have Alex, who is, I believe, on the soft tires. He's decided to stay longer. So we really have a lot of different strategy decisions coming into play. And I do like a race like this.
There's
Oh,
Top
there he is.
97
He's
on the
coming
right-hand
through the
side.
end.
So where is he going to feature out of all this? Because MSkyZ has come out of the pits. But what about Rasin Chai further down? Top 97 has come out right between El Rey Guri and Rasin Chai. They met almost immediately now as they come over the crest and now take it down towards Tora Vip. Truly stunning. Top 97 with a very decent strategy call, and he's got the warmer rubber. He's had a lap to warm them up, so a great chance to chip down this delta and at the same time overtake El Rey Guri and MSkyZ. That is effectively net P3 here, Scott.
Yeah, that's quite mad. That's 2 positions gains just by coming in a lap early. What a great strategic decision. He'll be very proud of that, but also potentially 4 exactly as well, potentially 4 positions, but Rasin Shai will be kicking himself for not being the one to maybe come in early. But we do have Rasin and Mitchie 11th, 12th. Oh, as Alex is coming into the pits, this is going to be interesting. I do think staying out that extra lap will have slowed him down. I do expect him to maybe lose a few spots, as we'll see the engineers putting on a new set of tyres. He's coming back out. Where will he finish? As we see SkyZ coming round to that final corner onto the straight. How well has this been for Alex? It's going to be very close. He's actually nearly at the end. It's going to be quite a move. Oh, as we have El Rey. Go on, Alex has lost a few spots. El Rey is taking the spot from SkyZ. Tom is right behind that, and we have Rasin as well, and that has not worked out for Alex Gillen, has it?
Well, he's back in the train at the very least, but I can tell you this, that Tom 97 is all over the back of MSkyZ here at this point now. They are now nose to tail as they now head down through towards Tora Vip. Wheel to wheel they stay. Tom 97 elevates himself now up to P7. A great move, net P2, and is now looking to chase after El Rey Guri for that net lead spot. This has been a truly stellar drive by Tom 97 in this initial stint, lap 22 of 66, and Tiermet Marduk, he is following the strategy through, as is GB68, but at this point, Tiermet Marduk is the big question mark. Where will he come out in all this come the end of the race?
Yeah, exactly. We also had GB 4.8 seconds behind. Oh, and as Tiermet Marduk comes into the pit and gets a 5-second penalty speeding in the pit lane. It's one of the mistakes that you cannot be making in a 100% race. That will slow him down. That is not what you want to see, George. That's so sad.
Yeah, well, he's coming out of the pit lane now. The question is, where does he fall into place here? That 5-second penalty is going to hurt. And now making his way up through towards the line, and very soon he'll be able to come out of the pit limiter. Unfortunately, though, it hasn't worked out. He's now dropping through the field, and Rasin Chai coming together with MSkyZ. Rasin has managed to overtake MSkyZ's as well, his McLaren, which is now down into 8th place. Tom 97 has gapped Rasin Chai now 1.3 seconds, so one has to wonder whether there was an issue for MSkyZ, because he's lost time and he's outside the DRS window, as is Rasin Chai of Tom 97, who is now starting to close on El Rey Guri for that net race lead.
Yeah, this is an incredible drive by Tom 97. I almost cannot believe the pace at this moment. And the way this is looking, El Rey is not going to be able to beat him off, but we will see. We're lap 23. We've got a long race to go. Having such a good time with this, though. I feel like every lap we're getting multiple amazing things to watch.
Blue
Tom
flags.
97, though. Oh, and see blue flags. Let's hope that doesn't slow down
really.
any drivers.
Well, it's not really blue flags. We sent a little curveball there, but yeah, side by side now. Dave Gaming is racing these cars. Of course, remember, folks, this is not a lap car scenario, as now going past them is indeed El Rey Guri. Tom 97 managing to also pass Dave Gaming, so there's a car now between Rasin Chai and Tom 97. Dave Gaming effectively out of sync of all these runners now, but Dave Gaming, look at the comeback here against Tom 97. He could make an overtake, decides against it as they come through turn 1 now, and Tom 97 once again on the tail of El Rey Guri. This is going to be one tasty fight.
Oh, exactly. As Tom might even be looking to try to take the sort of net lead of the race. We do have Mr. Dale and Persia that are in first and second. They've not come in for their pit stop yet. Maybe hoping for some sort of safety car going as long as they can. We've seen it happen where that strategy can work out for you. But at the minute, Tom 97 is all over the back of El Rey. There's under 2 tenths in it. It is switching. Let's see if Persia and Mr. Dale might want to come into the pits at the end of this lap. We're not really seeing too much cause for a safety car. The whole field seems to be very, very clean and very respectful. As we see Rasin going for the move on Dave Gaiman. Will be a bit of a tire difference there. Doesn't want to get slowed down because we are losing. Oh, as I say, Dave Gaiman overtakes Raz, and I apologise. And TMM Marduk and Alex Gillen going at it again. TMM Marduk with that penalty definitely will be upset come the end of the race by that, as Persia's coming into the pit. It looks like Persia might have to drop to the back of the field, George.
Yeah, and Dave Gaming has definitely made an impact here on this group of cars that have tried to stay in tow of our front runners. Tom97 now blasting himself into the lead of the race as he passes El Rey Guri as well in terms of the net race lead here at this stage now, as we see a group of cars coming together. TMM Marduk somehow, though, managing to uproot all of them. P4 now for TMM Marduk, and Alex Gillen has followed him through into P5 as well, relegating him, Sky Z, and Razin Chai down to 7th. And we saw Razin struggling with Dave Gaming earlier on, and it certainly has caused him some problems. Side by side now between him and Sky Z again. Remember these two? They came together back at Austria when they went racing at the Red Bull Ring, and M Sky Z, despite losing out on that occasion, he wins on this occasion, manages to beat past Razin Chai, and P6 on the table for the Frenchman.
Agreed, and Dave Gaming also losing a couple of spots out there, which is unfortunate to see. Tom in front of El Rey Guri now has that net race lead. I cannot believe we're in this spot when he started so far behind. We know he's a fast driver, but it's taken him 25 laps to get to the net P1 position. I think that's quite incredible when you consider the names and the speed and the talent that we have in this lobby. They're not all just content creators, they're also some of the best at this game. So to come in and do that is quite a statement. El Rey certainly not being defeated at this moment in time. We'll just have to sit back, almost appreciate just how fast Tom is, and make sure that you stay in that DRS. Make Tom maybe waste all his resources, let you save up, save your tires, save that ERS to potentially make a good move later on in the race.
Yeah, well, one thing to also state as well, Meraki just overtaking Dave Gaming. Remember, he started from the very back of the grid and is now 9th in this top 10 as well. So a great move from Meraki to secure himself some extra points. And though he is very far out from being part of this lead fight, though he is closing up to Michi Hoyer and Razin. Remember, Razin, who was part of the lead battle, he's now quite a ways behind, because TMM Marduk 2.2 away from the back of El Rey Guri, who's currently in 3rd and battling with Tom97. Mr. Dale still out on track and yet to pit. He's the only car, bar Dave Gaming, that is yet to pit for new tyres. So eventually we'll see Mr. Dale come in, and without any shadow of a doubt, Tom97 will take up the official lead of the race when he does so. 4.7 the gap now between Mr. Dale and Tom97, and it gets me to believe that obviously Mr. Dale looking for that safety car to come straight back out, or to come out at all through the course of this race. But it has to be said, we have not necessarily seen much of the safety car over the last few races through the course of the Creator Series, so it might not necessarily be a case that we could see one through the course of racing here at the Algarve. We now see Tom97 coming through turns 1 and turns 2, and still managing to keep El Rey Guri at bay, though he will get a chance heading down through towards Tora Vip. But nonetheless, it has been absolutely outrageous scenes here. Some immense battling now as once again they come together. El Rey Guri having another look in the wheel tracks of Tom97, and we are hearing in our ears that the AlphaTauri of Mr. Dale will be looking to box around lap 29.
Yep, so if we do see a safety car in the next 2 laps, he will be the luckiest man in this grid at this moment in time. Also getting a little bit of insight in the chat from Bushy Ants that's also saying that Tom is very good at saving the battery and the tyres. So even being in front and not having that DRS, you know, might not be the biggest detriment to him. This is when you're really going to test these drivers and their skill, is when you put them into hard conditions. For example, not having that extra DRS advantage, which around Portugal is quite mad. GB getting an overtake done on Dave Gaming, getting into that 10th place. Dave Gaming having a little bit of a rough time. Did have a few laps where he was really feeling like he would be one of the ones to keep going, but Safso has got through it. Dave Gaming sadly just falling down the place. He's not too bad for Aston Martin, looking at 10th, 11th right now. Safso, obviously one of our championship winners, as we have El Rey overtaking Tom97 into that net P1 lead on those 7-lap old softs. Tom went for those mediums, so definite different strategies happening. I wonder what will be the most effective. The way it's looking in this race without the safety car, which I don't think is going to come at this moment in time unless there's a massive skill issue, the medium tyres might be quite good.
Well, Tiamat Marduk has been fighting tooth and nail as well to try and bring that DRS gap back down so they can reignite or reform the train effectively between P3 and P4. So, and he's right on the cusp of achieving it as well. But also, you've got to remember and state that he does have a penalty to his name. So it's not all, should we say, sweet for Tiamat Marduk. And obviously that penalty is going to be a huge factor come the end of the race. Mr. Dale still out on track. Remember, he did state lap 29 is when he'd be looking to box. El Rey Guri really closing in now, and he's within a second. So the great chance here for El Rey Guri to even get it done on this lap without Mr. Dale even pitting. And as you can see, the difference between the tyre compounds, Mr. Dale, I think, has decided to box at the end of lap 28 instead. So it's El Rey Guri who is going to take the absolute lead of the race here on lap 29 of 66. And Tiamat Marduk, like I said before, we might get DRS this lap, and he has got it and has now managed to close the gap between he and Tom 97. So it's not over for the cars behind, but just how much battery and tyres has he used here at this case, Scott?
Exactly, and that might come back to his misfortune later in the race, but you cannot rule out someone like Tiamat Marduk. He is quite phenomenal at the game. Oh, potentially making a move to go into that on the inside, that little bit of contact, using all of that track at the right-hand side. Tom still just has that advantage, but Ben's not giving up at this moment. Has to take the outside lane, has to back off a little. You do not really want to be going too wide into that corner. Very tough to see. He's going to have to back off, but that was interesting. Tiamat Marduk's definitely looking at that second place going, Tom, you're not as fast as you think, and I'm going to get that spot from you, George.
Yeah, no, incredible. And he made the move. Obviously, no regard for P1 at that point, because obviously now El Rey Guri 1.6 seconds up the road. And obviously that means that DRS has been broken on Tom 97. And that's the last thing that Tom 97 would have wanted. Mr. Dale picking up a 3-second time penalty as well in the process. We have, at this stage, a situation where we have got 6 cars with penalties to their name through the course of this race as well, and there's quite a few with warnings. Rasin Chai on the cusp of a penalty because he's got 3 warnings as well. Here comes Tiamat Marduk again, looking to challenge Tom 97 like he did on the previous lap, this time heading through turn 1, and the Ferrari now second place and 1.4 seconds away from El Rey Guri, as now Alex Gillen also elevates himself higher than M Sky Z, 4th place for the Red Bull.
I love to see it, and also Razin in 6th place is keeping up with them for now, so even though he has been struggling, he's making sure he's still in that sort of fight for that sort of 4th place with Alex, as well as we see everyone so close together, 30 laps, and Tiamat Marduk with that 5-second penalty. There's going to be very rough, but M Sky Z, who took pole in qualifying, is just staying there in 5th place. He's just staying, again, Mr. Consistent. Will have to make moves later in the race, because I really can't tell you at this moment where it's going. El Rey Guri, though, keeping that gap. Tiamat Marduk really has to go for it now or never, because if El Rey gets away from that DRS, that could be curtains. There's 36 laps left, but if you get away from that DRS, as it looks like Tiamat Marduk might be burning a little bit of resources, trying his best, coming into the end of the lap. It's kind of now or never, or he will have to try again next lap. It looks like it's going to be very close, but I don't think he will get it at this stage. We'll have to see what he can do next lap.
Well, he's rushing down towards turn 1 now. He's right on the precipice of breaking into that 1-second gap. And you can just see the rear light flashing on the back of El Rey Guri's car. So he's obviously looking to try and save his energy as well. ERS obviously being a prevalent factor around the Algarve. And we alluded to the fact that it is very much a game of chess. As we now see Zafso's team radio, I really hope I'm not ruining GB's race. Very conscious of his teammates. We know how hard Aston Martin work together as a team, and they do have a really great record. Zafso himself has a great record of working together with teammates, and having GB68 together, obviously it will be beneficial to both drivers come late in the race. They will be looking for some points to obviously help their cause, but obviously Mercedes outperforming them here at this stage, as we now see Tiamat Marduk breaking to within that DRS. He is now within a second as they look to make their way around now, and you can just see, we alluded to the flashing light on the back of El Rey Guri's car. It once again makes an appearance as now Tiamat Marduk also flashes on the back of his Ferrari as he looks to try and save that crucial ERS.
Yeah, definitely, and it's nice to see that Safso is conscious of his teammate, because this is a Constructors' Championship as well, and they cannot be ruining each other's races. Resources must be very slim up at the top, though, but if I'm Tom 97, I'm just letting Tiamat Marduk... Oh, he's going into the pit. El Rey into the pits. This is going to be very interesting. If we can get a little tyre check at one point as well, we will see what is going to happen there. That is very interesting. That's lap 32, going on to a new set of tyres for roughly 34, 35 laps left. There might need to be another stop. That's quite a distance. What do you think? With medium tyres, do they last till the end of the race? My head is saying potentially no.
No, I think it's going to be a bit of a push to take them right to the very end. There will be another stop, I think, for El Guri before the very end of the race. So at this stage, it's Tiamat Marduk who is now making his way through. And as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, we saw, of course, El Guri that has now got clean air, so he can use that to effectively pull off a huge undercut to everybody else. Obviously, everyone else is going to have to box eventually as well. There will be at least one more stop, you'd figure, for those up in the sharp end. Obviously, the likes of Tiamat Marduk, he's only registered 9 laps on his softs. He got 12 laps on the medium tyres of Tom 97 in second place, 10 laps accrued on Alex Gillen's tyres, 11 laps as well for both M-Sky Z and Racing Chai. So obviously at this stage, there is still a lot of work to do. I got to give credit to Racing here as well. Remember how far away he was earlier on? Well, he's now part of the group and within a second of M-Sky Z down in 4th place.
Yeah, well, you can never count out Raz, and that's why he is our championship leader as well. Even though he's not been sort of fighting for that first spot. By the way, Meraki now, 6th place. That is very interesting. As Mitchie Hoyer's coming into the pits, we'll see where he comes out. But yeah, Meraki up to P6, but Razin, as you were saying, getting back into that train. We now have that 5-car train. Very interesting to see that it's still kept up as Tom 97 is getting very, very close. Mitchie is coming out in medium tyres, we're being told. So it looks like the drivers might just be committing to an extra stop before the end of the race. Potentially some soft tyres at the very end and going for a sort of last few laps thriller.
Yeah, it's going to be very close indeed. Incredible fighting up at the top. I mean, it is a war of words, or certainly a battle between those chess players up at the sharp end. But obviously, Tiamat Marduk, despite leading the way, remember that time penalty is going to be so crucial come the very end. And he does have 2 warnings as well under his belt, so it could be yet another penalty that he has to deal with later on. Racing Chai also dealing with potentially a penalty under his name because he has 3 warnings enlisted to himself too. And there's quite a few others dotted around as well. M-Sky Z also with 2 warnings to his name, so 1 dice with death, and it could yet mean that he unfortunately receives a penalty to his course too. As we now see the cars make their way down the straight once again, opportunity here for Tom 97 to now make an overtake for the race lead here on lap 34. And as we're now over the halfway point, it's Tom 97 who leads the way. Alex Gillen all over his rivals' rear end as now the Ferrari comes under pressure from the Red Bull in behind. M-Sky Z in 4th, who is watching all this unfold. But once again, it's Tiamat Marduk and Alex Gillen with Tom 97 up at the front.
Yeah, and M-Sky Z seems to be the one that's not really been doing too many moves, nothing too potential to slow him down or excess tyre wear. So very interesting to see what his strategy is. I really wouldn't count him out yet, but it's kind of hard to say who could win this as well. I feel like anyone in the top 5 could do it. I think we're going to hear from TK to see if he has any words to say so far about this race. TK.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting race so far. On strategy alone, there's a lot of drivers out here going for the 2-stop. However, we've seen try and throw the switch a little bit early, going for that 3-stop, such as El Rey. It's going to be a real challenge for our drivers to navigate this strategy option as we head just over halfway through this race.
Well, thank you, TK, for that. And certainly there will be there's a big bold question mark around as to which strategy is going to be more fruitful or bear the fruit come the end of the race. As now Tom 97 takes the leaders through on lap 35 of 66, all of them within DRS. Racing Chai just a little bit further back, trying to close up to the front end of things. Tiamat Marduk, Team Radio, I need to charge the battery. I'm not surprised by that by 1 iota, as M-Sky Z very aggressive on the run towards turn 3. Has another look on Alex Gillen here for 3rd place, but Gillen doing enough to defend the spot. As now the Frenchman all over the back with the rear wing opened up. They head down towards Toravit. The McLaren opens up the door, goes side by side with Alex Gillen. They make a little bit of contact, perhaps enough room though for both of them to share, as now they exit out of Toravit through towards now this segment of curves out of turn 6 in towards turn 7 and now into Samsung at turn 8. Gillen doing enough to defend the place.
Yeah, definitely, and Meraki not really making too much time up to that top pack, so it's definitely these 5 cars are in the race for themselves at this moment. Sky Z not giving Alex any less pressure going on, as we can see some of the tyre wears. The gap is about 24 seconds between that, and as we know with the pit stops, it's going to be very, very close to find out what will happen at that point. I'm looking at Aston Martin doing quite well in 7th and 8th. I'm looking at Tom, who's trying to get out of that DRS. Tom 97, he's trying his best. He's at 9/10 of a second. Getting there, we're on the straight. Teammate Marduk was saying he has to save his batteries. Tom 97 might not let him have that choice, right, George?
Well, no, he could well try and... Well, I mean, at this point, it's just a case of trying to defend the place. I mean, they're trying to retain the DRS as best they can. Obviously, Teammate Marduk, the last thing he wants to do is effectively lose the rear of Tom 97 because, of course, remember, he is on the soft tyres. Needs to try and make them last over the long course of distance, because remember, El Rey Guri has pulled off that truly gargantuan undercut, which could yet put him in the precipice of perhaps achieving P1 come the pit stop phases. But certainly at this point, it's going to be intriguing because, of course, the gap between obviously El Rey for the down is 20.1 now away from Tom 97. So while the pit stop phase unravels, there's a great chance that El Rey Guri can reignite his spot up at the very top end of things. We're only on lap 36 of 66, still a long way to go, folks, but 30 laps to go here at this point now, and this is what I fear. Teammate Marduk losing that DRS, jumping over that second gap, and he's fighting tooth and nail to break back within it because he needs the DRS to stay in tow of Tom 97 and save his battery.
Definitely, and as we did see on board, though, he did actually have some battery, but we see Alex getting a little bit more. Definitely wants that second spot as well. As I say, as long as they don't slow each other down, they can just keep grinding ahead, keep getting the overtakes. But I fear that we can only watch so many overtakes before there might be a bit more competitiveness. We might even have some issues moving forward. Hopefully not. Safso and GB as well down in 7th and 8th. They're just keeping each other very nice. They're trying to work together. Don't want to slow each other down. They are struggling to catch that sort of top, catch Meraki, who's in 6th, who is also in turn struggling to find out. We also have heard in chat that Taco Man and Infratic have been having a battle for quite a few laps. They did get some into contact earlier. It looks like Infratic might have been able to just get a little bit further away, but that has definitely been a spicy battle from what we're hearing in the chat.
Yeah, I've got my eyes on Michi Hoyer a little bit as well. Obviously registering really decent lap times in Delta as well. He's been really strong and he's trying to muster in the Delta. Remember, 27.7 away from Tom 97 up the very head of the order. And with this very key stint that he's on 4-lap-old medium tyres. And this is a great opportunity for him to even pull off an undercut to enter the fray of battle. Very similar strat to what El Rey Guri has pulled out the bag. He bitted a lap later than El Rey. So a great chance for Michi Hoyer if he can find the Delta and really put in these laps. His last lap was really impressive, a 1:19.341. If he continues in this vein of form, he's not far off the pace of El Rey Guri, who has the fastest lap of the race so far. If he can pull this together, a great chance here for Michi Hoyer to enter the fray.
Agreed. And for Michi Hoyer being in 14th place in the driver's standings, he kind of does need this, so it's got to be now or never for him if he wants to make any sort of mark in the top 6. As we see, Teammate Marduk's got back to half a second with Tom. I fear that maybe some resources might have been used with that. Tom 97, I think he's just content to stay at the top right now. It is something he has been used to when he does race in this amazing league, the Creator Series sponsored by EA. By the way, guys, if you want to join the conversation, hashtag F1 Creator Series. Talk about us online, tell us about your favourite moments, any of this stuff. We want to hear it, we love to hear it, because we love giving you guys all of these clips and all of these races. We love giving you guys this content. If you have any clips yourself, you can join the Discord, get into the Discord so that we can use that to give you guys more content throughout the week between each race. We have had an incredible race so far, George, right? How have you felt?
It's been a real battle, certainly at the front end. Tom 97 has really driven an impeccable race. Remember where he started, P17 in the order. The fact that he's leading this race absolute is incredible. It has been nonetheless a great fight from Teammate Marduk, who despite obviously the penalty has been working hard. Teammate Marduk, though, incidentally taking the lead of the race away from Tom, so managing to bring the Alpine down a peg or two. A mistake there from Alex Gillen. Oh, goodness me. Rear-ended, I think, as well. There was a little bit of contact with MSkyZ, I think, coming out of turn 3, which has uprooted Alex Gillen. And we've also heard that Noiguera has also crashed as well. So drama right through the grid order. I'm sure TK will go and check it out very shortly and give us a little bit of insight into that. But a huge moment here at this case, Scott. Alex Gillen, a huge moment out of turn 3.
And Skyzy gets a 3-second time penalty. That might be the race win come the end of 66 laps. That's so unfortunate. Skyzy just not having the best of time there. And we're finding out that Nogueira had lost the rear end. That's so heartbreaking from Nogueira, who at one point in qualifying was looking like who could be in the serious spots. We were talking about Alfa Romeo potentially making a good stamp of points in this race. Right now, Elray is still providing that, but Nogueira having a rough time with that as Tiamat Marduk back into first place, Tom 97 into second place. Now it's his time to try and maybe save some of those resources and get a bit of DRS for a few laps.
We'll have to wait and see now. Opening up the rear wing now comes Tom 97. He'll now look to try and close up on Tiamat Marduk. The gap, though, not reducing perhaps as much as he would like. Credit to Tiamat Marduk, who in this stint on the soft tyres has done a great job here at this point, but obviously I'm still watching on Elray Guri because the gap now is down to 15.9 seconds. The gap to leader. So Elray Guri has put in a vicious stint right now. He is on a mission and effectively has put himself on the precipice of perhaps even taking that P1 spot straight away when those up at the highest order are going to be boxing further down as well. Michi Hoyer also managing to find 3 seconds on his time. He's now only 24 seconds away from the top. So enter Michi Hoyer into the equation. Remember, he's only got 7 laps accrued on his medium tyres, so we've got plenty to look at here. Opportunities in abundance across this entire field. And despite Tiamat Marduk leading, the penalty being truly a huge catalyst in this fight, very much like MSkyZ in third place. And now the pound seats are in for Tom 97 in second, who has got them right between him here.
And definitely, as we see a yellow flag in sector 1, we'll jump to that maybe in a little minute. It might have been Infratic having a little issue. Definitely is back up on the road. What an interesting race. We're also seeing in the chat that Tom has been saying that the Alpine seat that Hayden Gillis is reserving for might just be cursed because everyone seems to struggle when they take it in. I hate to hear that, but as we look, Hayden Gillis is having a rough time as Tom 97 back into that first place. Definitely don't want to slow each other down. We still have that 5-car pack. Tom 97, Tiamat Marduk, MSkyZ, Razin Shai, and Alex Gillen are just keeping themselves in that pack. Alex very lucky to still be in that pack. He had a little incident earlier as well. Meraki still staying about that 6 seconds behind as well, not really making too many moves, but Michi Hoyer now into that 10th spot behind Elray, still a few seconds behind that definitely, but yes, Meraki right now with that last to first is in 6th place, and if it ended right now, he'd be very happy with himself as we see some overtakes coming down the bottom of the field as well.
Yeah, well, it must only be one Alpine seat that might be cursed right now, but in the immediate, we can head across to TK, who has some news on the Noiguera crash.
Yeah, indeed. It was just losing the back end by the looks of things when Nog went round one of the mid-section corners, a little bit on the power too early, and that did see him round into the barrier, fortunately avoiding much damage, but it did hamper his race down to last place.
Incredible stuff. Thank you very much, TK, for that insight. Nogueira having a really tough day at the office. Just goes to show you can have all the pace in the world, but it can obviously go wrong from time to time. That's the difference between quali and race pace, ladies and gentlemen. As now into the pits, we see MSkyZ now decided to opt for the box here now, and obviously currently sat in 5th. He now drops through the order, and Elray Guri now comes out ahead of him. No surprises there, but the gap still reasonably healthy between the two, although MSkyZ is still in the pits according to my timing screens here. So Elray Guri with a comfortable run so far. That undercut is vicious, and it's been immensely successful. He is now plus 12 seconds clear, and Elray Guri is on a mission. What a stint he's managed to pull off here.
That is absolutely incredible. What he needs to do now is conserve those tires. Okay, he has used his advantage at this point, doing that undercut, getting those quicker lap times. But as we're getting closer to the end of the race, he will start to slow down, and you might find people like Skyzy have that chance to catch up. But what a gap in time! That's quite crazy. Definitely looking like to be a serious race contender at this point. Tom97, teammate Marduk, Razin, and Alex, they're now a 4-car train. Are we going to see any pit stops soon? If everyone's on that 3-stop, we should think, pardon me, that in the next couple of laps we might see some change onto like a final set of mediums, or these drivers might be trying to hold out for that final set of soft tyres. Strategy we've found so far is everything. Michi Hoyers can put himself into this race with strategy. It's very interesting.
It is very, very tight, and definitely up at the top, as we're now seeing Razin Chai trying to close the gap on Tiamat Marduk. The gap now within 2.5 tenths as they head down towards Tora Vip. Obviously, they'll be very concerned now. As you can see the gaps between El Rey Guri and Alex Gillen there, 12.1. It has come down again, and El Rey Guri, I would say the strategy call made by him has certainly made an almighty difference, and the same can be said as well for Michi Hoyer, who is only 7.3 away from Zapso in 7th place. So as it all unravels, I tell you what, we could be in for a real storming finish as now El Rey Guri makes his way through Samson Corner, out of turn 8, and through towards turn 9 at Craig Jones, and then ventures up through towards Portimao. In the last lap alone, a 120.2, still faster than anybody up at the high end of things. Certainly Tom97, who is currently leading the race, his last lap was a 126.90. So El Rey managing to procure 4 tenths a lap against Tom97 up at the front end as Meraki goes wheel to wheel with Mr. Dale side by side. P10 now on the table for the Williams. Remember, he started in P20. He's half the deficit here in lap 44. Meraki now up to 10th place.
And he'll be very happy about that, but we do see the car flashing. Unfortunate, as we see Safso and GB as well, GB coming into the pits. Okay, this will probably be his final stop for the race. We'll see what position that puts him into. GB, you could say he's almost struggled this race. He is definitely a very, very fast driver. Not really made that mark into the top sort of 4 that we would expect to see him there. So we'll see what this final strategy does for him, as we still have the top 4 cars very, very glued to each other, using that DRS. We see Tom97, he gets very close to breaking that DRS, but then we see Tiamat Marduk coming right back. I'm almost starting to think they have different setups. I'm almost starting to think that they have different setups, and maybe at certain parts of the track they are catching up. As we see GB coming out in 11th place, 8 seconds behind Dale. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, certainly does, as we now see Rasin Chai heading out of the left-hander through towards Sargray, and out of turn 14 it'll then be a trip down the Gulp corner. Of course, Rasin, who now sits 3rd place, he started in 2nd, would obviously like to elevate himself at least 1 more place. And remember, of course, he finished 2nd last time out at Austria to grant himself the championship lead. He leads the championship coming into this round at Portimao by 8 points ahead of M Sky Z down in 2nd place, as we now see Sky Z chasing after Michi Hoyer. Now, Sky Z does have fresher tyres because he boxed onto now 2-lap-old medium tyres. Michi Hoyer on 11-lap-old mediums for his own right as well, and Skyzy has just pulled together the fastest 2nd sector of all against anybody throughout this entire grid now, and moves up to 6th place, going wheel to wheel with Michi Hoyer, and found the apex in front as well. The Papaya McLaren now on the rise, and his next driver on the list is El Rey Guri, and he's got to try and chip in to an 8.5 second deficit between he and the Alfa Romeo, but El Rey Guri is going to make that very difficult.
Definitely, and MSkyZ cannot afford to waste any time. If you remember, he's 2nd in the Drivers' Championship right now. He cannot be behind Razin. He needs to try and catch up to the back of Razin, who's on a different strategy of tyre. Will that work out from, as we have Infratic and Noguera down in 16th place, going for both of them off track there. Probably a little bit of warnings for theirs. Infratic makes that move. Definitely, we usually expect Infratic to be a lot higher up, as we have that guy Vince getting past Dave Gaming as well, who sadly Dave Gaming just seems to be falling down the order slightly, but we'll see if he can come back in the next 20 or so laps.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. I do wonder whether El Rey Guri is going to box instantly after Tom 97 and Tiamat Marduk, Rasin Chai and Alex Gillen come in. He has got to make that call because he's going to be conscious of the fact that mSkyZ is chipping away at the deficit. The delta is coming down. SkyZ is starting to do personal best, and he's just registered a fastest lap of the race as well. So it's now going to be a big question mark. Now, remember, we looked at the deficit beforehand. It was around 8.3. It's now 7.4 on the next lap. So SkyZ really eating into it. El Rey Guri has got a big conundrum on his hands. He might need to respond straight away to those above him. When they pit, will he pit the lap later coming in towards the end of the race? Because we know he must have to make one more stop here, Scott.
He must, judging by the length of time he's been on those tyres and the rest of the race, he must have to come in as well. He will have to. I've got a bad feeling that's going to put him at quite a disadvantage, and some other drivers might be able to do better. As we see, some of these drivers are on 26th lap old tyres. Tom 97 on 26 lap tyres. Tiamat Marduk 23 laps on the softs and still staying within DRS. You cannot run. Oh, as we see a little bit of a pit lane chicken going on, I think, there. Maybe trying to give the throw to one of the top 4 drivers to potentially go into the pits, because whoever goes first is definitely going to cause a chain reaction for the other 3.
Well, it's going to be very tight now as we see them come through towards turn 2 and turn 3. Still Tom 97 out in front. He's looking comfortable. Tiamat Marduk as well down in second. Rasin Chai, who came together with Alex Gillen as well earlier on. They're now back together again. Meraki now ushering in the fastest lap of the race on the medium tyres of 118.826. We haven't seen too many 118s so far. Generally, we've been operating fastest around the 119, so that's a stellar lap from Meraki, who ushered in a personal best in the first sector and a fastest second sector of anybody in the middle sector. Of course, the latter sector wasn't necessarily the best, but still, credit to him, has now managed to usher in potentially more points to his cause with that fastest lap as he now exits out of Tora VIP. A little bit of work to do, though, as he looks to try and move his way up the field, though he has certainly managed to elevate himself from 20th place up to 8th, as we now see wheel-to-wheel action between Nogueira and Infratic. This time Nogueira with the upper hand against the Scarlet Ferrari. And Infratic now down to 17th place. Tiamat Marduk Team Radio, Tom, sold me the biggest dummy in the world. So Tiamat Marduk under no illusions against Tom 97 earlier on, but I'm sure those two will come back to blows through the course of this race as Alex Gillen is hot on the heels of Rasin Chai coming in towards turn 1.
Yeah, definitely. I like to see that from Tiamat Marduk. Yeah, whoever comes in first, it's definitely going to be a call on strategy. They're going to have to do it, I would imagine, quite soon. mSkyZ is flooring it to that 5th place. Honestly, some laps maybe close to a second getting down that. So with this amount of laps left, he does have that 3-second time penalty, of course. So I wonder if that's making him push even harder. Sometimes when you have that deficit, you find the extra energy to just push it, as we already see him breaking into the sub 4 seconds.
He was 1.6 seconds faster than El Rey Guri on that last lap. That is blistering. Unreal time there from mSkyZ. Now, bear in mind, El Rey Guri, 16-lap-old mediums. I would argue that they're not even in a bad state, El Rey Guri's mediums. But the fact that we're seeing 1.6 second faster laps per lap from mSkyZ just goes to show how good he really is.
Yeah, that's incredible. Even as I've been watching it go, it's nearly another second right there. So El Rey Guri's definitely going to be worried about that, and the strategy is going to have to be right. Will it be out in from the mediums? Can he hold it long enough to maybe get some softs on? As we see, coming into the pit, 3 of them, George.
Yeah, incredible. Tiamat Marduk now stays out on track. We're now seeing Tom 97, Rasin Chai, Alex Gillen, all coming into the pits. Now, decision time. If you're El Rey Guri, he will pass them. He'll take his place second in the timing screen. mSkyZ will move up as well. A huge undercut on mSkyZ's part. He, of course, has got to go to the end of the race. But you've got to ask yourself, if you're El Rey Guri, what have I got to do? I'm in a conundrum here. Did I go too early? I'm in a position now where I might be in second right now. If I make a claim for a pit stop, it might set me back a few, but at the same time, I risk track position if I go for the pit so late. It really is a tricky one to call here, Scott.
Yeah, he's almost hoping for a safety car at this point, and the odds of that happening is very low, because we've seen a race of amazing fighting, but also amazing respect for everyone. We've seen very little collisions or any skill issues happening that would result in that. So I don't think so, but oh, look at this from between Tom, Razin 1.8 seconds behind Tom. That's going to put Razin under the pressure now from Alex Gillen behind, who still has that DRS. Tom's looking in a good spot here. Yeah, exactly.
Meraki can go long here. Remember, he's got 7 laps accrued on his medium tyres, and he's in 5th place. And he's also right behind Michi Hoyer. Now, remember, I mentioned Michi earlier on. Now, he's on a very similar stint to El Ray Guri. And therefore, I do wonder whether El Ray Guri is thinking in his head, I can take these another 16 laps. That is a very daring position to be in, but I don't think he really has any choice in the matter right now. He's still got, though, 10.9 seconds to find on Tiamat Marduk. Ben has still got a pit. Surely he's got a pit off those softs. Meraki now launches through and past Michi Hoyer. I tell you what, the last to first could be on here. Meraki with a great chance to perhaps even do something spectacular.
He seemed to have absolutely nailed the strategy, which is amazing to see. Yeah, he's up 16 spots at this minute. Does have quite a bit to go to try and get up to MSkyZ, who's definitely flooring it down.
MSkyZ's got a penalty.
Oh, of course he has the 3 seconds, and so does Tiamat Marduk. So El Ray and El Ray's got a dodgy strategy at this moment in time. So that's very interesting. Meraki could be looking at this win here as Tom 97 is at the back of Michi Hoyer. Will be looking to get in front of that Mercedes as quick as possible and put a challenge onto Meraki at this moment in time. Tiamat Marduk, I'm not too sure what the strategy decision here is. I feel like he's missed the opportunities. Tom goes around the outside, gets 5th place, gets in front of Michi Hoyer around the outside. What a move that is, as we have Chesnoid with a 118.7 for the fastest lap.
Incredible stuff. SkyZ now looking to go down the inside of El Ray Guri. This is the battle for 2nd place as the McLaren meets the Alfa Romeo Sauber. No DRS though, unfortunately for El Ray, but SkyZ will have it. They're going to go wheel to wheel. They make contact heading in towards turn 1. Now wheel to wheel. They nose to tail. They touch. And now SkyZ, despite holding on to 2nd, it very nearly came to an end for El Ray Guri. They made contact in that split second, but it did not affect SkyZ, who now takes 2nd. And Alex Gillen with a huge error coming through the 1st sector as Michi Hoyer and Rastin Chai undoing for P6 and 7.
That is heartbreaking for Alex Gillen. He has been in this as Tom 97 gets into 4th place, gets in front of Meraki. He seemed to catch up to him in no time and is now looking to catch up to El Ray. And if El Ray comes in for the pit, Tom 97 would be looking to be the person who would end up first in about 16 laps time, as Alex Gillen and Michi Hoyer are fighting a little bit as well. Alex really needs to put his foot down, try and make up that time. But as you can see, it's about 1.4 seconds between him and Razin in front, so he won't have that advantage coming into lap 52. This is a bit all over the place. I can't tell you exactly who's going to win right now, but George, what a race we're having.
Well, only 2 laps accrued on Tom 97's tyres now. Remember, he is on softs, but Tiamat Marduk coming into the pits. Tom 97 has just mustered in 2 purple sectors on this lap. Into the pits comes El Ray Guri. So the decision... Oh, no! 5-second time penalty for El Ray Guri. That is surely all she wrote. And now it's left him in lumber as he now has to make a strategy call to switch tyres. And now he is also, I think, as we see Perez out of the race. Could this be a safety car? I'm not quite sure what we're seeing. Yellow flag still lit up in sector 1. He has retired in the pit, so no concerns of a safety car. But MSkyZ in front, though he does have the penalty. Tom 97 on a very aggressive closing strategy. He's the sole man on usable soft tyres in the top 3. And at the same time, Meraki on for a potential last to first. Should he be able to be a factor come the end of the race? The big question is, can Tom 97 soft tyres last and be at their very best right through, even in the closing lap, Scott?
Looking at that, we could argue that they might be, because Tiamat Marduk got to like lap 28, 29 with his soft tyres, and yes, he was slower, but he was still at a decent pace. So if Tom can find that at roughly about just under the 20 mark, then that could be really on. This could be a perfect strategy choice for him there. Meraki as well has absolutely nailed the strategy, but Tom 97 is getting far away from Meraki, who will be feeling the pressure of Razin. If Razin can just find about 0.2, 0.3 of a second, he might be able to challenge and potentially take away a podium spot from Meraki.
Unbelievable stuff now as we see Alex Gillen looking to close up on Rastin Chai. Of course, whilst obviously podiums might have slipped through their fingers. I mean, we will say this now as we see a twist up here. Razin looking like he might have lost a place, but he's down in 5th place. Alex Gillen now in 4th. Now, just to take a look at the strategy sense now, 11 lap-old medium tyres here at this case now for Meraki. 4 lap-old softs here for Alex Gillen, and Razin Chai on the same strat as well. So we have got a very aggressive finale in prospect. Now, the one thing that Tom97 does have in his favour is the gaps separating he and Meraki, and as a consequence, Alex Gillen and Razin Chai. So if you are looking for a potential race winner, you're looking at him right now, folks. We saw Tom97 just in our picture, who is on the cusp of potentially taking the race win here, as Meraki currently sat in 3rd place, on for potential big points, but he's going to come under some really, really tough opposition now, because Alex Gillen and Razin Chai are eating into his laps moment by moment. Even 118s are on the prospect here for Alex Gillen. That's what he managed to achieve, a 118.4 in that last lap.
Yeah, that's mad. And Alex and Razin have been so competitive. So if I'm Meraki, I'm actually a bit worried about this now. And a couple of laps, it might just be a when and not an if. A small mention to GB, who's back up to 6th place, who was not matching the pace of the top 5. If we go back to the start of the race, we had the top 5 in the train, and we had GB in that 6th place. He's been able to get himself back up to there. Was close with his teammate, but teammate Marduk has separated those 2 Aston Martins. Teammate Marduk, who we're also being told is on 2 warnings, so if he gets 1 more, he might be throwing an extra spanner into his race, George.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to be in for a real treat here to end things, because obviously MSkyZ, whilst he has got the penalty, he's only 7 tenths away here, Tom97, of actually breaking to within 3 seconds. So, I mean, I just want to say as well, I mean, Tom97 has got 3 warnings under his belt, which does mean he is probably 1 step away from being lumbered with a 3-second time penalty himself. So there's lots of drama to be had in these dying moments. In terms of the actual delta and the deficit, Skyzy doing a great job. He's lapping 119.3s at the moment on medium tyres, 12 lap-old mediums, with Tom in 2nd place, who's lapping at 119.0s on 5 lap-old softs. So it is coming down 3 tenths a lap, as we now see Alex Gillen on fresher soft tyres, now taking on the relatively used mediums of Meraki as they head down the straight. He's not the only one either, because Razin Chai is going to make it 3 wide. Alex Gillen, though, I think has got the move done. Nonetheless, in comes, though, now Razin Chai looking around the outside of Alex Gillen, looking for the double in an instant, coming out of turn 1 and turn 2, in towards turn 3. Alex Gillen doing enough to defend the place as Tiamat Marduk blasts past GB68 into P6.
Definitely, and for Tiamat Marduk, it's now or never. He's got 10 laps, 11 laps. He must catch up, and Razin very close to the back of Alex, and Meraki's right there as well. He does not want to let go of this. I'm not too sure how much Meraki will be able to stop, but if Alex and Razin slow each other down, then it's definitely not over for Meraki into these spots. But they need to work together. They need to try and catch Tom97, who's got the difference between him and first. That's insane. It's now 3 seconds, but we are finding out that Tom97 might need to be saving his fuel. So come the last few laps, if he's not done that correct, it could be a different outcome. But at this moment, he has got under that 3-second penalty. Right now, the race is his, George.
It is currently in his hands. As it stands, Tom97 would be crowned the race winner should the time gap stay like this, and they're showing signs of coming straight back in once again too. MSkyZ, despite leading 3 seconds of time penalties, are going to undo that race lead advantage and that race victory as a consequence, but only if it stays within that 3-second gap. Tom97 currently holding on to 2.8 into 2.7, with Alex Gillen now looking to try and bring himself higher and higher as well. He's currently 3rd place. Not a single warning to Alex Gillen's name whatsoever. He's driven a clean race, and he's driven a fast race as well. His best lap being a 1:18.142, which is faster than MSkyZ's best lap, who is right at the very top of this classification. So Gillen still looking to bring the superlatives home with him. He is matching tyre life with Tom97, but that 3.8 second difference between he and Tom97 could prove to be the real catalyst, could prove to be just too much for the Red Bull here tonight.
Yeah, we're definitely asking a lot of Alex right now to get into that 2nd spot. But if anyone can do it, Alex or Razin, show it. They're showing so far in this league. If anyone can do it, they could be the ones to do it. We are being told that Tom97 might have only a 10th of a lap of fuel extra than what he needs. That is absolutely incredibly slim. Remember, we've not had a safety car. guarantee you that drivers would have thought there would have been a safety car. As we hear the team radio from Razin, I think we're gaining on SkyZ, and you know, I think he's right. I think SkyZ is in a sad situation right now where he has to fight as hard as he can, but the drivers behind are just starting to catch up a little bit too much for him. But the race is not over yet, and he is still technically in second place.
Yeah, and we're looking at Tom 97 as well, 2.2 off the leader now. Once again, he's eating away at the deficit. Over that last lap again, another 3/10 were disposed of. So Tom 97 still putting in the work, and we're only on lap 57 of 66. Still 9 laps to go. A little twitch from MSkyZ, a little twitch coming out of Samson corner, which could prove to be a little tricky. And now he's got lap cars in front of him, so a blue flag scenario, which is going to make things a little more complicated here at this late stage of the race now as they come up through towards the very tricky left-hander now, heading out, heading in towards the latter stages of the lap. And whilst he has got Infratic this time, he's overtaken Infratic, but now has got the small matter of now Alex Gillen and Tom 97 closing down in an abundance. And look at the deficit again. It's come down to 1.5. Tom 97 putting the burners on and looking to try muster in something to perhaps even challenge on track come the end of this race. We have got 6 laps to go of the realm, near enough, 8 laps, should I say, to go of the realm here at this point. Lap 58 of 66. It's MSkyZ in front, another 2:10's eaten. It's now 1.3 here, Scott.
Indeed, it looks like MSkyZ has been slowed down by those lap cars, and look at this. Tom doesn't have that same problem. He's been able to catch them at the right part of the track, and he has not been slowed down. MSkyZ would have been desperate for Tom to be slowed down just a little bit by the lap cars, but he's nailed it on the straight, and now he's looking at DRS. Very unfortunate for MSkyZ, but that is the problem when you are approaching the lapped cars. 58 laps into a 66 lap race. Tom 97 will be absolutely buzzing out as he officially breaks into that DRS, George.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close come the end, and he's broken to within a second now. Tom 97 looking to get this done right here and now. There is the Papaya McLaren of MSkyZ. Tom 97, despite not even making a move, he will still win this race, but a little mistake as he now makes his way down the hill. Has that cost him DRS as he now makes his way towards the line? He knows that whilst he can win it nonetheless, despite the penalty, he wants to make assurances, because anything can happen in this late stage. Because remember, Tom 97 does have one warning to go before he too receives a penalty. Comes through turn 1 and turn 2. Very fraught times in the closing stages here at the Algarve, with a win up for grabs, a win up for question, and podiums to be decided. But it's between MSkyZ and Tom 97. Let us know, chat, who's going to get it.
Exactly, as we see Alex Gillen as well, really trying to get that gap down as Razin and Meraki are in a fight. That's not what you want to see. Alex Gillen saying fuel could be an issue for some, but he has plenty of fuel. That is what we want to hear. The gap is 3.8 seconds. I've been seeing it fluctuate from 4 seconds to 3.5 seconds between third and second. Honestly, looking at it, it does look like Alex is struggling to match that pace of Tom and SkyZ, but he's matching it, but he's not really cutting into it too much. There is about 7 laps left. We would need to start seeing maybe half a second taking each lap, and we're not currently seeing that at this minute.
No, not at all now on lap 59, soon to become lap 60 as soon as SkyZ crosses that start-finish line. Tom 97 is licking his lips with the prospects of perhaps even taking P1 out on track here at the Algarve, the home here at Portimao of a Grand Prix that we've enjoyed witnessing time and time again in real life, and also here too in the Creator Series as we now see them zip through turn 1. You can now see Tom 97 urging closer and closer right in the wheel tracks of the McLaren. We got a fight brewing further back as well between Infratic and Noiguera, these two right at the tail end of the field. But here, this is what we want to see. The battle with the race lead. It's MSkyZ heading down towards Tora Vip with Tom 97 in hot pursuit. I'll tell you what, folks, keep tuned in. You don't want to miss a thing.
Exactly, Tom. It's just a matter of when now. Tom 97 has had such an incredible race. Meraki and Razin having this fight, though. Razin will not have wanted to see this. He's let Alex get away for him, and for most of the race, Razin and Alex have been basically within that second of each other, but not anymore. He is definitely getting slowed down by Meraki, who wants that 4th spot, and honestly, at this stage, still might be able to do it. We also, I do need to mention about Tom 97 as well, is that he's fuel saving. We do have a yellow flag. We'll come to that in a second if it's needed. We do have fuel saving going on, but we also have Alex struggling to catch those soft tyres that are definitely not wearing yet on Tom 97. They are staying quite competitive at this minute. As we see Hayden Gullis with the 10-second time penalty, he exceeded the track limits. I think he's retiring from the race. That's definitely no, as he comes back out in a very safe manner, but very at the back of the field. It's safe to say we didn't get a safety car there. That could have been very interesting. But Tom 97 staying behind MSkyZ at this moment in time in lap 61.
Yeah, and still a battle brewing between Nogueira and Infratic as well. They've been wheel-to-wheel considerably right through the course of this race, at least in the closing stages. Lap 61 of 66, only the small matter of 5 laps to go if you include this one as well. And Tom 97, who has now got a great opportunity to bring himself yet another race win, and he'll be the first to go twice as a race winner this season. We've yet to see it. Of course, several of them have gone close. We've seen many of them taking multiple podiums, but still a multiple race winner is something that we're yet to see in the Creator Series, and Tom 97 will be the first to do that this season, as now we see MSkyZ coming out of the left-hander through towards turn 14 out of Sagre, and then in towards turn 15 at the Galp corner here once again, soon to begin lap 62 of 66. There is SkyZ, the Frenchman, who is still occupying that top spot. An opportunity perhaps waiting in the wings here for Tom 97, who I think is looking to perhaps even leave it late to perhaps make sure that there's no opportunity for MSkyZ to reach for the skies and potentially take victory here at Portimao.
Exactly, but if I'm MSkyZ at this moment in time, I do not want to fight with Tom at all. He does not want to slow himself down. He has that 3-second time penalty, but Alex Gallen is about 4.3 seconds behind him. So if he slows himself down, he could potentially lose that P2 spot, as we have Dale having quite an intense fight with Dave Gaming in front. Only a couple of tens in between them. I love these types of races when you still have fights going on in 13th. But talking about fights still going on, Meraki and Razin are switching again. Meraki is into 4th place. It's not very often we've seen Razin get overtaken. He's usually the one that's been doing the overtakes.
Well, we will say this, he's got 20 lap old medium tyres. I don't think this battle is over and done with just yet, because Rasin Chai only has 13 laps accrued on his softs. They can go that little bit further as we come into the die moments of this race. Again, Tom 97 in the wheel tracks of MSkyZ at the very head of the order. Mr. Dale managing to get past Dave Gaming and secure his place in 12th here at this stage for the Alpha Tauri, as now we await, obviously, for the battles to unfurl. A quick reminder of our point system as well, folks. Remember, 25 points going to the winner with 20 points to second place, and it travels all the way down through the top 10 into the top 15, where obviously 15th place will garner you 1 solitary point in the race. As now, guys, he's lost the race here at this point. Tom 97 is now officially on track, your race leader here at Portimao. He managed to pull off a sensational move and has now managed to take the lead away from MSkyZ. It was coming, he was threatening it, but now on the cusp of achieving 2 race wins this campaign so far. Tom 97, he is certainly in Wonderland right now, the Alpine ascending here at the Algarve.
He is indeed, but look at that time difference between MSkyZ and Alex Gillen. It's 3.1 seconds. MSkyZ has that penalty. He might be losing out on some valuable points because of that track limits. Warnings, as Alex really wants it. Razin got a 3-second penalty on lap 63. He's basically just ruined his chances of getting any sort of podium at this moment. It's heartbreaking to see. Meraki will definitely get that spot on him. But look at Alex Gillen. He's just broke into that 3 seconds. He is technically... it's on the line. We're talking tenths and hundredths of a second between that penalty with 3 laps to go. If I'm MSkyZ, George, I'm really worried at this moment in time.
Well, if you're Alex Gillen as well, you've got no warnings to your name, so you can pretty much relax for the rest of the race. Obviously not too much, because obviously penalties can happen anywhere, especially here in racing when it comes to F1. And Meraki once again now making moves. He goes 4th place now ahead of Rasin Chai. Remember, we did allude to the fact that obviously this could continue right through towards the very end of this race. Both of them, despite having different tyre strategies, given the fact that the tyre lives work the way they do, they're both pretty much evenly matched here at this point in the closing stages. Tom 97, though, has managed to urge a whole second, 1.1 seconds clear at the head of the order as he looks to bring home yet another victory. The last time, of course, taking a victory was at the Mystery Grand Prix, where not only did he manage to take the victory that time around, but also take pole position in what was 2 poles to add to his campaign so far. We have not seen him in 2 races. His last appearance was indeed at the Mystery GP, where he laid down a victory. So you could say he's going back-to-back here, Scott.
Exactly, putting a mark on this incredibly tough lobby. That's not an easy thing to do. He's certainly going to be a watch. Right now he's in 4th place with 69 points. This will put him up a bit higher into that, getting very close to Razin up in 1st place, who has not done as well as maybe he would have wanted to do. He will lose a bit of time, points, especially to MSkyZ, as we have Razin making a move onto Meraki, needs to try and get in front. He's only got 2 laps. He needs to try and get 3 seconds ahead. I don't think that's going to be possible at this moment in time, but look how close Alex is. We're racing for every 10th we have here. Look at it. It's 3.050. It's 0.035. We are talking in hundredths of tenths of a second on 65 laps out of 66. George, could this be any closer?
Well, the thousandths, the tenths, the hundredths, they keep swapping left and right. He is dropping in and out of the delta as we're now on the penultimate lap of the race. Lap 65 and 66, soon to be the final lap. And it's now down to Alex Gillen and MSkyZ. He's within that 3-second deficit, but how long can he hold on to it? Because, of course, MSkyZ is going to be working consciously and certainly with maximum effort to try and keep the Red Bull behind as we now rejoin that McLaren up in 2nd place right now. Alex Gillen once again outside of that 3-second mark. It's so tense in this battle for P2 as we now see the Red Bull coming out of Sagre, coming through towards the final corner at Galp as well before they begin the final lap of the race. And Tom 97 will take them on it now. Lap 66 of 66. Here we go, Scott. Here we go.
Here we go, as Alex has been able to bring that down a little bit. Is now who has the more ERS, who has more tyres, who has done the best with their strategy. Meraki and Razin still fighting for that 4th position. 17% on Skyzy is not going to... Will it be enough? We don't know about that, but he's been able to get out of it again. 3.05 seconds. Don't think I remember a race where it's been this tight for a 2nd place because of the penalty, but Tom 97 into the final lap of 66. He should be so proud of his performance. He has absolutely dominated this race. He's avoided the trouble. He's made all the right choices. He took a risk going onto those soft tyres so early in the race, but he has kept it going as Alex Gillen is 2.8 seconds. George, take us to the end of this race. What a race.
Well, Alex Gillen has managed to break to within the delta that he needs now. 3/10, near enough comfortable. But Tom 97, the man that we've got us come to see, certainly watch him right at the head of the order after pulling off a gargantuan strategy with all the pace as well. All the way back at China is where he took his first podium this season. He followed it up with pole and a P3 again at Azerbaijan. The next time he was on the podium was round 5, where he went to the Mystery GP after taking pole. He has now gone back-to-back with race wins here at Portimao. We haven't seen him in 2 rounds, but it is victory for Tom 97 here at the Algarve, and he will be absolutely thrilled with that. Throws him right into the title picture, even though he's going to miss a few races. Alex Gillen with enough. He takes 2nd place away from MSkyZ, who finishes in 3rd. A decent response to MSkyZ after a difficult round back at Austria. And Meraki goes from last to 4th, with Tiamat Marduk in 5th, Rasin Chai in 6th, and El Rey Guri finishing in 7th after what looked to be a phenomenal strategy, with GB68 finishing in 8th place. Scott, what a race. Tom 97, a deserved victor.
Oh, definitely. You can tell that he is up there at the pinnacles of speed on this game, because he just wormed his way through this field, got himself a 1st place, a comfortable 1st place as well, nearly 4 seconds. I can't remember exactly how many spots he went up eventually, but it must have been close to 15, 16, something like that. Alex Gillen fought hard for that. He had to fight hard, and I do feel a bit sorry for MSkyZ, who did lose out by 0.34 of a second, but what can you say? Like, that's what you get for getting that 3-second time penalty. Very unfortunate. That could have been, oh, as we have Hayden doing Hayden things, George, yeah?
Hayden Gullis has managed to accrue 46 seconds of time penalties, which is absolutely outrageous.
51 now.
Apparently it's 51 seconds now. So incredible. Hayden breaking records here in the Creator Series, and has now decided to take his frustrations out. Oh, goodness me. Okay, what a way to end the race. But incredible efforts all round. Obviously, the plaudits have to go to Tom97. A welcome return to the series once again, no question. Driver of the day in my view. He started 17th on the grid.
Wow.
And ended up finishing first. And what a spirited drive that is, and one that will be envied, I'm sure, right through the course of the campaign. I mean, in terms of typical driver performances, that has got to be down as one of the best, Scott.
Yeah, exactly, because we know he's fast, but we know the rest of the grid is fast. It's not always about that. You need to avoid trouble. You need to avoid the slightest bit of wing damage. You also need to do the strategy right. If we think back, he had the fastest lap as well. Look at that, dominating 117.6. Teammate Marduk was there in the 117s, but everyone else into the 18s and 19s and 20s. Yeah, you have to understand, he took a chance going on to those soft tyres when no one else really around him up in that top field did, and it paid off for him. Look at that, 17th starting with 2 pit stops, finishes first.
Well, let's take you through the order, folks. Tom97 is your victor, with Alex Gillen finishing in 2nd place. MSkyZ managed to achieve 3rd, with Meraki down in 4th. Remember, he started from P20 and finished 4th. Teammate Marduk in 5th. Razin Chai finishing in 6th. El Rey Guri 7th, with GB68 in 8th. Michi Hoyer in 9th. Safso in 10th. Dat Guy Vince finishing in 11th, with Mr. Dale 12th. Further down, Curbs in 13th. Dave Gaming 14th. Then Al Taco Man in 15th place. Chesnoid Gaming in 16th. In Frasix 17th, Noiguera 18th, Hayden Gullis marshalling together the most penalties you'll ever see in a race, with Peya also out of the race. Only one DNF that we have seen today, and that was Peya, which, whilst obviously it's never nice to see DNFs, it's nice to only have the one, I think, on this occasion. But nevertheless, a fantastic race, a fantastic battle. TK, I want to talk to you about Tom97. What a drive. I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything quite as domineering as that. I mean, to go from 17th on the grid is one thing, but that opening stint, I think, was the difference maker. He managed to get himself into a position where he was challenging those that were very much clear front runners right at the very start, and then domineered heading through towards the final portions of the race.
Exactly, he used that first stint absolutely. It was almost a masterclass in that first stint, getting through the pack, challenging those key positions when the fuel level was high, when people weren't necessarily having defending on their mind, and then being able to transform that in the second half, putting a massive attack on to the lead and getting it in the end. A real fantastic drive for himself.
Yeah, and obviously, Scott, alluding to El Rey Guri, is it the case that he just boxed too early?
I think so. He came in quite a bit earlier, and from that moment, he kind of never kept it up. He couldn't really. He had the pace at some points in the race because his lap times were still up there, but it just that goes to show you, no matter how fast you are, you need to make the correct strategy. And yes, as when we're looking at Tom making the correct strategy, I think El Rey is a good example of someone who chose the wrong strategy and definitely went too early.
Yeah, certainly no questions about his pace, but another man, obviously, we can't question the pace on TK's MSkyZ. I mean, someone who obviously achieved pole position. It just wasn't really at the race. Again, another instance of where he is a strong qualifier, but not necessarily stronger in the race.
Yeah, we said it in qualifying that, you know, his qualifying is always going to be spectacular. He doesn't necessarily have that race pace to back it up. I do wonder if he lost his head a little bit when that penalty came through. That did seem to be a shifting point in terms of race pace for himself today.
Yeah, and obviously he now looks ahead, and you know, the races are running pretty thin now, Scott. Obviously we're coming to the final 3. We've got the Mystery GP coming up next as well, so no one knows what tracks that's going to be. And then obviously Bahrain and Saudi Arabia to close out the season. So, you know, if you're in this position and you're MSkyZ, your advantage at the top is being eroded as we speak. Tom97 now enters the fray. I'm not sure how many races he's going to be doing towards the closing stages, but it feels like this could be the most contentious and close title fight we've seen in Creator Series history.
I think you're right. It is really shaping up to that. Being MSkyZ's in a tough position because he was up there, and now he's watching himself come down slightly, and that can really mess with your head. He's gonna have to just do a mental reset, get himself back up there, whereas on the opposite kind of field, you have some drivers that are getting up and getting closer, and they feel that momentum. They feel like they've got nothing to lose. They're going to go for it. Skyzy, it looks like we'll have some interviews as well, so we'll get them in a minute. We'll talk to these amazing people. I just think we have to give credit to the fact that we didn't have a safety car. We had 66 laps around Portugal without a safety car, a couple of incidents with a bunch of amazing drivers who are all such nice people. I think they should be proud of themselves for that race that they put on for us. I know I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, TK, how do you assess Tiamat Malik's performance today? Because it was a bit of a strange one. He started 5th, finished 5th. Not necessarily a bad day at the office, but I suppose on another level, not great.
Yeah, I think if you look at the race result on paper, it looks like a good day at the races. But if you go back and really break down his race, he had the opportunity to at least be on the podium here this afternoon. I think the strategy worked well for him. Maybe he was expecting a safety car and it never came for him. He ran those stints a little bit longer that harmed him in the long run, and then that 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane really didn't do him any favours either.
No, and talking of party pieces as well, Scott, we look at Meraki's efforts from P20, managing to pull off a great result in the end to achieve what he did. I mean, is he hampering himself, though, when you look at what he could achieve? Because, obviously started from the very back. I mean, surely if you're able to pull off, instances like this, then, maybe you ought to perhaps take qualifying a little bit more seriously and put yourself in the title picture.
You could be right, he's obviously his own man, he can make his own choices, but, going back to the standings, he's in 6th place with 61 points, when, obviously we'll get it updated after this race, but at that moment in time, he's only about 30 points away from those upper echelons of the standings, so that 4th place could have been a 1st place, could have been a 2nd place, that could have been extra points, that could have been 10, 12 extra points. There's not many races left. But he is the sort of remaining champ, right? He has done that. Is he deciding to have a bit more fun? As we know, everyone in this lobby is a bunch of characters and they all have their own amazing and weird ways that they do things, and we love to watch it. I'm just glad to get as much entertainment as possible, and I think he did show down today that, he's still got a lot of pace.
Yeah, well, I can tell you now, we can start the interview portion of our broadcast. Let's head across to MSkyZ and speak to the man who finished in 3rd place. Obviously, had his struggles back at Austria last time out, but bouncing back, you could argue, in the right way. Obviously, greater rewards could have been on the table. SkyZ, thank you for joining us. Obviously, a tough time last week, but you've come back and you've achieved a podium place. But are you disappointed that it's not the win?
Well, not the win, no, because it was a bit tough to get the win, but a bit for the 2nd place, which was the goal. But yeah, at least my wheel kept it running. So that's
a relief.
Good. Yeah, that's a relief. I was very stressed, like the full race. I was like, oh, please, stay alive, and it stayed alive. So that's a good point. Well, talking about the race, pole position, so that's still a good thing. I was quite
phenomenal.
surprised to...
Just talk us through the lap as well, Skyzy, because
Really?
the first lap in Q3, incredible. Yeah. I mean, you obviously were thrilled with that.
Not really.
Really?
I felt like it was not enough to.
I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
No, I mean, I know like people like I think Ben and Razin are quite quicker than what they showed today. So I was expecting a bit more in quali pace. For me, the 15.8 was not enough for top 3, so I was very disappointed about that, but it paid off at the end of the quali. And I managed to give a good slipstream to Piria, so that's a good teamwork also. So yeah, the quali, again, good one, 2nd point in a row. That's where I'm better. I think I have more quali pace than race pace. Everyone can see that. And yeah, the race, started not really good because I had a warning straight after 3-4 corners because someone thought it was good to battle like that every corner. But that's the race. Different racecraft. I can't talk too much, but different racecraft. And after that, I just had to stay a bit alive. I knew I had more downforce than other guys. I could not overtake anyone in the straight, especially when they tried to defend against me. It was impossible to pass them with their ARS. So I had to try something else with the strategy. Sadly, I took the 3 seconds after the second stop, before the second stop, I think. So the goal was just to undercut massively and try to hold the gap with the big downforce in the sector 2 and sector 3. It almost paid off with the second place. Sadly, the penalty cost me the second place, but that's still alright. I think I caught 6 points on Razin, so that's still 2 points ahead of me for him. So that's fine. On the track I dislike very much, so that's damage limitation. I wish it was the same last week and the week before, but yeah, at least the wheel kept it running.
I mean, Skyzy, the title fight is very much on. Though what I will say, and I said this to Scott actually, this is probably the closest and probably the most contentious battle we have seen in Creator Series history. We've got 3 rounds to go: the Mystery GP, Bahrain, and Saudi. Are you going to be there for all 3 of them? I know that there was some murmurs that you weren't going to be there for Portimao for this one, but you're here and you managed to get the podium, which is great. What's your view for the next 3 races?
Yeah, the podium every time I can. For the mystery it will be tough because I can't practice, so that will be tough. But for Bahrain and Jeddah, I will be there. I won last time in Bahrain, so that's the goal to reproduce this kind of performance. And I'd rather be in second place chasing the first place than the opposite. I had no pressure coming into the race. For me, the title was over because I didn't.
It's not so over now, though.
Yeah, it's not so over because I didn't know I could be on the podium today, but that's a good surprise. But yeah, let's see after the next round.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to it. Skyzy, thank you so much for joining us here, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time when we head to the Mystery GP. So there we go. Thank you so much, Skyzy. Incredible human being. We're now going to be joined by our second place podium sitter, and it is Alex Gillen after what could only be described as a storming final few laps, and he was on the cusp of getting it. He very nearly lost it, but he got it in the end, didn't he, folks? Incredible P2, Alex. Welcome back. And obviously, it's been a very interesting race, a strategy battle all around.
Yeah, welcome back indeed after the last couple of races. My word.
You look a bit sweaty.
Oh,
right?
Have you got my VOD on the stream? It's not good, is it?
Yeah.
It's not good. It's quite something. Yeah, I mean, tell you what, that was no safety cars, right? It was basically a sprint race, but also a 100% distance race. It was absolutely mad. But yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing with P2. I had to push so hard at the end there to get Skyzy with his penalty. But yeah, after the last couple of races, I don't know what I was, 13th and 5th, I think, the last couple of races. New mentality today, just sort of going for it really and just fighting for whatever's in front of me rather than just concentrating so heavily on wins. And just, that's what I did in Austria, waited out too long for hoping for a safety car, went all in for that. Just today, just fight your battles in front of you. And it still was nearly for the win today, but yeah, Tom Knight 7 was just too fast. I mean, 17th to first, can't argue with that. Fair play. You had some fantastic pace, little splits in the pack in that final stint, but a 6-car DRS train for a lot of it. It was a pretty mad one, pretty tactical. So I'm absolutely buzzing with P2.
Yeah, not only that, your second podium of the season campaign as well. And bear in mind, the results have been stellar. You came back from your breakaway. Of course, you missed the first 3 races. You were straight away a race winner. You've just managed to secure some massive points here as well. And it's amazing how the title sort of championship contrast can change in a matter of few races. Honestly, anything can happen in the Creator Series. What's your mission? What's your goal for the final few races? Because it's quite something, isn't it? We've got Mystery GP coming up next. No one knows what that's going to be. And what's your schedule looking like? Are you going to be able to attend all 3?
Hopefully, yeah. I'm trying to attend more races. Saturday's still terrible for me. I was in London today, for example, so I have to drive 2 hours to get home for this. It's always rushing back for it, but I'm making the effort a bit more this year. I just want to make more content. I've always said I love doing Creator Series. It's really fantastic. I mean, just look at the race we had today. Look at my shirt. I mean, clearly I love it.
Sweating the good stuff, mate.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's definitely worth it. But yeah, I mean, intention is to do the last races. We'll see. I was sort of thinking about angling for a championship fight. Skyzy had a 25-point lead at one point, but then obviously had a couple of bad races, and then Razin leads, which I assume he still does. I don't know if you've got the live update of the standings there, but it must be pretty close at the top. But yeah, championship's out of it for me now after the last couple of races. But new mentality going forward. We'll see, and if I can actually attend full season, we'll see if I can be maybe the first to get a second title, unless someone springs a surprise at some point this season. We'll see.
It's a possibility. We'll have to see where the future goes. Obviously, I want to allude to your qualifying as well. I mean, can you give us some insight? Because, of course, you started P11. Was there an issue in Q2?
No issue, really. Just 10 minutes of practice. New wheel. I've got a Moser R9 wheel now. I put that in on Monday. Still getting used to it, really. So I was actually saying all race. Jack probably didn't believe me, but I was saying all race. I just don't feel confident. I wasn't able to be at the limit consistently. If I was a bit below the limit, yeah, fine. Which is the first stint, because we're all in DRS, it was easy. And at the end there, I just had to dig deep, find some pace that I maybe didn't think was there, just try and make a bit later than I was confident doing, but take a bit more speed than I was confident doing, and get on the throttle a bit earlier than I felt like I could. And it worked out today. But yeah, I think there's definitely some pace to come from this setup. So yeah, that was what happened in Q2, really. Scraped through Q1. It was on used tyres in Q2, so took the risk on tyres was the primary reason. I think if I took a new set, I could have got through. But, you know, I'll say to chat as well, like, P11 in this series is okay. I did think there was a possibility of no safety cars today. I was fueled for such, and I wasn't. But even so, it's like, just stay calm, and you can normally win the battle. Top 97 showed that perfectly today. Although the stellar start helped. I think it was P5 after about 2 laps, so that was certainly a big help today.
It was definitely a tremendous start indeed, and a fantastic battle all the way. And qualifying aside, you can't complain about the result. Congratulations, Alex, off the back of that P2, and we look forward to seeing you at the Mystery GP.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Catch you next time.
Thank you very much, Alex. We're now going to be joined by our race winner. And what style did he do it in, folks? It was incredible, wasn't it? And absolutely magnificent. And look at that. Big thumbs up from Tom 97. Fastest lap as well, Tom. That's not a bad way to do it. Race win, a 1:17.6. I mean, that is stellar, mate.
Good, mate. Thank you very much. Good to be back.
Yeah. What are your thoughts after that? Because, I mean, I get the vibe that obviously you're unable to talk so I'll try and keep it as easy as possible. But
I'm fine, George. I'm fine.
well, obviously, you've just come off the back of finishing 100% race and winning. But yeah, just talk us through it, Tom, because honestly, give us your thoughts and feelings. Fantastic race. Obviously, M-Skyzy made your job a little easier with the penalty, but nonetheless, you wanted to do it on track, clearly.
Yeah, I guess you ended in a bit of anticlimax at the end because of the penalty. You kind of knew what was going to happen. But yeah, basically, qualifying was not great. It's the only track on the entire game where the hard tyre is a step harder. So you have the hard tyre is a C0, and then the medium is a C2, and the soft is a C3. It's the only track on the entire game, and I forgot about that. So I tried my usual hard tyre tactics in Q1 and came unstuck. So I was like, right, okay, race, we'll start on softs, and we'll basically just blast it. After turn 5, once we get through the first 2 hairpins and let everyone kind of have issues, from turn 5 onwards, we go. And I got to that top train before I hit the first phase, the top 6. So that really made my race. And then at that point, it's just about managing, trying to pull away, strategy, planning, and eventually we got it right.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure after the first, the first qualifying session whether it was the case that it was an error or if it was a decision on your part to perhaps start from the back. Because I know that obviously you are a content creator essentially. Make a great video to go from, say, for example, P17 to P1. So it was a conscious error on your part.
Yeah. So for tyre reasons, in terms of tyre allocation, if you get through Q1 on hards, it's much more efficient. So basically, do intermediate championship at first, you then switch to hards. If I get through on hards, I can then use that same tyre for the majority of Q2 to get some running and get comfortable. And then eventually, end of Q2, I'll use my first set of softs, which I'll then reuse in the first Q3 run. And then I use my mandatory set, which you have to return as my final attempt. So essentially, you use 2 tyres throughout qualifying.
Yeah, and it was a very well managed race. I think it definitely opened a few doors for you as well in the race itself. You went for a very aggressive soft tyre stint, opening up with the softs, finishing on the softs as well. The times were brilliant, Tom. I just want to say the opening start was sensational. Obviously, how key was it to get the launch off the line?
Not very for me. I was happy to just drop to last place. I was really scared about turn 3, turn 5. Me and Jake kind of just sat back in 19th and 20th and just let everything else happen. I got jumped by 2 cars off the start. I was very casual. I didn't want to get involved in the shenanigans. So I was like, you know what? I said, my race starts at turn 5. Once you go out the hairpin, I set up the switchback, and that's when I started making my way up. But my race start was very casual. I didn't try anything at all.
Well, it was a phenomenal result of it. I mean, incredible. And obviously now you're the first driver this season to take 2 wins through the course of the campaign. So that is some stat for you to take so far. And now the championship picture is still very much open. So, I mean, I know we mentioned before we had a conversation, you weren't sure whether you were going to be able to do the whole season. I know there was a few races that might not fit the schedule for yourself. I mean, how's it looking? We've got 3 races left: Mystery, Bahrain, Saudi. What are your thoughts?
In principle, I'm here for until the end of the show, end of the road. I was unsure how many I'd be missing due to the recent events. I only missed 1 last weekend, and we're back already. I'm feeling great, so I'm happy to continue.
It's going for the title?
Absolutely.
There you go, folks. You've heard it here first. Tom, congratulations, mate. 2nd time a race winner here this season. Enjoy it, and we'll see you back next time for the Mystery GP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tom97, everybody. What a human being. Fantastic effort as well today as well. Not only taking that race victory, but also the fastest lap as well to boot. I mean, this opens up the door, maybe opening up a can of worms. I don't know what it is, folks. It could be anything. But hey, looking at this right now, we've got the most competitive finish, I think, to a championship we have ever seen in Creator Series history. TK, what are your thoughts?
It's going to go down to the line. The Mystery Grand Prix next week has potential to completely throw a spanner in the works for a lot of our drivers. Obviously, kind of not having any prep time for it. So yeah, the end to this championship will be ecstatic.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, obviously, whilst Tom isn't necessarily the championship leader, he may not necessarily be on the precipice, but of course he's not far away. But the momentum's with him, and how important is that coming into the final 3 races? He seems intent on winning this championship. If you're on this grid, how concerned are you?
Yeah, I'm concerned about if I'm racing against Tom. He's got incredible speed. He has the confidence as well. And see, when you have that confidence and you feel like everything's just going to go your way, you're just naturally faster. It's like a snowball effect. It just leads on to good results. We've got 3 tracks left. I'm so buzzed at how exciting and close it is, and if everyone wants to make sure that they don't miss a single second for the next 3 races, if you look at the top of our screen, we are live on YouTube, we have Instagram, we have X at the F1 Creator Series, TikTok as well. Make sure that you follow all of this, get on the Discord as well. Show the love for the Creator Series. These guys are incredible, that the show that they're putting on for us, especially in this season when it's so tight. Sponsored by EA Sports, who have jumped on board with us to give you guys, honestly, weekly content that I think is just absolutely incredible. And I know me personally and the people to my left and right are so proud to be here as well. It's just amazing, George.
Yeah, we're just throwing this out here now because we're coming towards the end of the show, and obviously we're coming to the end of the season. We've got 3 rounds to go. I'm going to ask both you and TK to give me your thoughts. Who's going to be champion? Scott, first of all, over to you. Give me a name. Who's going to be champ?
Skyzy. I'm saying it.
Wow, big call. TK,
yep.
Who's yours?
I'm going with Tom. He seems determined.
Well, there you go, folks. Tom and Skyzy. That is the selections from both Scott and TK. Let us know in the live chat who your selection is, and make your voice heard in the live chats on both Twitch and, of course, YouTube as well. And, folks, if you have enjoyed the show tonight, you can obviously find out more. As Scott alluded to, we have got some social tags that you guys can check out. We have got on YouTube F1 Creator Series, we've got F1 Creator Series on Instagram as well as X. You can find us at F1 Creator Series, and on TikTok at F1 Creator Series. And if you haven't done so already, if you've tuned in to us live now on Twitch, you can hit the follow button and make sure you stay up to date with when we go live. If you're watching us on YouTube, welcome. Please make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the like button as well to stay up to date with whenever we go live on the channel. If you want to enjoy and join the Discord, you can. There's plenty there for the community. We've got a fan zone there that you guys can get involved with, and obviously you can stay up to date again. It's, yet again, more updates you get to enjoy as well, folks. It's brilliant. If you want to check me out as well, you can at George Morgan TV. I'm around I'm around on X for starters, as well as Instagram, TikTok, you name it, everywhere. Same name, at George Morgan TV. And Scott, I'm going to start with you. Where can they find you, sir?
They can find me on Twitch and X at F1Scott or Scott Taylor on Instagram. An absolute pleasure to be here. Also, pleasure to do this with you, George, and to you, TK. Incredible human beings. So happy to be here. TK, where can we find you?
I'm at the Mousemeister on 90% of things. Instagram slightly different at TK on comms.
Well, folks, it was a tremendous battle, but today it was Tom97 who brushed away the hoodoo, bounced back, went back-to-back as well after missing 2 races prior. 2 victories this season, he's the first to do it. We now head to the Mystery GP next week in the closing chapter of this incredible title story. You don't want to miss it. We have got a fascinating encounter to come. 3 races to go. You don't want to miss it, folks. We'll see you next time. Take care. Goodbye.